Chapter 30:18 Heaven One's Twilight. Chapter 30:18 Heaven One's Twilight. Eastward, twilight. On the city walls, Yang Qing was waiting with his legs crossed, eager for battle already. It was just that the injuries all over his body and haggard look showed how dreadful his battle was. Yuan, this scoundrel, don't know where he's being carefree now either. TSK, when this punk returns and sees this seat's current strength, he'll definitely be shocked until his jaw will hit the ground. At that time, I'll thrash him brutally. Who asked this guy to always stop me from posturing? Amen, it's merrily decided like this. When his brain made up the image of pummeling Yuan, the corners of Yang Qing's mouth curled, very happy. In a blink of an eye, more than 100 years had said. His cultivation realm rose quickly and already reached Upper Emperor Vast Heaven. Such a fast cultivation speed, it was rarely seen in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven too. The current Yang Qing had already grown into a war general of the Heaven One Alliance. The Emperor Realm powerhouses that died under his name already reached more than 100. He could be said to have made brilliant achievements in war. Of course, he paid a heavy price too. During the past 100 years, he fought no idea how many times, got injured D knows how many times, and had died who knows how many times already. TCH, with just the likes of you? Do you believe that when my big brother Yuan comes back, he'll be able to smack you flying with a slap? By the side, Jingfei said disdainfully. The current Jingfei's strength could not be underestimated too. She had already stepped into the Emperor realm, and the big yellow beside her had already reached grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven too. You're clearly being stubborn. I admit that Yuan is very formidable. He's just a little worse than me. But, to say that he can catch up to me within 100 years, I'm afraid that you don't believe it too, right? Ha ha ha, Yang Qing said smugly. Jingfei rolled her eyes and stopped talking. Indeed, Yang Qing's progress these few years was somewhat terrifying. Jingfei also had no choice but to admire this guy's monstrousness. Yang Qing, this guy, was normally cheeky and frivolous, but his pride was actually really strong. Yuan's existence was like a whip that continuously spurred him on. Even if he was not here. If young master wants to thrash you, he doesn't need to Serpa. You in cultivation realm. Therefore, you're definitely not his match. Big Yellow supplemented with a stab. Yang Qing was indifferent and said with a sneer, just based on this sentence of yours, I'll definitely beat him until he can't get up. Right at this time, a voice sounded out at an inappropriate timing. You all are thinking too much. That brat has probably long died at some other planes. Furthermore, he's humanity's traitor. Even if he really returns, then he's also our enemy. This seat will definitely finish him off for good. Swooz. Plus Yang Qing's spear tip was already pressed on the other person's throat, and he said coldly, Qing Shan, if you want to court death, try saying another word. Qin Shan smiled and said, he's a traitor. This is already the final verdict that the various hegemons have concluded. Could it be that it can still be fake? Even if you kill me, it can't change this fact too. Big Brother Yuan is not a traitor. He's Heaven One Alliance's great hero. Jingfei said. Yes, I admit that he has done very great things. But, him being controlled by the blood race's progenitor, this is an undeniable fact. It's no use even if you guys deny it, Qin Shan shrugged and said with a smile. Back then, Qin Shan was slapped time and again by Yuan in the extreme medicine sect. He was still very unhappy with Yuan. Now, the absolute heaven barrier had already been breached and the Heaven One Alliance was facing imminent danger. He had no choice but to go to the front line too. The city where they were at was called West Sun City. It was a stronghold of the human race. 10 years ago, the absolute heaven barrier collapsed with a loud bang, several hegemons fell, and Heaven One Alliance was in a precarious situation. In 10 years, The Alliance's defensive line fell back time and again, looking as if it was going to be a complete collapse. West Sun City was one of the remaining strongholds. Suddenly, one powerful aura after another approached from afar. Yang Qing's gaze turned cold, and he pulled back his spear and said in a solemn voice, "The blood race has come. There's work to do again. Qin Shan, I hope that you die at the hands of the blood race." Qin Shan smiled and said, "You too." Yang Qing laughed and said, "What kind of desperate situation hasn't you Grandpa Qing encountered before? With just the likes of this bunch of trash they can kill me? Rather it's you who's too weak." Qin Shan's mouth curled and he stopped talking. He knew that this guy was famous for being a croach. Every time that he thought that he was dead, he came back again in the end. When he was Emperor Cloud Heaven, Yang Qing was ambushed and besieged by more than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses. There was even an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse among them. At that time, everyone thought that he was dead for sure. In the end, this guy was maimed and returned just like that with injuries all over his body, and he even carried a few heads in his hands. After that battle, he also broke through the first seal in one go, breaking through to Emperor Vast Heaven. Remembering when Yang Qing and Yi Yuan entered the sect back then, they were still both brats. In a twinkle, Yang Qing's cultivation was already on par with him. How depressing! Suddenly, a figure appeared on top of the city walls abruptly, standing with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance with tightly knitted brows. Everyone bowed and said, paying respect to Hegemon Battle Sky. In this battle, the blood race has overwhelming momentum and power, their strength several times stronger than us. It looks like Hegemon Bufon their side has run into considerable trouble. Behind West Sun City are trillions of living beings. We cannot retreat. Has everyone prepared to fight to the death? Hegemon Battle Sky said in a solemn voice. Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating. Behind him, yells that shook the sky sounded out. Hegemon Battle Sky was precisely South Qi Giant City's city lord back then, Feng Xiaotian. When Absolute Heaven Barrier was breached, he finally gained enlightenment on Dao, unlocking the third seal, becoming a Hegemon. Now, he was also one of Heaven One Alliance's leaders. Okay, this seat is going. I'll leave the rest to you all. Feng Xiaotian only left behind one sentence and left. Everyone revealed serious expressions. They knew that the situation that Hegemon Battle Sky was facing was even harsher than theirs. There were 3 blood race hegemons that came this time. Kill! Yang Qing brandished his long spear and roared angrily, turning into a wisp of green smoke and rushed out. It was only to see him taking the lead, class. HI+ing together with the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses. In a single exchange, 3 Emperor Cloud Heavens were directly one-shot by him. In the sky, powerhouses blotted out the sun. However, the numbers on Heaven 1 were still far lacking. Coupled with the blood race's undying attribute, Heaven 1 this side fell into a disadvantageous position very quickly. And this time, the Emperor Realm powerhouses that the blood race sent out were also several times more than Heaven 1's. Although Yang Qing was strong, he got caught in the encirclement of many Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses very quickly. Ha ha, you bunch of grandson, really too weak. Too light. Are you scratching your Grandpa Qing's itch? Kill, kill, kill. You bunch of bloodsuckers, all die for your father. Qin Shan, you're too weak. Just how long has it been, and you already can't make it? If I were you, I'd pray that Yi Yuan can descend from the sky with celestial soldiers right now. Ha ha ha, I say, if Yi Yuan saves you now, wouldn't it be very ironic? Yang Qing fought until heaven and earth dimmed, his 2 eyes bloodshot and the injuries on his body increasing continuously. And not far away from him, Qin Shan's strength was much weaker. Under the heavy siege, he began faltering in strength very soon. At this time, he already had half his body caved in, his appearance very miserable. Even if this seat dies, I don't want to be saved by a traitor too, Qin Shan roared angrily. Chapter 30:19. Arriving at the battlefield. Chapter 30:19. Arriving at the battlefield. Ha ha! Feng Xiaotian, we've fought for thousands of years. Today you're finally going to die. Thinking about it, there's still some reluctance. Above in the sky, Blood Promise laughed loudly without ceasing. Not long after Feng Xiaotian broke through, Blood Promise also finally broke through to Hegemon realm. Speaking with which, these two were also considered enemies of a lifetime. Feng Xiaotian snorted coldly and said, "If I die, you'll have to be buried in death with me too." Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, "With just the likes of you, you also want to drag me to be buried with you? You're thinking too much." Feng Xiaotian fought fierce battles repeatedly. The injuries on his body were not light. At this time, facing the besiegement of 3 great hegemons, he was already lacking in strength, defeat showing. Boom! Blood Promise took advantage when Feng Xiaotian and the other 2 hegemons were fighting fiercely to suddenly launch a sneak attack, slamming a punch onto his chest. Feng Xiaotian's chest directly had a large hole blown out, bloodgus. Hi+ing. Feng Xiaotian's gaze was cold. Clearly, he already had the awareness. Pfft! Big Yellow was pierced through by a blood race Emperor Cloud Heaven in order to save Jingfei. His current strength was very strong, but after consecutive battles, they were long already arrows at the end of their flight. This time, the enemy even numbered several times more than them. They could not see hopes of victory at all. But body backed down, because they already had no path of retreat a long time ago. Boom! In the chaotic battle, a loud noise was heard. The right arm that Yang Qing held his spear directly imploded. Enduring the intense pain, only to see his divine essence sweeping, the long spear switching to his left arm as he continued the BLOODY killing. The battle situation was tragic to the extreme. Qin Shan, you were already at the point of death earlier. Why haven't you died yet? Is this the legendary scourge that will last 1,000 years? Impressive, impressive, Yang Qing said with a look of regret. Actually, Qin Shan was not far from death too. But, after hearing Yang Qing's goading, he actually regained some spirit. F*CKU. You're the scourge. Your whole family are all scourges. But this time, this seat will see if you still don't die. Qin Shan used all the strength in his body as he roared angrily. Relax, even if I'm going to die, I'll also die after you. You won't get to see it. Haha, I feel that you can still be saved. Pray that Yi Yuan can come back. This punk likes to create some miracles. Maybe he can overcome the raging tides once again. Yang Qing said with a loud laugh. Can't you freaking live without Yi Yuan anymore? It's already been over 100 years. Will you die if you don't mention Yi Yuan? Someone like you won't understand. If there's no goal in life, what's the difference between being alive and being a salted fish? I, Emperor Azure Sky, have once been invincible under the heavens. Experts are desolate. This guy is my lifetime enemy. He won't die so easily. A traitor is a traitor. If he comes back, this seat will be the first to kill him. Oops, you're dead. The 2 people seemed to be bickering effortlessly, but actually, the battle was incomparably dangerous. While talking, 5 blood race Emperor vast heaven powerhouses had actually formed an encirclement unknowingly. With 5 people attacking at the same time, a terrifying power exploded in an instant. Qin Shan was long already at the point of death. Facing such an attack, how could he still block it? Yang Qing was still cheeky and frivolous verbally, but a hint of dejection flashed across in his eyes. These few years, Qin Shan had also been his comrade in arms who fought side by side with him. Although this guy was hateful, he would not fall short of requirements when fighting and also would not be a hindrance. He was a real man. It was just that everyone had different ideals in the past. Boom. The place where Qin Shan was standing erupted with a dazzling light, blinding until people felt their eyes blurring. Haha, human ants are really weak. This Qin Shan was really useless. He was too weak to stand up to compet. One Tian. Yeah, among Emperor Vast Heavens, he's the weakest. This kind of trash should have long died in our blood race. The few blood race Emperor Vast Heavens could not help but feel pleased with themselves when they killed Qin Shan. However, they indeed felt that Qin Shan was very weak. On humanity's side, the most difficult to deal with was Yang Qing. Weak your mom. Your father will exterminate you. Yang Qing blew his top at once. Yang Qing, don't be anxious. The next one will be you. An Emperor Vast Heavens said with a loud laugh. Very soon, the light dissipated. Qin Shan looked at himself with a vacant look and said, I'm not dead? All around, the Emperor Vast Heavens were dumbstruck with amazement. Beside Qin Shan, a figure stood proudly, and he actually blocked all of the attacks. This person said with a light laugh, Fortunately, I made it in time. Qin Shan's entire body shook, and he cried out in surprise, It's you. Yi Yuan, you're back. This person was naturally none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who returned from Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Pas. Sing through the barrier of heavens. Yi Yuan understood the collapse of the absolute heaven barrier very soon. Extreme medicine sex people were currently fighting fiercely in West Sun City. Hence, he rushed over without stopping. Finally, he made it. Yang Qing's entire body also shook, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. This guy really came back. Yi Yuan, you're finally back. Haha, I knew that Big Brother Yi Yuan will come back. Young master, it's really great. Big Yellow wept with excitement. When everyone saw Yi Yuan return, each and every one of them was extremely agitated. Qin Shan's heart shook violently. Just now, 5 great Emperor Vast Heavens joining hands, the power was overwhelming. Even if it was Yang Qing, he absolutely would not dare to resist it head-on too. But Yi Yuan actually blocked it with ease? How terrifying was this guy's strength now? Suddenly, Qin Shan could not help feeling bitterness. Yang Qing, this D.A.M. N thing was really a jinx. Your father really got freaking saved by Yi Yuan. How freaking ironic. However, being able to live was really great. Isn't this our Lord Blood Divine Sun? I heard that our Lord Blood Divine Sun had once overcome the raging tides several times. It's really amazing. However, you want to turn the tides by coming alone? A blood race Emperor Vast Heavens said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan had a great reputation in the blood race. Many blood race Emperor realm powerhouses knew about his existence. This Emperor Vast Heaven clearly recognized Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, Who told you that I came alone? Zhao Yu, you go and help Feng Xiaotian. Jiang Zhenan, kill for me. Spare no one. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan was already seething with killing intent. The appearances of Yang Qing and the rest had long already entered his sight. Even the naive Jingfei back then was also full of wounds and scars now. Yi Yuan did have any favorable impression of the blood race at all. The moment his voice faded, one Astoni's Hi+ing aura after another suddenly erupted in the distance. These auras were berserk to the extreme, incredibly bloodthirsty. Then, people saw one monstrous-looking creature after another galloping at full speed over here, the speed swift to the extreme. What powerful auras! These guys are all Emperor Sakra Heaven. More than half are all origin powerhouses. How scary. When the blood race saw this level of impetus, they were actually dumbstruck with fear for some time. When those bloodline warriors felt the aura of the blood race, each and every one of them became irascible to the extreme. Chi. Several bloodline warriors tore a few Emperor Sakra Heavens to shreds in one exchange. Those few Emperor Sakra heavens recovered very quickly. They were torn to shreds by the few who caught up with them. Hundreds of bloodline warriors charged onto the battlefield with Astonies. HI plusing power akin to a no-man's land. Chapter 30-20. Heaven, don't play with me like this. Chapter 30-20. Heaven, don't play with me like this. This. What kind of monster is this? These monsters are too brutal. Hurry up and run. Too strong. Arg, save me. No heaven shocking big moves at all. What these bloodline warriors used was all the most primitive means of killing. But it was also due to this that it seemed more brutal and bloody. The blood race did not fear death, but at this time they were scared too. There were 800 of such bloodline warriors under Yi Yuan's leaders. HI plus P. There were more than 500 who were origin powerhouses. This kind of army, it was sufficient to sweep away everything under Hegemon realm. Therefore, after they joined the battle, it had nothing to do with the Heaven One army anymore. Even if it was the blood race's origin powerhouses, faced with these bloodline warriors, they would be taken down in a few exchanges too. On the Heaven One army's side, they were completely dumbfounded. So strong. Turns out that you can fight like this. For so many years, our fighting with the blood race was really incomparably tragic. But only today did I discover that we're all refined gentlemen. Are these monsters all following Yi Yuan's orders? This guy indeed created a miracle again. Suddenly, a ferocious gaze swept over. A bloodline warrior suddenly turned around and pounced toward him. That Heaven One martial artist P.I.S. said his pants with fright, not knowing why the other party would target him. Being stared at by the other party, he felt like he had died. He did not know that the word monster had triggered the other party. Roar! Jiang Zhenan gave an angry roar. Only then did that bloodline warrior stop and turn to charge toward the blood race. Actually, they did not need to be commanded at all. These bloodline warriors all had an innate hatred for the blood race. Furthermore, they were born fighting machines that did not know fatigue at all. Want to really talk about combat strength? They were more than 10 times that of same rank powerhouses. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan casually threw out a few heavenly pills and said, "Hurry up and recover." Yang Qing and the rest directly swallowed it without hesitation. Humph. You traitor, do you think that by doing so you can redeem yourself? Qin Shan crushed Yi Yuan's heavenly pill and said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then, how do I prove that I'm not a traitor?" Qin Shan sneered and said, "Unless you can eradicate the blood race. Otherwise, you have no way of proving at all." Yi Yuan nodded his head with a smile and said, "Okay." Qin Shan was taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Yuan to agree so simply. You wouldn't think that by bringing these monsters back, you'll be able to eradicate the blood race, right? Qin Shan smiled coldly and said, "Roar." Before his voice faded, an angry roar came from the horizon. Qin Shan's pupils constricted. He saw an incredible scene. A monster tore a blood race hegemon to shreds with its bare hands. How can this monster be so strong? Qin Shan's complexion was somewhat pale, his body trembling a little. No idea it was because he was too heavily injured, or because he was intimidated. But, this scene of tearing a hegemon to pieces with its bare hands, it was still too shocking. The battle of hegemons had always been incomparably deadlocked. Even if your strength was stronger than the other party, wanting to finish off the opponent was very difficult too. But this scene completely subverted their understanding. When Feng Xiaotian saw this scene, he was likewise unbelievably shocked. Originally, he was already prepared to die. Who knew that someone threw a wrench in the works? This monster killed until blood promised 3 people threw away their helmets and coat of mails. This monster finished off one of the other side's hegemons in a few exchanges. However, that blood race hegemon recovered again very quickly. But the unfortunate thing was that Zhao Yu seemed to take delight in shredding his opponent to pieces without getting tired of it. Once the other party recovered, he immediately rushed up and tore the opponent apart again. Blood promise, this bloodkin, the blood on his face was gone, deathly pale. Flee. At this time, he only had this one thought. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran. He could not remember clearly how many times he had run away already. However, no matter what, it was still his little life that was important. Arg! Yi Yuan, are you sent by heaven to punish this seat? How many times? How many times has this been? Why is it always like this every time? Heaven, don't play with me like this. Bloodpromise's chest was virtually about to explode. He had always viewed Feng Xiaotian as his lifelong enemy. But who knew that ever since Yi Yuan came soaring into existence, he had been thrashed over and over again. Each time, he would drop everything and run. It was great that Heaven One finally managed to have internal strife, chasing Yi Yuan away. Who knew that this guy would come back again? If he came back, then he came back. But he even brought this group of violent monsters. How did he want people to live? He did not dare to imagine what kind of interrogation he would have to face after going back. He could not resist turning his head to take a look. Fortunately, Zhao Yu chased after someone else, finally managed to preserve his little life. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Zhao Yu killed the two great hegemons more than 10 times over. Finally, they were not unable to revive anymore. Then, he wagged his tail and flew to Yi Yuan's side, squatting at one side docilely. From time to time, he even used his monster head to rub against Yi Yuan, like he was fawning on him. It was just like the one who tore the hegemons apart with his bare hands earlier was not him. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and rubbed the top of his head a few times, expressing approval. Then, Zhao Yu roared twice very happily. When Qin Shan saw this scene, his eyes popped out. Such a brutal monster was actually squatting next to Yi Yuan like a puppy? Why Yi Yuan, what kind of monster is he? Qin Shan could not resist asking. Roar! Zhao Yu roared, nearly shattering Qin Shan's internal organs. Yi Yuan said, he's called Zhao Yu. Don't call him a monster. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being able to save you. Qin Shan swallowed his saliva, feeling like he had gone to the gates of Hell and back. Then, can it prove my innocence now? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Qin Shan's expression changed, and he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Actually, the suspicions in his heart were already mostly gone. Hegemon realms were not expendable to the blood race either. 2 hegemons falling at once, it was a huge loss to the blood race too. Now, the Heaven One alliance was already at death's door. If Yi Yuan really turned traitor, there was no need to do so at all. As long as this monster army that he brought stood on the blood race's side, none of them could think about running away. But, to make him put aside his ego to apologize to Yi Yuan, he was incredibly unwilling. Therefore, he simply stopped talking. Yi Yuan just smiled and threw another heavenly pill to him. This time, Qin Shan did not refuse, directly swallowing it in one gulp. Ugh! Yi Yuan's healing heavenly pills were better than his. Yi Yuan, you finally came back. It's really great. At this time, Feng Xiaotian came over too. Although the injuries on his body were extremely severe, he did not care at all. Instead, he was very happy when he saw Yi Yuan. He and Yi Yuan were considered life and death friends too. He never doubted Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, I haven't congratulated Brother Feng for becoming Hegemon Battle Sky yet. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly and said, You brat, deliberately poking fun at me, is it? This brother that you brought can tear me apart with one hand. He heard the words just now too. So he was very careful with his words. Roar! Zhao Yu roared loudly, clearly very pleased with himself. Chapter 30-21. This punch isn't simple. Chapter 30:21. This punch isn't simple. At West Sun City's main camp, more than 800 bloodline warriors were seated neatly at the plaza. Valiant and spirited. But the Heaven One Army powerhouses all stayed far away. These guys were too scary, even though everyone knew that they were all their saviors. Yi Yuan, you tortoise grandson. Today, I, Emperor Azure Sky, will definitely trample you underfoot, counterattacking perfectly. Above the void, Yang Qing swung his long spear, pointing at Yi Yuan from afar, incomparably domineering. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Let's have a match then. Do you need to set up such a grand lineup?" Yang Qing snorted coldly and said, "That's different. I'm going to defeat you in front of everyone. I've already waited 100 years for this day. How can it be done carelessly? Let them see that I, Emperor Azure Sky, am humanity's strongest person in this era." Yi Yuan shrugged and said helplessly, "Directly use your strongest move then. Otherwise, you don't have the chance." Yang Qing said disdainfully, "I know that you're very strong now, but it's useless. The current me is no longer who I was back then. Today you don't stand a chance." Yang Qing naturally saw Yi Yuan blocking the blow for Qin Shan too. However, he touched his own heart and felt that in his peak condition, it would not be hard for him to do it too. After consuming Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, his injuries recovered very quickly, and his severed arm also regenerated. Hence, he arranged to fight with Yi Yuan without delay. Furthermore, he called all of West Sun City's soldiers out. It was for the sake of witnessing his victory. Actually, there was no need for him to summon everyone. This battle was indeed very high profile. Even Feng Xiaotian was also very curious how strong Yi Yuan's current strength was. It was because he kept feeling that he could not quite see through Yi Yuan. He, an exalted hegemon, actually could not see through an emperor vast heaven. How could this not surprise him? As for some of the Emperor Realm powerhouses, they had virtually all arrived. Without a doubt, these two people were the most outstanding existences among Emperor Realm powerhouses in the current generation. Their battle also determined who the Tli strongest belonged to. It was impossible for this battle not to draw attention even if they did not want to. Who do you guys think is stronger, Emperor Azure Sky or Yi Yuan? Does this still need to be said? Of course, it's Emperor Azure Sky. These few years, how many Emperor Vast Heavens have died at his hands? It can't even be calculated, right? Yi Yuan's methods are very strange, but his strength is most likely inferior to Yang Qing. Amen, that's true. Back then, Yi Yuan could jump realms to defeat Yang Qing. But now, he definitely can't do it. The current Emperor Azure Sky is reputed to be the next hegemon Bufan, his combat strength sweeping across Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan is just lower Emperor Vast Heaven. Even if he can jump realms to battle, it's impossible to be his match too. While Emperor Azure Sky is strong, he just likes to posture too much. He has always viewed Yi Yuan as his greatest rival. This time, he can finally get his wish. Regarding this fight, most people still did not feel optimistic about it. It was because, during the past years, Yang Qing's awe-inspiring reputation was too great. No matter how strong the opponent was, he could always beat the opponent. Yi Yuan's talent naturally went without saying. But it was still easier for people to believe the things in front of them. In the crowd, Qin Shan said with a disdainful look, "Humph! A guy who overestimates his own abilities. Does he think that Yang Qing is still the Yang Qing before?" He did not like these two people, but he also admitted that Yang Qing was very strong. Incredibly strong. Yi Yuan, watch closely. This move is the strongest move that this seat comprehended these few years. None has ever survived under this move. Be careful. Suddenly, Yang Qing put away the flippant look. A layer of destructive aura rose up on the tip of the spear. He had never underestimated Yi Yuan before. This was true, even if Yi Yuan was 2 minor realms lower than him. For Yi Yuan to say so, he naturally had reliance. But Yang Qing also had absolute confidence in himself. The current him was really different already. The reason why he wanted to publicize the fight to the public, it also originated from precisely this powerful confidence. Feeling this destructive aura, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too. Very strong. Its myriad Tao annihilation spear. I didn't expect that Emperor Azure Sky actually directly unleashed his strongest move. Under this move, there have never been survivors among Emperor Vast Heaven experts. Isn't he afraid of killing Yi Yuan in one move? I thought that they were just sparring. I didn't expect that it's actually for real. With this, Yi Yuan is in trouble. Feng Xiaotian had a look of surprise too. He did not expect that Yang Qing actually directly used his killing move. This move was comprehended by Yang Qing in battle. It could be said to be the grand achievement that gathered the spear Dao and Dao of destruction. Even he also sighed at his own inferiority at the power. Back then, Hegemen Bufan had said before that this move showed signs of Serpa. Sing him. It was also precisely after that incident that Yang Qing was treated as Hegemen Bufan's successor. His status had no equal for some time. Everyone did not expect that Yang Qing actually unleashed such a killing move against his good friend. Kill! Yang Qing shouted fiercely, a spear tearing across the sky. Under a spear, myriad Daos were annihilated. The great Tao rules around him were being completely obliterated. Emperor Vast Heaven Realm was unable to mobilize rules at all under this move. This move was truly formidable to the extreme. Yi Yuan grinned and said, I didn't expect that you really got much stronger. If I didn't encounter some lucky chances recently, I would really not have been your match. Yang Qing, watch my punch. There was no overly garish power on his body. 4 great true spirit bloodlines erupted in full force. A fist punched straight over. This punch carried an incomparably sacred aura. He did not need to mobilize heaven and earth rules at all. Rules birthed on their own. Boom. It was only to see Yi Yuan smash a fist over. That destructive aura immediately fell apart. Yang Qing spewed out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure flying out like a cannonball. One punch defeated Yang Qing. How is this possible? Qin Shan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock. How is this possible? That is Saint Force. Feng Xiaotian said in astonishment. The entire West Sun City instantly exploded. This battle was too fast. They thought that this was bound to be a shocking great battle. But who knew that the result was so fast? Yi Yuan only used one punch and defeated Emperor Azure Sky, who was invincible in their hearts. And no way, right? Emperor Azure Sky is so weak? It's not that Emperor Azure Sky is weak. It's that Yi Yuan is too strong. Can't bear to look straight at it. Yang Qing came up with such a grand lineup. In the end, he didn't even make it through a punch. They are good friends. This also just nicely helped Yi Yuan to achieve an awe-inspiring reputation. Yi Yuan is still that undefeatable Yi Yuan. At one time, Yi Yuan was the synonym for being invincible in the same rank. It was just that along with his departure, this term was replaced by Yang Qing. But, with this battle today, Yi Yuan took back this T. again. What belonged to him ultimately belonged to him. Ah! How is this possible? How can I possibly not even receive a punch of yours? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Yang Qing directly rushed in front of Yi Yuan and pointed at his nose as he said in puzzlement. All these years, the invincible confidence that he had built was crushed at this moment. It was not that he had not thought of failure before. It was just that he never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly, unable to even receive a punch from Yi Yuan. Moreover, he could tell that Yi Yuan's punch did not have any martial technique at all. He just erupted with bloodline power and threw out a very ordinary punch. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This punch isn't simple." Chapter 30:22. Counting the time they should be reaching. Chapter 30:22. Counting the time they should be reaching. Yang Qing, you didn't lose unjustly. Brother Yi has already comprehended Saint Force. Feng Xiaotian came up and explained. Yang Qing's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise as he said, "Saint Force? Isn't that the power that only great beyond powerhouses can utilize? Even Hegemon Bufan can't do it too. How can this guy do it?" Feng Xiaotian did not answer. He waited for Yi Yuan to explain. Yi Yuan did not hide it either, recounting the mutation from the 4 great true spirit bloodlines fusing, making everyone dumbfounded from listening. This guy was also a little too amazing, right? Disregarding other things, just one of the 4 great true spirit bloodline blood essences was not what the average person could obtain. "You punk, there's really no justice anymore," Yang Qing said hatefully. "Hee, I said it long ago, you're not Big Brother Yi Yuan's match, but you refuse to believe. Now, you lifted up a rock to crush your own foot, right?" Jing Fei said with a scoff. Yang Qing snorted coldly and said, "So what? One day I'll trample him underfoot. I, Hegemon Azure Sky, am invincible." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You've indeed transformed a lot these few years. Just based on this spear, you're not worse than Zhuo Bufan." Zhuo Bufan, who was also Heaven One Alliance Bufan, the Heaven One Alliance's new leader, Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven's only supreme hegemon. And this Zhuo Bufan was precisely the powerhouse who walked out of the Rainclear continent back then. Yi Yuan merely left for over 100 years, but in these 100 years, Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven underwent a complete transformation. The blood races W.A.N. G's were broke through to Supreme Hegemon, breaking through the Absolute Heaven barrier. Heaven One Divine Lord led Cloudmount and the rest of the Hegemons to fight to the death with the blood race, and eventually died. Originally, Heaven One had already reached the end of the road. Right at this time, Zhuo Bufan came soaring into existence, separating life and death paths with a sword, breaking through several realms in a row, directly crossing from Origin Realm to Supreme Hegemon. At the critical moment, Zhuo Bufan arrived, fighting to the death with W.A.N. Jizhua, and inflicting heavy wounds on W.A.N. Jizhua with one sword. That was how it welcomed a respite for Heaven One. Otherwise, even if Yi Yuan brought people back, what he would see would also be a Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven that was trampled flat. Zhuo Bufan was originally the goal that Yi Yuan pursued. But after arriving at Heaven One, he had not heard about Zhuo Bufan, and he gradually forgot about him too. Only when Yi Yuan returned this time did he hear that it turned out Zhuo Bufan had long gone out of the Absolute Heaven barrier by himself with a sword. As for how he survived in the territory of the blood race, body knew. Everyone only knew that when the Absolute Heaven barrier was breached, Zhuo Bufan returned alone with a sword again. At that time, he was already a mighty expert of the Origin Realm, the number 1 person under Hegemon. But, not reaching Hegemon, everything was empty talk. The battle of 100 Hegemon realms, he was merely an ant. Body expected that just as everyone thought that the Heaven One Alliance's situation was beyond salvation, Zhuo Bufan broke through several realms consecutively in the midst of battle, directly reaching Supreme Hegemon, writing a legend that would be handed down for generations. Originally, this generation's men of the hour were Feng Xiaotian and Yi Yuan, eldest senior apprentice brother, Li Clearcloud. However, with Zhuo Bufan coming into being, he suppressed everyone's light. But body was unconvinced. With the Divine Lord falling, Zhuo Bufan became Heaven One's new leader. Such a huge change, Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly when he heard it. 100 years in a haste, it was really seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas. However, Yi Yuan was also curious before, Why would Zhuo Bufan, this kind of great prodigy, fade into the crowd? Only now did he know that this guy was ultimately not ordinary. However, Yi Yuan saw Zhuo Bufan's shadow from Yang Qing's spear. That sort of domineeringness of who else could do it but me was absolutely not beneath Zhuo Bufan. Being praised by Yi Yuan, Yang Qing rolled his eyes and said, "Tsich, you mean that, Hegemon Bufan and I are inferior to you, eh? You're really shameless. I, Hegemon Azure Sky, won't give up. No matter how long it takes, I'm going to trample you underfoot." Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak. Yang Qing, this guy, really had the potential to become a powerhouse. Yi Yuan knew that he had prepared a long time for this battle today. If it were someone else, the blow from this fight would definitely be huge. But he was not demoralized and was still full of fighting spirit. While talking and laughing, a figure flew over from the horizon, falling heavily into West Sun City. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted, and he said, "It's Hegemon Clearcloud. Not good. Something has indeed gone wrong at Hegemon Bufan there." Yi Yuan's expression also changed wildly because he recognized that this person who fell into West Sun City was precisely his eldest senior brother, Li Clearcloud. He should currently be with Master Cloudmount and Hegemon Bufan, holding back the Blood Race's hegemons. But, this situation before his eyes, something must have happened over at Hegemon Bufan there. A group of people hurried over and discovered that Li Clearcloud was already on his dying breath. Eldest senior brother. Li Clearcloud barely managed to open both eyes. Seeing that it was Yi Yuan, a hint of delight flashed across in his eyes. Little junior brother, it's good that you're back. Good that you're back." Feng Xiaotian said in a solemn voice, "Brother Clearcloud, what happened? Why are you injured until like this?" Li Clearcloud's breathing was weak as he said, "Hegemon." Blood Sky broke through. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "What did you say? Hegemon Blood Sky he broke through to Supreme Hegemon?" Li Clearcloud nodded his head feebly and said, "He joined hands with W. An Jizwa, Hegemon Bufan is injured. Master fought to the death to escort me out, to have me send a message and let you all give up on Grand Bright Jade complete heaven." Everyone present trembled all over. Li Clearcloud spoke intermittently, but they all understood. The blood race gave birth to another supreme hegemon. With two great supreme hegemons joining forces, the battle situation at the front line was not optimistic. Hegemon Cloudmount, they all had fallen into a great crisis. Even Li Clearcloud also sustained such serious injuries. The danger of the battle situation could be seen. Furthermore, the news that Li Clearcloud brought back was actually to evacuate Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. This showed that the hegemons in front had already lost all hope. Even Zhuo Bufan, this peerless powerhouse, was unable to overcome the raging tides too. An aura of despair spread in everyone's hearts. After a long time, Feng Xiaotian heaved a sigh and said, "Brother Yi, let's go." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Zhao Yu brother Feng, let's go. Go save master." Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily and arrived next to Yi Yuan. Feng Xiaotian nodded his head. But very soon, he reacted to it and said blankly, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan's gaze was firm as he said, "I said, let's go save Master Cloudmount and Zhuo Bufan." Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "Yi Yuan, I understand your feelings. But there's no hope. Two great supreme hegemons, we have no hope at all." He really lost all hope. A supreme hegemon, they could still resist. But two supreme hegemons. Furthermore, it was even Blood Sky, this spatial origin hegemon, they really had no hope anymore. It must be tragic to the extreme ahead. Otherwise, Hegemon Bufan would not have had Li Clearcloud come back to send the message. Yi Yuan ignored Feng Xiaotian and said coolly, counting the time, "They should be reaching." Feng Xiaotian was stupefied again and said, "Reaching? Who's reaching?" Yi Yuan, I really understand your feelings, but It's useless no matter who comes. Before his voice faded, there was a tremor in the void. One unbelievably powerful aura after another emerged. Chapter 30-23. Supreme Luxurious Lineup. Chapter 30-23. Supreme Luxurious Lineup. Kid, you, a mere emperor vast heaven, summoned this seat here and there, causing this seat to run across several planes. What an incredible face you have. Long Jian, who was wearing an azure robe, stepped out of the sky, his overwhelming aura billowing to the sky. Together with him were also 3 of the dragon race's hegemons. One of them was Long Ran, supreme hegemon, the dragon race's supreme hegemon. Feng Xiaotian cried out in surprise and looked toward Yi Yuan in disbelief. Dragon race, that was absolutely the pinnacle-most race in the 33 heavens planes. This race was proud to the extreme and would not give face to anyone at all. But, judging from Long Jian's words, his relations Hi+P with Yi Yuan was not superficial. Yi Yuan smiled and said with clasped hands, "It's been hard on Senior Long Jian. In the future, if Yi Yuan has any leads, I'll be the first to help Senior." Long Jian said disdainfully, making an empty promise, "Do you think that this seat is a 3-year-old kid?" At this time, several more figures stepped out. They were several women. A woman of unparalleled beauty in the front looked at Yi Yuan with a look of resentment and said, "You normally give me the cold shoulder. When the situation becomes critical, you're even ordering this young lady around. Does this young lady owe you?" This woman was precisely Feng Qingxian. There was also Luan Qinghe, who came along with her. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted. It was another supreme hegemon, the Vermilion Bird Clan's supreme hegemon. It was only to hear Luan Qinghe said, "Kid, don't forget your promise. You owe my Vermilion Bird Clan a favor." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured. Feng Qingxian and this Yi are good friends. As long as this Yi makes it, I'll definitely lend her a helping hand." Luan Qinghe nodded slightly and stopped speaking. The void shuddered, and several more figures stepped out. These figures were somewhat illusory. One look and Feng Xiaotian discerned that it was the Soul race. But the arrivals were the Nirvanic Soul clans Hegemon Cloud Neon and Hegemon Imperishable. Hegemon Imperishable came in person. There was also a middle-aged man that Yi Yuan did not recognize. But he saw through the other party's Chi Soul clan ident. 1. Tai at a glance. This Chi Soul clan powerhouse was a peak hegemon too. It seemed like the Chi and Nirvanic 2 clans had already buried the hatchet. However, Yi Yuan did not expect that hegemon Heavenly Soul would actually send someone over. With Senior Imperishable coming in person, Yi Yuan is overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Yi Yuan said toward Hegemon Imperishable with clasped hands. Hegemon Imperishable waved his hand and said, "I heard that there's a chance to fight with the Chaos Bloodstone this time. That's why I came." Yi Yuan smiled and did not argue. He understood that Imperishable was returning his favor. No matter what, it was him who saved the Nirvanic Soul clan and also saved him. Hegemon Imperishable. He saluted the Chi Soul clan hegemon and said, "Many thanks to Senior for helping out." The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "This seat is Soul intent. Lord Heavenly Soul wants me to tell you that he remembers the grudge." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then this Yi will personally pay a visit and ask for punishment on another day." Heavenly Soul was a proud but honest and frank man. He naturally could not put aside his ego. However, this hegemon Soul intent came. It already explained everything. Feng Xiaotian already could not speak. He did not dare imagine how shocked his heart was at this time. In just this short while, 9 hegemons came. Furthermore, these were all not ordinary hegemons. Each of their auras was incomparably powerful. They were at least peak hegemon level 2. Especially Long Jian, Luan Qinghe, and Hegemon Imperishable, they were bona fide supreme hegemons. Plus Zhao Yu, whose combat strength approached supreme hegemon, it was equivalent to them having 4 supreme hegemons. This lineup was simply luxurious to the extreme. One had to know, even if it was the soul race, they only had 2 supreme hegemons too. What on earth did Yi Yuan this fellow do in these 100 years? So many big shots actually descended upon grand bright jade complete heaven for him, a puny little emperor vast heaven. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death too. It was not that Yi Yuan was a prophet, but that he could feel that the Chaos Bloodstone had become much stronger. Therefore, the blood race's strength would definitely become stronger. Yi Yuan was worried. So he requested Long Jian to head to the Vermilion Bird Clan and Nihility, Exceeding Balance Heaven, to invite these hegemons to take action. Actually, he was just borrowing some hegemon realms and did not invite Luan Qinghe and hegemon Imperishable. He did not expect that they would come on their own. This result had also exceeded his expectations. But, looking at it now, it was naturally the stronger the better. Yang Qing, Jingfei, Big Yellow, and the rest were long already dumbstruck with amazement and did not even dare to breathe loudly. These hegemon realms' auras were too powerful. One had to know that these grand bright jade complete heaven powerhouses had never seen supreme hegemons before at all. Qin Shan suddenly felt that life was lacquer. Was it so easy to be friends with supreme hegemons? Traveling for over 100 years, it was merely a snap of a finger to powerhouses like them. But not only did Yi Yuan's strength catch up to him in these years, he also even brought so many hegemon realms all at once. Life was so uninteresting. Yi Yuan, this Feng Xiaotian really did not know how to express it. Hegemon realm, even if it was the most ordinary hegemon realm, they were aloof from the SSES in grand bright jade complete heaven. But he felt that he was so insignificant now. Yi Yuan knew his shock and said with a smile, "Seniors, this is my close brother, Hegemon Battle Sky. These few thousand years, he has always been fighting against the blood race. He's an elder brother that this Yi holds great esteem for. So, it's Brother Battle Sky. After resolving the blood race's calamity, you can come to my dragon clan if you're free," Long Jian greeted with a smile. Feng Xiaotian was being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. Brother Battle Sky, Luan Qinghe also greeted him. "Brother Battle Sky, you can also come to my Qi Soul clan when you're free," Hegemon Soul Intent said. Feng Xiaotian answered one by one, feeling very honored. Although he knew that these people were all looking on the account of Yi Yuan's face, that was why they greeted him like this. Hegemons were very strong, but he was really nothing in front of this powerful group. "All right, since everyone is here, then let's not delay. The blood race and Heaven One's hegemons are currently fighting fiercely. Seniors, please lend a helping hand," Yi Yuan said to everyone with clasped hands. "Let Brother Battle Sky lead the way. You stay behind," Long Jian said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I can feel that the Chaos Bloodstone's clone is about to come into being. If I'm not around, you all might not be able to handle it." These words were arrogant enough, but the expressions of Long Jian and the rest turned somber. The Chaos Bloodstone's clone coming into being, that must be a great beyond realm overlord. These people, really could not handle it. Long Jian frowned and said, "He's already coming into being. What can you, a measly little emperor vast heaven, do?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I have some means. Maybe it will have a surprising effect." Long Jian raised his eyebrows and said with a nod, "All right, let's go then." Hence, more than 10 hegemon realm powerhouses brought Yi Yuan and tore across the sky. West Sun City's main camp was dead silent. After a long time, Yang Qing suddenly said to Qin Shan, "You said that Yi Yuan was a traitor?" Qin Shan choked when he heard that, almost giving himself a slap. He said with a black face, "Rubus. Plus when did I say that? Yang Qing, don't think that you can fabricate rumors everywhere because you're strong. Traitor? You have got to be kidding. If he was really a traitor, Bring these few people here and he could sweep the entire Heaven One Alliance away. Chapter 30-24. Celestial Army Descending from Heaven. Chapter 30-24. Celestial Army Descending from Heaven. Above the void, sword intent crisscrossed. Zhuobuffan, one person and one sword, was seemingly a pine tree in heaven and earth, standing proudly. However, he was not a pine tree. Jizwa and Blood Sky, two great supreme hegemons joining hands, he was under too much pressure. Especially Blood Sky. He corroborated his Tao with spatial origin. His combat power was extremely formidable. Even if Zhuobuffan's sword was capable of destroying any stronghold, it was hard to do anything to him too. Under the two people's collaboration, his defeat seemed to have been certain. Boom. After a bout of fierce fighting, Blood Sky finally broke through Zhuobuffan's sword world, the power of origin slamming heavily onto his body. Zhuobuffan gave fled groan, his figure flying out backward. How could Jizwa be willing to let this opportunity go? Blood light shone brightly, directly chasing after. Whose plus a shocking sword light erupted bizarrely from Zhuobuffan's body, directly slamming onto Jizwa's body. Jizwa's body was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. But very soon, he condensed his figure again, looking at Zhuobuffan with a vigilant look. This guy was too troublesome. There were hundreds of millions of humans who cultivated sword Tao, but no one could achieve his level. This kind of pure to the extreme sword intent made his combat strength fearsome to the extreme. Zhuobuffan, you don't stand a chance. Keep fighting and you'll die. Jizwa said in a solemn voice. Jizwa, you don't need to waste your efforts anymore. One must first cultivate the heart when cultivating the sword. No matter how sweet your words sound, you can forget about wavering my sword heart. For a man, death is but death. What fear do us cultivators have? Zhuobuffan said coolly. Actually, after repeated great battles, Zhuobuffan was already severely wounded. But his combat strength did not diminish much. Jizwa and Blood Sky were very apprehensive of him too, wanting to use words to incite him into leaving. But Zhuobuffan was not moved at all. On the other side, Hegemon Cloudmount and Hegemon Blacksun had already fallen into a desperate situation too. The two of them were being besieged by 7 peak hegemons. Actually, the two of them were long already arrows at the end of their flight. At this time, they were just relying on willpower to fight. Old man Blacksun, we've fought for so many years. I didn't expect that we're going to die together today. How unlucky! Hegemon Cloudmount said unhappily. Hegemon Blacksun almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood and said with an angry roar, CKU, Cloudmount. You old undying, your mouth is really smelly. Cloudmount laughed loudly and said, Old man Blacksun, do you have any last wishes? Blacksun said, No last wishes. It's just that, when faced with imminent death, I'm somewhat missing the woman when I was in the lower realms. I can finally reunite with her. Cloudmount could not help laughing as he said, Reunite your head. You've already lived for D knows how many years. That woman has long entered samsara. Unexpectedly, Blacksun did not rebut and asked, What about you, old fogey? Cloudmount chuckled and said, There are no last wishes. It's just a bit regretful that I didn't get to see the day that little disciple of mine reached the apex. TCH, still thinking about that brat? I dare guarantee that that kid has definitely already been controlled by the Chaos Bloodstone. Give up on this. Blacksun said with certainty. CK your bullsh *T. Cloudmount could not resist swearing, but he suddenly sighed again and said, Old fogey Blacksun, it's about time. Blacksun nodded his head and said, Yeah, it's about time. keep dragging things out, and we won't even have the capital to put up a desperate fight anymore. Boom. Boom. Behind Cloudmount and Black Sun, two people, the door of eternal life appeared. Following that, the two people's life force dissipated rapidly, but their auras rose rapidly. They are offering up life force to obtain the power of eternal life. Everyone, be careful. After their life force is depleted, they will be dead men. On the Blood Race's side, Hegemon Qin Yao warned. Go F***ck yourself. Refine for me. In the void, Cloudmount directly materialized a large hand and refined a Blood Race Hegemon into blood mist. But sadly, the other party did not die. He recovered back anew very quickly. Reaching this realm, wanting to kill a Blood Race Hegemon was really far too difficult. Black Sun's strength also skyrocketed, directly demolished HI plusing a Blood Race Hegemon. But sadly, it was useless. Far away, when Zhuobufan felt the aura over here, his expression could not help dimming and he shouted, Bon voyage, two seniors. This Zhuo will follow right after. Cloudmount laughed loudly and said, Hegemon Bufan, being able to know you in this lifetime, I, Cloudmount, have the fortune of 3 lifetimes. The two of us old men will wait for you on the road. Also, everybody, the two of us old fellows will make a move first. A solemn and stirring atmosphere instantly spread out on the battlefield. Everyone knew that it had reached the moment of life and death. This battle was too difficult. They were indeed tired too. Although fighting with the Blood Race plunged the people into misery and suffering, the most tiring and strenuous were actually them, these Hegemon realms. This was because they were shouldering too many things. It was just that sadly, it still fell short of success at the last step in the end. Two seniors, take care. We'll follow right after. Two seniors have worked hard. Cloudmount, two people had surging auras, each finding their target and attacking crazily. In a blink, that Hegemon could not make it anymore. But their auras also weakened. Although this kind of method that ignited one's life force could exchange for a powerful offensive strength, the damage to one's own body was irreversible. Bang! Hegemon Qin Yao took advantage of Cloudmount's weakness and sneak attacked from the side, directly demolished HI plusing half of his body. Hegemon Cloudmount's aura was feeble, virtually without the strength to fight back anymore. Sigh, in the end I failed to take anyone down. How disgraceful! Heaving a sigh in his heart, he saw Hegemon Qin Yao charge over once more. This time, he could not move anymore. Death was coming head-on. Boom! At the moment of life and death, Hegemon Qin Yao's body flew out like a cannonball. Cloudmount's pupils constricted. What is going on? But very soon, he saw an afterimage glide past him, charging over toward Hegemon Qin Yao. That figure was berserk to the extreme. At the same time, an extremely familiar figure grabbed his disabled body, both eyes blood-red. Zhao Yu, tear this D.A.M. N thing to shreds for me. Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body to howl. Roar! Zhao Yu seemed to have felt Yi Yuan's fury. The him, who was originally ferocious, became even more violent. He really tore Qin Yao to pieces. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus one powerful aura after another suddenly descended. W. A.N. G's was pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, Dragon Clan. Vermilion Bird Clan. Soul Race. This. How is this possible? It was only to see Long Jian, Luan Qinghe, and Imperishable, 3 great supreme hegemons, directly joining the fight, instantly forming a pincer attack against W. A.N. Jizwa and Blood Sky. These 3 people were veteran supreme hegemons, their strength being unfathomable. Their combat power was much stronger than W. A.N. Jizwa and Blood Sky, these 2 newbies. Zhuobufan also looked at this scene in unbelievable shock. This scene was truly celestial soldiers descending from heaven. Who could have thought that 3 supreme hegemons would actually descend in grand bright jade complete heaven to help them resist the blood race? This kind of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. But it really happened. Ha ha ha. Hegemon Cloudmount suddenly burst out laughing. He was happy. He was really very happy. That moment when he saw Yi Yuan, he felt that there were no regrets in this life anymore. Chapter 30-25. Reversing the Battle Situation. Chapter 30-25. Reversing the Battle Situation. 10 great hegemons descending, the battle situation instantly had a reversal. This force was seriously too powerful. Under Long Jian, Luan Qinghe, and Hegemon Imperishable's pincer attack, W.A.N., Ji Zhuo and Hegemon Bloodsky were instantly suppressed. When W.A.N. Ji Zhuo's peripherals glimpsed Yi Yuan, who was hugging Cloudmount, his pupils could not help constricting. Yi Yuan, why would this guy appear here? Could it be that these top supreme powerhouses were actually brought by him? This thought was so shocking. It's this kid. Back then, it was this kid who destroyed this seat's spatial passageway. There was also Hegemon Bloodsky, who was similarly shocked. He recognized Yi Yuan. Back then, he thought that it was a spatial origin hegemon opposite the passageway. But only later on did he learn that that was merely a measly little saint sovereign heaven, that was all. A hegemon actually lost to a saint sovereign. Bloodsky nearly fainted in anger. Whose H plus a sword tore across the air, breathtaking to the extreme, hitting W.A.N. Ji Zhuo with incomparable precision. Boom. W.A.N. Ji Zhuo was directly blown into smithereens by Zhuo Bufan's sword. The eyes of the 3 great supreme hegemons lit up, and they could not help but take another look at Zhuo Bufan. Clearly, none of them expected that grand bright jade complete heaven actually had such an Astonis. Hi plus ing sword cultivator. Many thanks to everyone for helping out. I can still fight. Leave one person to help me. You guys go and help the rest. Zhuo Bufan held his sword while standing. Although heavily wounded, it did not affect his stubbornness in the slightest. Although 10 great hegemons descended, there were too many blood race hegemons. It was several times that of the Heaven One Alliance. Otherwise, this fight would not have been so difficult either. Zhuo Bufan's meaning was very clear. Kill the other hegemons first. Long Jian instantly determined the battlefield situation and said with a nod, Luan Qinghe, imperishable, the 2 of you go, leave this place to us. The 2 people naturally did not have objections, nodding slightly and leaving immediately. With 2 great supreme hegemons joining the fight, the surrounding battle situation instantly underwent a reversal. Originally, Heaven One's hegemons became fewer as they fought. There were not many left. Around 60 to 70 hegemons were besieging Heaven One's remaining 10 plus hegemons. One could say that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. But, with supreme hegemons and a group of peak hegemons joining, the combat power could be imagined. Dozens of hegemons were pushed back repeatedly. Zhao Yu, kill for me. Kill until he can't revive. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were blood-red. His roar could be heard distinctly across the entire battlefield. His current fury could be seen. Cloud Neon guarded by his flank, staying vigilant against other people's sneak attack. Zhao Yu ignored the others too, just focusing on Hegemon Qin Yao and attacking frenziedly. Hegemon Qin Yao was a peak hegemon too, his strength being very formidable. But, under Zhao Yu's berserk attacks, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. Zhao Yu's combat strength already approached supreme hegemon. Ordinary peak hegemons were not his match at all. Moreover, he was currently in a state of frenzy. Qin Yao was going crazy. F***ck, Cloudmount was not finished off by me alone. What are you fixated on me for? Cloudmount and Black Sun were very strong. He only succeeded after 7 great hegemons joined forces to attack 2. Furthermore, it was even under the situation where Cloudmount's life force was virtually exhausted. But this scene was coincidentally seen by Yi Yuan. Then Qing Yao fell into a tragedy. He saw through that apart from this Zhao Yu, the strength of the other peak hegemons were also just like that. Wanting to kill someone in the same rank within a short time was totally impossible. But Zhao Yu's strength was too strong. Master, this disciple came late. Yi Yuan's eyes were slightly red. He had encountered many sad things in this lifetime, but he had virtually never shed tears before. But Cloudmount really poured all of his love and care into Yi Yuan. He even did not stint to fall out with the Heaven One alliance for him. Therefore, when he saw this scene of Qing Yao sneak attacking Cloudmount, his entire person went completely mad. Not late, not late. Just in time. Haha, this seat hasn't died yet, what are you crying for? Cloudmount said with a laugh. Yi Yuan did not speak. Cloudmount would not die, but his life force expenditure was too severe. Furthermore, he was very heavily wounded. In the future, he would be equivalent to a cripple. This injury was very hard for Yi Yuan to repair, even if Yi Yuan reached the level of blooming a myriad flowers with one thought. Cloudmount's and Black Sun's injuries were an exchange with Heavenly Tao, using their lives to exchange for power. Unless Yi Yuan could defy heaven to change fate, otherwise, Cloudmount would be pretty much the same as a living corpse. To a peak hegemon who possessed a supreme status and strength, this was worse than killing him. But Cloudmount did not care at all. He was really very happy when he saw Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Haha, I really didn't expect that in merely a rushed 100 years you could actually have such accomplishments. Well deserving of being my, Cloudmount's, disciple. Old fogey Black Sun, are you very jealous right now? Ha ha. My youngest disciple's face-slapping means, really have this master's, style." Cloudmount laughed extremely happily. On the other side, Hegemon Black Sun was much more miserable. And body cared about him at all. He fell heavily onto the ground and could not move at all. Furthermore, the most important thing was that he got slapped again. Just earlier, he was still saying in all solemnity that Yi Yuan was controlled by the Chaos Bloodstone. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan brought a large group of experts, descending from the sky like celestial soldiers, overcoming the raging tides. Karma was really instant. Being controlled naturally became utter nonsense. With Heaven One's present situation, as long as Yi Yuan looked on indifferently, there was no need to put on such a big show at all. Let alone that even without the blood race, if Yi Yuan brought this force, it was sufficient to sweep across Grand Bright Jade complete heaven too. Quickly retreat. Return to the Blood God Temple. Jizwa yelled out, directly running wildly. Even if it was just Long Jian and Zhua Bufan, two people, he and Blood Sky were not a match either. He knew that this battle was completely lost. This force that Yi Yuan brought was simply destructive. To carry on fighting, everyone would die here. Under G's was word of command, dozens of hegemons turned around and ran. Although the people that Yi Yuan brought were strong, they were unable to stop so many people from running away too. However, Luan Qinghe and Imperishable, two people killed wildly all the way, annihilating more than 10 blood race hegemons. It was also that the blood race's revival ability was too strong. It was already very hard to be able to have this battle result. Of course, the most tragic was Qin Yao. He had Zhao Yu glued onto him, unable to shake off at all. Zhao Yu's speed and combat strengths were all above him. F*CKU, your father will fight it out with you. Bang. Then he was blown apart by Zhao Yu. Being killed over 20 times in a row, Qin Yao was finally unable to revive and died thoroughly. Master, I'll kill G's with that old dog to avenge you, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Master believes you. Over so many years, Master is tired too. This time, just nice that I can have a break. Cloudmount said with a smile. Yi Yuan's expression dimmed. He knew that Cloudmount was consoling him. However, he was powerless to do anything about it right now. Before long, the group of hegemon realms returned. Long Jian said, "Those two supreme hegemons were seriously wounded by us and executed spatial methods to escape. After killing more than 10 hegemon realms, the rest have all run away. Now what should we do?" All of the Heaven One hegemons were incomparably shocked, inclusive of Cloudmount. This dragon race supreme hegemon actually listened to Yi Yuan's orders. Correct, it was not discussing but awaiting Yi Yuan's orders. Chapter 30:26. Using himself as bait. Chapter 30:26. Using himself as bait. In the Blood God Temple, a group of blood race hegemons had solemn expressions. Body could have expected that the battle of genocide that supposedly was already in the bag actually failed. Blood Promise, are you a pig? Such a big defeat, you actually did not report the news. Jizwa had nowhere to vent his anger, directly venting his fury on Blood Promise. Blood Promise had an innocent look as he said with a bitter smile, Lord Jizwa, I also didn't know that Yi Yuan could actually bring so many powerhouses back. When he returned, there was only that monster around him. You still freaking think that you're in the right? Jizwa shot to his feet and was practically about to make a move. Blood Promise immediately withered up. When Blood Sky saw that the atmosphere was a little strange, he spoke up, all right. Brother Jizwa, Blood Promise didn't do it on purpose either. The Mother Stone is about to come into being right away. It's the most important thing at this time. Our urgent matter on hand is to defend the Blood God Temple. Yi Yuan brought so many experts back. He'll definitely attack the Blood God Temple. Jizwa nodded his head, only then letting it go. He gave a cold snort and said, Yi Yuan, this punk really lingers on relentlessly. If not for him, we'd have unified Grand Bright Jade complete heaven 100 years ago, and the Mother Stone would have long come into being as well. After the Mother Stone comes into being, this seat will definitely ground his bones into dust. Jizwa really hated Yi Yuan to the bones. Ever since Yi Yuan landed on Heaven One continent, he had ruined his certain victory plans God knows how many times. This time, he even brought a large number of hegemon realms, causing them a huge crisis. But, if the Mother Stone did not come into being, he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Boom! Before his voice faded, the Blood God Temple shook violently. The entire SPAC directly had a large hole that was blasted out. More than 20 hegemon realms descended upon the Blood God Temple's SPAC. This holy land was a highly guarded secret, but Yi Yuan was very familiar with this place, finding it was naturally as easy as blowing off dust. He let Zhou Pinespring bring Cloudmount and the few other heavily injured hegemons back to West Sun City first, and he brought Long Jian and the rest and directly charged into the Blood God Temple. F***CKU Yi Yuan, Jizwa finally could not resist swearing. He had not even caught his breath, and Yi Yuan already brought people and rushed over. More than 20 hegemon realms descending, it immediately fought until the sky and earth dimmed. The battle of hegemon realms rarely implicated ordinary people. But this fight was a battle of genocide. They naturally did not have any more qualms. Previously, Zhuobuffan they all launched a life and death great battle in order to block the blood race hegemons too. Jizwa brought a group of hegemons and rose up into the air. When he saw Yi Yuan, he could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. He said, Little saboteur Yi Yuan, this seat can't coexist under the same sky with you. Today, this seat will tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Don't, Lord W. A.N. Jizwa. I'm the blood divine son that you personally picked. It isn't nice for you to do this, right?" W.A.N. Jizwa almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood and cried out angrily, "Nice your head! Everyone, heed my orders. Kill this little villain at all costs." The aggro was drawn to the max. In an instant, dozens of hegemons rushed in like a swarm of hornets, the commotion shocking the heavens. The corners of Long Jian's mouth twitched slightly, and he said speechlessly, "Just how abominable is this guy? They are completely disregarding casualties." Luan Qinghe's mouth curled and she said, "This boy can draw aggro naturally. Have you forgotten how many powerhouses this guy provoked in the Eternal River?" Long Jian smiled bitterly and said, "Truly, once a scar is healed, the pain is forgotten. I almost forgot about this. This boy even summoned great beyond powerhouses back then. He, this supreme hegemon, nearly knelt down to two mighty great beyond powerhouses at that time. If not for me Tian returning, that would not have been resolved." Feng Xiaotian sneered and said, "This guy didn't do anything either. He just ran to the blood race and circled one round, became W.A.N. G's was appointed blood divine son, swindled the chaos bloodstone's origin of blood, killed off the blood race's genius juniors, and then completely wiped out hundreds of thousands of blood race elites. Now, he brought all of your excellencies and killed our way to the blood G.O.D. temple. W.A.N. G's naturally wishes to swallow him alive." The group of hegemons exchanged glances, all looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This kid could really cause trouble. However, the blood race schemed against all the heavens. Even the dragon race could not escape the misfortune too. Yet, they suffered losses at the hands of a measly little emperor vast heaven time and again. Got to admit, Yi Yuan was the blood race's jinx. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said to Zhuo Bufan with a smile, "Brother Zhuo, among the hegemon realms present, just solely in terms of offensive power, you're the well-deserved number one. Therefore, I'll have to count on you." Zhuo Bufan gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and said with a nod, "Rest assured, even if I die, I'll complete the mission too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's still a fight between you and me. You mustn't die." Everyone was rendered speechless again. You, a freaking emperor vast heaven, talked about fighting with a supreme hegemon, really not scared of spraining your tongue from talking big. But, unexpectedly, Zhuo Bufan just smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Clearly, he acknowledged Yi Yuan's statement. For some reason, the first time he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he had a feeling of a fated rival. Reaching his level of realm, every movement and action was equal to heavenly Tao. This kind of fate, only he himself could feel it deeply too. Just like Yang Qing chasing after Yi Yuan desperately, the goal that Yi Yuan had been chasing after all along was Zhuo Bufan. He already knew that he and Yi Yuan were both from the Rainclear continent. Furthermore, they were both ascenders. Some things could not be avoided. Finished saying, Zhuo Bufan's figure gradually faded away, disappearing from the army of hegemons. More than 50 hegemons rushed in like a swarm of hornets just for the sake of killing Yi Yuan. This kind of lineup, even if it was Long Jian they were under considerable pressure too. After all, hegemon realms were not some ant. Even if it was the most ordinary hegemon realm, they were also the pinnacle-most existences in this world. Unlike in other battles, W.A.N. Jizwa and the others' goal was very clear. It was to kill Yi Yuan. Kill! Long Jian shouted fiercely, his figure directly turning into a true dragon. Luan Qinghe did not dare to dawdle either, similarly turning into a Qing Luan 1. Two great true spirit bloodlines released their full combat power at this moment. Facing this horrifying battle, Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, his expression unchanging. Zhao Yu guarded closely beside him, helping him to block the aftershocks of the hegemon battles. He was intentionally standing here to be a target, in order to attract G's attention, creating an opening for Zhuo Bufan. This was the battle strategy that Yi Yuan planned before coming here. Zhuo Bufan only had one mission, which was to finish off the Chaos Bloodstone. The Blood Race hegemons all seemed to have gone crazy. They attacked the ranks frenziedly. Even if they were facing Supreme Hegemons, they were fearless too. In a blink, the Blood Race had more than 10 hegemons that were blown apart. But they revived again right away and continued attacking. Gizwa and Blood Sky, two people took the lead and erupted with all their strength. They had already entered a frenzied state, just for the sake of killing Yi Yuan. Finally, under the frenzied assault of more than 50 hegemons, the ranks on Yi Yuan's side had a gap that was opened up. Gizwa's two eyes lit up, and he laughed wildly as he said, "Yi Yuan, this time, I see if you still don't die." It. Long Jian secretly cursed and rushed over without heed for anything. A streak of BLOODY light tore across the sky, flying straight for Yi Yuan. Chapter 30:27. Divine Ability, 8 Spatial Celestial Pole Escape. Chapter 30:27. Divine Ability, 8 Spatial Celestial Pole Escape. Roar! Zhao Yu turned into a streak of lightning and met with this BLOODY light. This was his instinct. In order to protect Yi Yuan, he would spare no effort. Zhao Yu's combat strength approached Supreme Hegemon, but he was not when all was said and done. It was only to hear a loud bang. Zhao Yu was directly blasted flying. However, G's target from the very beginning was not Yi Yuan but Zhao Yu. How great was the power of a Supreme Hegemon's all-out blow! The terrifying aftershock rippled out, sweeping over toward Yi Yuan rapidly. Very soon, it completely engulfed him. Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan! The eyes of Long Jian and the others turned blood-red. They all did not expect that the Blood Race's hatred toward Yi Yuan was so great. In order to kill Yi Yuan, 7 hegemons died in this wave. This was exchanging multiple lives for a single life. 7 great hegemons. What kind of terrifying force was this? It was used to exchange for the life of an emperor vast heaven, just like that. It could be seen how crazed this bunch of guys were. Long Jian and the rest were caught off guard. Ha ha! This hateful punk is finally dead. Finally dead. G's was said with a wild laugh. With Yi Yuan dead, he was really happy until he was flying. If not for this brat, how could exterminating Grand Bright Jade complete heaven have been so troublesome? Right at this time, a figure crawled out of the void. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? It was just that the current Yi Yuan seemed like he was hauled out of a pool of blood, looking very scary. He made use of spatial rule and saved his own life with incomparable peril but was extremely heavily wounded. Yi Yuan beckoned his finger at Gizwa, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and said with a smile, "Lord Gizwa is very happy, huh? Having fought so many times with you, only this time your action is sable. But unfortunately it was off by just a little bit. Come again." The smile on Gizwa's gaze suddenly ceased. Such a strong aftershock, it was sufficient to even kill Emperor Sakra Heavens. This kid actually did not die. It's spatial rule. He comprehended a divine ability. Blood Sky said. He was a spatial origin hegemon. He was the most sensitive to SPAC. When Yi Yuan crawled out, he clearly felt the undulation of a divine ability, and he could not help feeling shocked in his heart. Divine ability was exclusive to at least origin powerhouses, but Yi Yuan was just Emperor Vast Heaven, and he actually comprehended a divine ability. G's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, "Divine ability?" Even Long Jian also said in shock, this boy. Hegemon Imperishable said, "This kid has a myriad origin seeds in his body, plus his comprehension in the path of S.P.A.C. is extremely deep. Comprehending a divine ability isn't strange either." Cloud Neon gave Imperishable a glance and said, "Lord Imperishable, you're being an armchair quarterback." Imperishable shot her a glare and said, "Oh, body will treat you as a mute if you don't speak." Fusing 4 great true spirit bloodlines, comprehending Saint Force, and also comprehending Chaos Divine Essence, he seemed to have taken the expressway when it came to comprehending rules. Just before returning to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he comprehended a divine ability, 8 spatial celestial pole escape. It was also by relying on precisely this move that he escaped alive from under W.A.N.G's hands. Roar! With an angry roar, Zhao Yu returned to Yi Yuan's side again. Forcibly resisting a blow from W.A.N.G's he was covered all over in blood too. However, he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Long Jian and the others also took this opportunity to close off the ranks again, not giving W.A.N.G's the slightest chance. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. One ray of BLOODY light after another shot out of the void, illuminating the entire sky like a blood-colored setting sun. A powerful aura instantly covered the entire Blood G.O.D. temple. The entire Blood G.O.D. temple S.P.A.C. actually started to crumble. It was because this region of S.P.A.C. was unable to withstand the power of the Chaos Bloodstone coming into being. It could be seen how strong this power was. W.A.N.G's Blood Sky, and the rest of the Blood Race hegemons, all revealed wildly ecstatic looks. "Ha ha! Yi Yuan brat, you brought so many experts. In the end, it's futile too. The Mother Stone is about to come into being right away. At that time, all of you will have to die. All will have to die." The look in W.A.N.G's eyes was full of fervent heat. Even if he had reached Supreme Hegemon, his subservience to the Mother Stone would not change in the least bit too. Blood Sky said agitatedly, "How many years has it been? This moment has finally arrived. The Mother Stone coming into being, the moment where my blood race will unify all the heavens and myriad worlds, has come. Welcoming the Mother Stone's birth. Welcoming the Mother Stone's birth. Welcoming the Mother Stone's birth." At this moment, the blood race hegemons actually ignored the experts around them, bowing down with devoutness one after another. When Long Jian and the others saw this surge of formidable power, each and every one of their expressions changed greatly. This kind of feeling was like the crumbling on doomsday. They could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan one by one. So strong. This pressure is absolutely not beneath progenitor Mi Tian. "Yi Yuan, can it really work?" Long Jian said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know either." The faces of the group of hegemons fell. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to smack this kid to death with a slap. This reply was wholly irresponsible. You freaking hoodwinked so many powerhouses over. In the end, it was coming to court death? Yi Yuan said coolly, "The few of you, stop deceiving yourself as well as others. With the Chaos Bloodstone coming into being, do you all think that you can stand aloof from the affair? He has 33 clones, all in the great beyond realm. The higher plane clones have long already been born, with their strength being unfathomable. After the 33 clones combine bodies, you all can imagine how strong he'll be. Maybe, he'll push open the door of eternal life in one go." All the hegemons stopped talking. This species war that swept across all the heavens was even more brutal than the Labyrinth Divine Palace's war back then. Just as Yi Yuan said, none of them could stay detached from the matter. This was saving Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and also their own self-redemption. I don't know about the other planes, But this grand bright jade complete heaven clone might be our only chance. As long as we seriously injure him, the Chaos Bloodstone won't be able to achieve grand completion, and it probably won't be that easy for him to push open the door of eternal life anymore. Yi Yuan continued. Haha! Shamelessly boasting little villain. A mere emperor vast heaven wants to deal with the Mother Stone too. Yi Yuan, don't you forget. You swindled the Mother Stone's origin and even plotted against him. He remembers these scores. After he is born, it will be your death date. Up in the heavens and down below ground, no one can save you. Jeez was said with a wild laugh. No one paid attention to him. Long Jian said in a solemn voice, Kid, how much confidence do you have? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, 10%. The faces of Long Jian and the others instantly turned black again. Just 10%, this is also too low, right? Long Jian said crossly. Who do you think this guy is? This guy is an existence that's going to sweep across all the heavens. I'm just a puny little emperor vast heaven. It's already very impressive to be able to have 10% confidence, alright? If you're capable, how much confidence do you have? Yi Yuan similarly said crossly. Long Jian was choked badly by Yi Yuan. Got to say, he really had no solution at all. Such a terrifying pressure, he could not get close at all. Although a great beyond powerhouse was a hegemon too, they were existences on another level. That was a realm of nothingness that could not be described. But without a doubt, each great beyond powerhouse was terrifyingly strong. In the void, Zhuo Bufan looked at the blood-colored heart in the distance and was silent. Suddenly, he sat down cross-legged, his body emitting a shocking sword intent. Chapter 30-28. Concerted Attack from Inside and Outside. Chapter 30-28. Concerted Attack from Inside and Outside. The sword intent grew stronger and stronger. If someone was here, they would definitely be in a trance, as if there was only this sword left in this heaven and earth. All around, the blood color was boundless, but it could not affect Zhuo Bufan. He was ACCU. Mulating momentum. In the fierce battle with Zhuo, it was naturally impossible for the other party to give him the chance to gain momentum. But, once Zhuo Bufan was done ACCU, mulating momentum, his offensive power would reach an extremely terrifying realm. But at this time, Zhuo Bufan was somewhat dazed. The opponent was too strong. But, unexpectedly, the Chaos Bloodstone did not attack him. Clearly, all of the other party's focus was on breaking through. Breaking out of seclusion was not an easy thing for the Chaos Bloodstone too. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, that heart's outer layer started to crack. An Astoni's H.I.+ing aura spewed out of the heart. Feeling this aura, Zhuo Bufan's sword intent could not help becoming sluggish too. So strong. Am I really able to defeat this guy? A trace of doubt was actually produced in Zhuo Bufan's heart. This power was really too strong. Amen? Why is there a brat around? Are you here to deal with me? No idea since when the Chaos Mother Stone already woke up. Zhuo Bufan ignored him and continued gaining momentum. What a strong sword intent, indeed rather capable. But this ancestor has already been born. Your bit of strength is insufficient. The Chaos Mother Stone continued. Zhuo Bufan still ignored the Chaos Mother Stone. He knew that his strength was inadequate, but since he came, he never thought of shrinking back. True courage was not about having the courage to do anything, but it was doing it even though one clearly knew that it was impossible. Rumble. An Astoni's H.I.+ing aura burst forth from the Chaos Bloodstone. Zhuo Bufan's heart tensed up. The Chaos Bloodstone was about to be born. But at this moment, the Chaos Bloodstone's aura was very unstable. Zhuo Bufan suddenly snapped open his eyes and cried out angrily, "Now's the time." As if his mind becoming more agile as luck hit, Zhuo Bufan immediately realized that the opportunity had arrived. A powerful sword intent that made people feel asphyxiated suddenly erupted. In an instant, the sword intent that he accu, mulat for a long time poured out. Haha, this sword is pretty good. But sadly, it's still too weak. Chaos Bloodstone said with a loud laugh. At the same moment in the outside world, Yi Yuan's bloodshot eyes suddenly snapped open. Now's the time, explode for me. With an angry cry, the 4 great true spirit bloodlines in Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted. A surge of saint force arrived inside the Chaos Bloodstone through the Tao Sword's sharing. The wisp of Tao Sword that was incubating in the Chaos Bloodstone directly exploded at this moment. Normally, this bit of power was naturally nothing. But, at the moment when the Chaos Bloodstone was being born, he was evolving from a non-living ent. One Tai to becoming a living ent. One Tai. One should not look at how his aura was boundless. Within his body, a Ma's Civ transformation was currently taking place. At this moment, inside out, it was when the Chaos Bloodstone was at its weakest. At this moment, any undulation would cause a fatal impact on the Chaos Bloodstone. While at the same time, Zhuobufan's Estones HI plus ing sword intent had arrived. Concerted attack from inside and outside. Yi Yuan and Zhuobufan never discussed the specifics. They just said to act according to Cirque stance. But at this moment, the two people's cooperation was brilliant to the max. Two forces wrecked the Chaos Bloodstone's vitality, like sweeping away dead leaves. The Chaos Bloodstone was actually powerless to resist. Arg! A furious roar could be heard, shocking heaven and earth. The current Chaos Bloodstone was furious to the extreme. Yi Yuan, it's you again. You again. This seat will definitely tear your corpses to pieces today. A bellow reverberated throughout the firmament. Pft! Yi Yuan also directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Detonating the Tao Sword, he suffered a great loss of vitality too. How sharp was the perception of Long Jian and the rest of the hegemons. The Chaos Bloodstone's Estones HI plusing aura seemed to have been dealt a staggering blow by someone, becoming dispirited and inert all at once. Success. Ha, kid, nice one. Long Jian said excitedly, while W.A.N. Jizwa and the rest of the hegemons had blank faces as they said, "This. How is this possible? The Mother Stone is invincible. How can you all possibly hurt the Mother Stone?" He did not take Yi Yuan's words earlier to heart at all. But now it was really realized. The Mother Stone's coming into being had failed. Yi Yuan, this guy actually really did it. But the Mother Stone was invincible. How could a measly little Emperor Vast Heaven possibly hurt him? Bang! A figure directly flew out of the void. Zhuobufan was directly blasted out. However, it was not a big problem. The Chaos Bloodstone was severely wounded and no longer had such great power. Brother Zhuo, beautifully done, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhuobufan also had an excited look as he said with a smile, "It's still you who's impressive. Without you, my sword couldn't have breached his defenses at all." Yi Yuan said, "Brother Zhuo's sword grasped the timing perfectly, truly remarkable." Zhuobufan said, "It's still you who was far-sighted and prudent to actually be able to execute such means that deceived everybody." All right. I know that the two of you are impressive. Stop bragging. I can't continue to listen anymore." Long Jian was speechless. These two guys were blowing each other's trumpets. It was really utterly shameless. How embarrassing. But they were really amazing. An Emperor Vast Heaven and a Supreme Hegemon who just broke through not long ago. The two people joined hands and actually inflicted serious injuries on a great beyond powerhouse whose strength did not pale in comparison to me Tian. This was really incredible. Boom. The void shattered. A streak of BLOODY light flew out. Everyone looked over and could not help laughing. The arrival was an ugly thing with a stone head. This ugly monster's aura was very chaotic, seemingly unable to be controlled at all. Judging by his aura, his current strength was at the very most, just an ordinary hegemon. Clearly, the Chaos Bloodstone's evolution had failed. Poo, poo, poo. Suddenly, one blood race hegemon after another exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist, pouring towards the Chaos Bloodstone. The expressions of Long Jian and the rest changed slightly. Sure enough, after absorbing the vitality of more than 20 hegemons, the Chaos Bloodstone's aura stabilized at Supreme Hegemon. But it was also merely just that. Yi Yuan and Zhuobufan's joint attack had damaged the Chaos Bloodstone's foundation, making him unable to complete his evolution. If he wanted to enter the Great Beyond Realm and thoroughly complete the evolution, it could not be done within a short time. He looked in Yi Yuan's direction and cried out angrily, "Little villain Yi Yuan, this seat will definitely kill you today. Everyone, heed my order. Kill Yi Yuan at all costs." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "My mission is already completed. I won't be staying behind to draw aggro anymore. Senior Long Jian, I'll leave this place to you all. I'm making a move." Finished saying, Yi Yuan executed his divine ability again, and made his getaway. Long Jian and the rest could not help being speechless. This guy slipped away so quickly. But it was indeed not a good thing for him to stay here. The aggro points were too high. They could completely imagine how furious the Chaos Bloodstone currently was. Although the blood race hegemon numbers were reduced sharply, with the addition of the Chaos Bloodstone, they improved greatly in terms of quality. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Chaos Bloodstone did not evolve completely, his combat power still could not be underestimated. This battle was still very difficult. Everyone, a measly little Emperor Vast Heaven took all the limelight. "We old fellows mustn't lose face. Kill!" Long Jian bellowed. Chapter 30-29 Return of the Hero. Chapter 30-29 Return of the Hero. "Master, I didn't expect that it's actually little junior brother who saved us in the end," Zhou Pinespring said with a bitter smile. "Haha, when have I, your master, made a mistake when judging people? Rather, it's some people who kept saying Yi Yuan got controlled by the enemy. In the end? This slap is resounding. Back then, if not for your father's persistence, this bunch of grandsons would all have to die today. Don't you agree, old fogey Black Sun?" Cloudmount was pleased with himself as he said. Black Sun was speechless. "In my view, this bunch of grandsons was jealous that I took in a fine disciple. Luckily, your father had no qualms in falling out back then to protect Yi Yuan. Now, it's equivalent to protecting Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. In the end, the greatest meritorious official is your father." Haha, Black Sun could not retort those words. These few days, he had already been beaten down by Cloudmount in waves. Those who got beaten down together with him were also those hegemon realms who were carried back. There was no way to live otherwise. Even so, these people themselves also could not help but sigh. The one who saved Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven, in the end, was not Divine Lord, not Zhuobufan, but it was Yi Yuan, this measly little Emperor Vast Heaven. Right at the start, they were knocked down by Cloudmount limitlessly. After posturing for half a day without anyone acknowledging, Cloudmount also felt rather bored and could not help but ask, "Old fogey Black Sun, do you think whether or not Yi Yuan they all can succeed?" The moment these words came out, everyone's hearts became fidgety again. After being silent for a long time, Black Sun said, "Back then, we've fought with the Chaos Bloodstone before. What do you think?" Cloudmount said somewhat irritatedly, "Your father is asking you." Black Sun shook his head and said, "Most likely, difficult. How strong a great beyond powerhouse is, you and I both know." Cloudmount's face was somewhat black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Aren't you implying that my youngest disciple went to court death?" Black Sun gave him a look and said, "Whether or not it's courting death, aren't you clear in your heart? But you still let him go, no?" Cloudmount shot him a fierce glare. He knew the answer a long time ago. It was just that he was not willing to go and think. That was all. Yi Yuan said that he had some means, but no matter what means he had, he was also just Emperor Vast Heaven. He could rampage in all directions because he brought back these supreme hegemons and not his own strength. Could a measly little Emperor Vast Heaven deal with a great beyond powerhouse? Cloudmount did not believe it. Black Sun, they all did not believe it either. The current Cloudmount had a head full of gray hair, his 2 eyes deeply sunken, and his severed limb was unable to regrow too. It was not much different from a mortal old man. Hegemon Cloudmount, who had once commanded the heavens, no longer had the image of spirit of a hegemon realm. The samsara that he had already transcended seemed to have been back on his body again. Swaz. Plus suddenly a figure appeared. It was Lee Clearcloud. Master, there's news from over there. Lee Clearcloud's face was full of abjectness. Cloudmount had a foreboding premonition, his heart thumping, nearly fainting away. Black Sun and the rest also sighed in their hearts, thinking to themselves, it was indeed like this. How is your little junior brother? Cloudmount asked tremblingly. Little junior brother Lee Clearcloud could not quite continue when he spoke up to hear. Cloudmount's gaze turned dark and he shouted coldly, How on earth is he doing? Suddenly, Lee Clearcloud's expression changed greatly, revealing a wildly elated expression as he said agitatedly, Little junior brother crushed the blood race, inflicting heavy wounds onto the Chaos Bloodstone. Jizwa and Bloodsky have virtually died. The blood race's hegemons are almost completely wiped out. Heaven One is greatly victorious. Ha ha ha. Everyone present did not wrap their minds around it. This sudden turn of events was seriously too sudden. What did you say? Cloudmount could not resist asking again. I said, Heaven One is victorious. Unprecedentedly victorious. The blood race has fled. We've restored glory to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Master, we won. Lee Clearcloud said agitatedly. Scoundrel. Ping Spring, kill this guy for me. If he dares to fight back, your father will expel him. Suddenly, Cloudmount exploded in anger. All right. Zhou Pinespring rubbed his fights and wiped his palms and pummeled brutally. 15 minutes later, Lee Clearcloud's face swelled up like a pig's head. He also had a deep-seated hatred toward eldest senior brother's behavior. Cloudmount looked at him and said with a sneer, You think that because Master's life force is depleted, you can deceive and betray your master? If Master's strength is still present, I'll definitely make you lie down for 10,000 years. He was really furious. This scoundrelly brat actually dared to trick him. Just now, he almost fainted. Lee Clearcloud said crossly, Right, I'm taking revenge on you. Who asked you to send me alone out at that time? Humph. Is it only you, Hegemon Cloudmount, who's very blee? Cloudmount choked when he heard that. It turned out that he was waiting for this moment. In the previous battle, Cloudmount foolhardily sent the dying Lee Clearcloud out at the risk of heavy injuries. In the end, this guy held a grudge until now. Bastard. This seat saved you. Did I save wrongly? Yes. You shoal. The group of hegemons was speechless, but they felt touched in their hearts. Cloudmount's current 1 sect 3 hegemons fell over each other in their eagerness to die. This really made people admire their actions. Counting the other 2 great hegemons from the extreme medicine sect who died, the extreme medicine sect with their 5 hegemons were almost completely wiped out. This hegemon-level sect really fought until the last man. Actually, a long time ago, after the blood race crisis erupted, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven did not have just those 60 hegemons. There were many hegemons who clung to life and feared death, directly fleeing. Those who remained were all heroes. But, among the extreme medicine sect 1 sect 5 hegemons, none of them ran away. However, this news was really too unexpected. Grand bright jade complete heaven is restored to glory? F*ck me. That's a great beyond powerhouse. How on earth did Yi Yuan that little b-a-s-t a-r-d do it? Exploit without equal. This is exploit without equal. Old fogey Cloudmount, you're remarkable. You took in a remarkable disciple. The group of disabled hegemons was incomparably excited. Grand bright jade complete heaven virtually collapsed at their hand. But Yi Yuan's return overcame the raging tides, and he actually virtually annihilated the blood race. Even the great beyond powerhouse, the Chaos Bloodstone, actually suck. You bet at his hands too. He achieved exploit without equal that even dozens of hegemons could not accomplish. Plus at this time, there was only admiration left in their hearts. Several days later, Yi Yuan and a group of hegemons returned, all of them carrying injuries. Even the incredibly powerful Long Jian sustained severe injuries too. In the final battle, Long Jian and Zhuo Bufan joined hands to deal with the Chaos Bloodstone, unleash. Plus-ing his ultimate innate divine ability, causing mutual destruction with the Chaos Bloodstone. Chaos Bloodstone was seriously injured once more. It was also precisely because of this that the Chaos Bloodstone came into being, bringing the remnant defeated forces and running away. In this battle, Long Jian made great contributions. Luan Qinghe, Imperishable, and the others, also sustained varying degrees of injuries. The most miserable was Yi Yuan. That attack from Zhuo was completely unexpected. Although Yi Yuan avoided a calamity by a fluke, he was actually seriously injured. Right now, he was carried back by Zhao Yu. But, no matter what, this war was fought extremely beautifully. Grand bright jade complete heaven had a great reversal during its moment of desperation, recovering its full glory. Without a hegemon realm to hold down the fort, the remaining bloodkins were already of no concern. Chapter 30:30 Heavenly Saint Yi. Chapter 30:30 Heavenly Saint Yi. Yi Yuan is mighty. Yi Yuan is mighty. Yi Yuan is mighty. The sound wave shook the sky. West Sun City boiled over with excitement. In these 100, they despaired more and more with each day. All the way until today, Yi Yuan killed back domineeringly, overturning the raging tides. In the hearts of the Heaven One powerhouses, Yi Yuan was already the incarnation of a god, an invincible existence. In fact, it already as said Zhuo Bufan. We all risked our lives and fought to the death. In the end, all the fame went to this kid. Who will we, a group of hegemon realms, find to reason things out with? Long Jian could not resist laughing as he said, "Isn't that so?" This seat's imperishable soul physique was almost scattered by that blood sky. In the end, there wasn't even a single thank you. Hegemon Imperishable was also sour as he said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said rather weakly, "The few of your contributions, this Yi bears it in mind." Long Jian smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that this seat is someone who hankers after fame and glory? This seat is finding it unjust for younger brother Bufan to talk about contribution, who in grand bright jade complete heaven can beat him. In the end, the moment you punk came back, USN. ATC head away all of his contributions." Yi Yuan's face turned black. This old man was intentionally making things difficult for him. This sowing of discord had no good intentions behind it. However, Zhuo Bufan did not care and said with a smile, "When a swordsman does things, it's based on their own conscience. As for contributions, Bufan has never thought about it before. When it comes to contributions, Bufan might really not be able to match up to Brother Yi." He walked out of Rainclear Continent and rendered amazing merits starting from Saint Sovereign Heaven. Without him, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would have long turned to ashes, and Bufan probably wouldn't have had the chance to corroborate my Tao. Long Jian was speechless. This sowing of discord was considered to have failed. He sighed emotionally and said, "Although Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven is a low-level plane, it produced many outstanding figures. How admirable!" The hegemons who came to help nodded their heads one after another. Cloudmount's and Black Sun's self-sacrifice, Zhuobufen's willingness to die rather than yield, many hegemons fighting until their last breath, all these events moved them. This was really very hard to see in other planes. Reaching hegemon realm, transcending samsara, one could live for countless years. Who had no qualms about dying. As long as they were willing, they could have abandoned Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and left. And, oh, body would have been able to do anything about them. But no one retreated. Were they fighting for themselves? No. These hegemons were fighting for trillions of lives. Ha ha! I knew that you, this kid, won't let your master down. Beautifully done, kid. Cloudmount laughed loudly and came up to greet. He was carried by Zhou Pinespring. Cloudmount himself was no longer able to fly. Cloudmount's right arm was already gone. His entire person overflowed with an old aura, like a flickering candle in the wind. But at this time, Cloudmount was full of high spirits and vigorous, not caring in the slightest. He was proud of this disciple. "Master, thankfully, I didn't fail the mission." Yi Yuan felt upset but still said solemnly. This old man was worthy of respect. Even Long Jian and the rest also bowed down to Cloudmount. Cloudmount hurriedly returned the courtesy and said, "The few of you mustn't do this. This old man is merely a peak hegemon. I have to salute when I meet everyone. You all are killing this old man like this." Long Jian said solemnly, "Brother Cloudmount is deserving of this bow." Feeling the sincerity of Long Jian and the rest, Cloudmount stopped putting up a pretense of dignity and said with a smile, "Cloudmount thanks everyone for lending a helping hand on behalf of my IGN disciple. I, this old fellow, am already crippled, but I still have several disciples under me. Although they are incompetent, they can still help everyone out. If everyone needs help, feel free to speak up." Long Jian nodded and said, "Then, I'll have to thank Brother Cloudmount very much." After a bout of small talk, the powerhouses went to treat their injuries. The news of Heaven One's great victory was also in the midst of continuous fermentation. The entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had completely sunk into the sea of wild ecstasy. At this moment, countless powerhouses hugged each other and cried without any care for their face. The deeds of Yi Yuan bringing all the powerhouses back and cruise. Hi+ing the blood race were turned into all kinds of versions, reaching every corner of the world. Although the likes of Zhuobufen and Cloudmount were similarly capable of evoking praises and tears, the person who determined the victory was Yi Yuan. I heard that back then, the Heaven One hegemons and blood race hegemons had a great battle. Hegemon Bufan nearly died. Yi Yuan descended from the sky with celestial soldiers, even killing a blood race hegemon with one punch. Then he brought 10 great supreme hegemons and swept away the blood race. Your boasting has no limit, right? Isn't Yi Yuan Emperor Vast Heaven? How did he kill a hegemon realm with one punch? What the hell, I do you know? Yi Yuan, this person can't be gauged with common sense. Have you seen before any Emperor Vast Heaven that could bring 10 hegemon realms back? Have you seen before a Saint Sovereign Heaven who could defeat hegemon realm Blood Sky? Have you seen before? Now that you say so, it really makes sense. Indeed, it's impossible for this sort of thing to happen to others. But it's really possible when it comes to Yi Yuan. No way. I'm going to join the extreme medicine sect. In this life, I'll only follow Heavenly Saint Ye's footsteps. Come. Go together. There was a saint after a great calamity. A saint that came down from heaven. Yi Yuan obtained the title of Heavenly Saint, no idea since when. The entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven fell into fanatic wars. Hi plus P of Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan had already been deified. The miracle battles in the past had all been dug out by his wars. Hi plus Pers. Although he was only Emperor vast heaven realm, in the eyes of those fanatic wars. Hi plus Pers, he was invincible. No matter how strong your opponent was, I could blow him up with just one punch. Hence, the name Heavenly Saint Yi gradually spread in the Heaven One Alliance. This limelight completely overshadowed Zhuobuffan. Of course, Zhuobuffan, Cloudmount, and the rest had their own supporters. But compared to Yi Yuan, that was far lacking. At the same time, Heaven One's counterattack was also actively being carried out. Feng Xiaotian and the rest of the completely unscathed hegemons led the Heaven One army and swept away the Blood Race's remnant defeated troop. Those who did not have hegemon realms could not stand up to a single blow in front of hegemon realm powerhouses at all. A month later, the injuries of all the powerhouses were somewhat in remission, and they gathered together. When Long Jian saw Yi Yuan, he bowed respectfully and said, paying respect to Heavenly Saint Yi. Hegemon Imperishable also bowed and said, paying respect to Heavenly Saint Yi. Heavenly Saint Yi is invincible. Feng Qingxian also gave a deep bow and said, Heavenly Saint Yi will live for generations to come and unify Heaven One. By the side, everyone from Heaven One tried their best to hold back their laughter. Yi Yuan's face became black as the bottom of a pot, and he said in a solemn voice, there's no fun if you all are like this. Long Jian said in surprise, how can it not be fun? Heavenly Saint Yi's punch is invincible. Although we are supreme hegemons, we have to be careful too. Yi Yuan's teeth creaked from grinding, and he said with a cold smile, when I step into hegemon, I'll definitely blow you up with one punch. Long Jian smiled and said, don't. You can blow me up with one punch right now. You don't need to step into the hegemon realm at all. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said crossly, all right, are you guys done yet? Now isn't the time to make jokes. One reversal can't turn the battle situation of all the heavens around. The most important thing now is to find Hegemon Samsara. I asked Hegemon Mi Tian that if there's anyone in this world that's his match, then there's only Hegemon Samsara. Chapter 30-31. Labyrinth Divine Palace appears. Chapter 30-31. Labyrinth Divine Palace appears. Find him? Give up hope. This old thing is mysterious to the extreme. Unless he takes the initiative to show himself, otherwise, no one can think about finding him. However, this old thing is really strong. Back then, if the Labyrinth Divine Palace did not disturb his cultivation, they would have probably long succeeded in unifying all the heavens. Long Jian knocked him down without the slightest mercy. Hegemon Samsara was the most mysterious existence among the hegemons in all the heavens. Similarly, an existence that was the worst to provoke. No one knew how strong he was. But, without a doubt, his strength was sufficient to make everyone hold him in awe and veneration. If one could find someone that could confront the Chaos Bloodstone in all the heavens, then it was none other than him. But unfortunately, if he did not take the initiative to show himself, no one could find him. Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Hegemon's soul intent. The latter smiled bitterly and said, O body can find progenitor Samsara, including Lord Heavenly Soul. Yi Yuan also sighed when he heard that and said, we inflicted heavy wounds on Blood 23. This is the best chance to utterly defeat him. He has already obtained 4 great Chaos True Spirit bloodlines. Once he studies it thoroughly, his strength will likely be unimaginable. After Blood 23's strength completely recovers, he might really be able to transcend the great beyond. Sigh, what a pity! Yi Yuan learned from Long Jian and the rest that this Chaos Bloodstone was called Blood 23. Everyone also guessed that the Chaos Bloodstone's clones in all the heavens were actually numbered in numeral order. For example, the Void Shrine illuminating heaven's clone was called Blood 2. With regards to this kind of situation, everyone also felt very regretful. But Hegemon's samsara, this kind of existence, was simply within sight but beyond reach. Everything could only be left up to fate. A discussion without a conclusion, in the end, they could only disperse on their own. The great battle stabilizing, Long Jian and the others naturally did not have the need to stay behind either and returned on their own. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had a Zhuobuffan holding down the fort. It was sufficient to defend themselves for the time being. Yi Yuan was also not someone who placed his hopes on others. Therefore, he also was secretly determined to work harder at cultivation. Having missed this opportunity, Yi Yuan felt that in the future, the Chaos Bloodstone would probably reach an extremely terrifying realm. It might be possible that even Hegemon's samsara would not be a match too. Of course, he was currently unable to understand that kind of realm, it was just a strong feeling. Thus, for everything, he could only rely on himself. Several thousand years later, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven welcomed a period of rare tranquility. There were 1,000 things that needed to be done. The extreme medicine sect had already become Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's supreme holy land, becoming the leader sect of all the major factions. Very soon, Yi Yuan and Zhuobuffan worked out plans and started to rest and recuperate. The extreme medicine sect, as well as the various major factions, opened up their resources to all martial artists. 10 years later, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven also gradually got on the right track. And in these 10 years, Yi Yuan inquired for intel from all world. The blood race seemed to have ceased all activities, suddenly disappearing without a trace. This piece of news made Yi Yuan even more uneasy. People with a discerning eye all knew that this was the quiet before the storm. After the Chaos Bloodstone emerges, that would be a battle that swept across all the heavens. Fortunately, Yi Yuan and the others inflicted heavy wounds on Blood 23. If the Chaos Bloodstone wanted to transcend the Great Beyond, it would not be that easy too. For more than 10 years, Yi Yuan did research on bloodlines while cultivating. Jiang Zhenan still had some deformities but already mostly recovered, and he did not seem so frightening anymore. For the sake of his brothers who suffered the same disaster as him, he was willing to be Yi Yuan's experiment. However, the result of the experiments made him more and more ecstatic. He really saw hope. Of course, Zhao Yu's situation was more complicated than theirs. Yi Yuan was also at a loss on what to do for some time. Thus, Jiang Zhenan became even more respectful and held even greater esteem for Yi Yuan. This kind of peaceful situation lasted all the way until the 17th year after the war. On that day, all the heavens shook. Above the void, an enormous group of palaces emerged. It looked like a mirage. Those palaces were towering and grandiose, giving people a heavy feeling of majesty. What is this? Why do I feel like it's the end of the world? Could it be that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven is going to suffer a great calamity again? What a mysterious palace. Why do I feel like I'm suffocating from so far away? You guys look. There's a sageway there that seems to lead straight to the palaces. Above the palaces, a sageway extended out. It was just that the people were wavering and not advancing, not daring to go to the sageway. Suddenly, several powerful auras appeared above the void. The moment people looked, their hearts immediately calmed down greatly. The arrivals were precisely Zhuobuffan and Yi Yuan and the others. Yi Yuan looked at the palace phantoms in the distance. A familiar feeling arose spontaneously. Is that the Labyrinth Divine Palace? Yi Yuan said. Labyrinth Divine Palace? Zhuobuffan was somewhat confused. Clearly, he did not know about the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The Labyrinth Divine Palace swept across all the heavens back then, causing countless casualties. But it also formed a disjointed generation in that era. Apart from some of the old fellows, there were not many people who knew about the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was already ruled by the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then. Even Cloudmount, this kind of powerhouse, was also a hegemon powerhouse who rose up after the Labyrinth Divine Palace fell. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's the Labyrinth Divine Palace. There's no mistake. This is the real Labyrinth Divine Palace, where their holy land is." This palace's style and aura were exactly the same as the small Labyrinth Divine Palace that Yi Yuan had once entered. But that kind of abstruse aura was much stronger than the small Labyrinth Divine Palace. Therefore, Yi Yuan determined that this must be the real Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was just that why would this Labyrinth Divine Palace appear here? He recounted the origins of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, making everyone dumbfounded from listening. A hegemon said with a solemn expression, "You're saying that after the Labyrinth Divine Palace's war, the entire Holy Land went missing. Why did it suddenly appear here now? Could it be that they are going to stage a comeback again?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This palace is very illusory. It's not where its main body is. Being able to create such an effect for a palace, this method is truly inconceivable. It's just that this palace has a lifeless atmosphere. It has probably long been desolate. It probably won't bounce back." That hegemon realm expert then said somewhat fearfully, "But, even I, this hegemon realm, feel a huge crisis." This palace gave him a very dangerous feeling. In this world, there were not many places that could make hegemon realms feel danger. Zhuo Bufan suddenly said, "Why don't I go and probe it first?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I know that Brother Zhuo's sword Dao is fearless, but the terror of the Labyrinth Divine Palace isn't what you can imagine. Although you're a supreme hegemon, if there's really a danger, you might not be able to escape too. We'd better not act rashly without careful consideration." Suddenly, the void trembled, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before everyone. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, he looked toward the palace in the air, his expression solemn. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with joy, "Senior Mi Tian, I was just about to go find you. I didn't expect that you would actually come." Mi Tian nodded his head and said, "Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven indeed has it too." Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said, "Why? Could it be that the Labyrinth Divine Palace actually appeared in Void Shrine illuminating heaven too?" Chapter 3032, Heavenless. Chapter 3032, Heavenless. Mi Tian nodded his head and said, "That's right. If my guesses are correct, the Labyrinth Divine Palace should have appeared in the 33 heavens." Hiss! Everyone present could not resist drawing a cold breath. This Labyrinth Divine Palace is also too powerful, right? Establish. Hi plus ing pas. Sageways in the 33 heavens at the same time, this is truly incredible skill. Hasn't the Labyrinth Divine Palace already fallen for hundreds of thousands of years? What is coming up with this for? Everyone was incomparably shocked. This display was seriously too grand. Even great beyond realm powerhouses could not do it to this extent too. This Labyrinth Divine Palaces might had already exceeded everyone's imagination. How can this be? Could it be that the Labyrinth Divine Palace really rose again from the ashes? Yi Yuan said with a frown. A chaos bloodstone already sent the 33 heavens into a precarious situation. Adding in a Labyrinth Divine Palace, that would really be turning things completely upside down. The blood race had just stopped for a few days, and the Labyrinth Divine Palace came out to cause trouble again. Heavenless, this fellow is a genius and also a madman. Body knows what he wants to do. However, since he caused such a big hoo-ha, I reckon that he probably hasn't given up yet. Mi Tian looked at the Labyrinth Divine Palace and said with a heart loaded with worries. Heavenless was the Labyrinth Divine Palace's last palace master. This person's strength was formidable until it reached the horizon. Back then, many great beyond powerhouses joined forces and could not do anything to him either. It was only when Hegemon Samsara made a move that they were able to suppress Heavenless. However, That did not mean that his strength was weaker than Hegemon's samsara, because who he faced were the entire 33 heavens powerhouses. It was just that the powerhouses present did not know how strong Heavenless was, but they felt that Tian was very strong. In fact, he was even stronger than those supreme hegemons who came back then. Then his ident. 1. Tai was obvious. Great beyond powerhouse. Yuan, this fellow was actually talking in a jovial manner with such a powerhouse. Indeed, well deserving of being heavenly Saint Yi, impressive. At this time, the wind and clouds surged above the void. Finally, it turned into a figure. That figure had an unmatched heroic spirit, looking down on the world as if everything in the world was not in his sights. When Tian saw that figure, his entire body could not help trembling. Heavenless! Right at this time, Heavenless opened his mouth. I am called Heavenless. Heavenless in defying human and heavenly laws. 1. You all might not know who this seat is. It doesn't matter. I'll let you all witness this seat's strength first. It was only to see Heavenless smack a palm down before his voice faded. In an instant, everyone's expression changed wildly. In an instant, it was like the sky had fallen down. Everyone present, no matter if they were strong or weak, all felt like they were going to die. Boom! With a single palm pressing down, the earth quaked and rivers flowed in reverse. Grand bright jade complete heavens, 3 continents trembled, with mountains swaying. Even those hegemons in the air also fell down one after another, unable to stand firm. Only Tian could stand firm under this palm. Zhou Bufan's figure shook heavily, his body bursting forth with an unparalleled powerful sword intent. Only then did he stabilize his figure. Meanwhile, Yuan did not fall under Tian's care. At this time, there were only the 3 of them still standing in the air. So strong. This kind of strength is simply unreasonable. Why do I feel like he can demolish Grand Bright Jade complete heaven with a palm? Great beyond powerhouses aren't strong to this extent either, right? Yuan drew a cold breath. This Heavenless was too strong. He had always heard Tian say that the Labyrinth Divine Palace swept across all the heavens back then and was just a tiny bit away from succeeding. Actually, in his heart, he more or less still felt that it was somewhat exaggerated. After all, there were still so many great beyond powerhouses across all the heavens. But today, he believed it. This hegemon Heavenless was really unbelievably strong. Furthermore, this was just a phantom. If his original self was here, he could really level Grand Bright Jade complete heaven to the ground. But, even if it was a phantom, it was shocking enough already too. No idea how long had passed, said Aether. Everything returned to tranquility. Heavenless continued, You all must be very curious why I'd suddenly appear, and why did I demonstrate my might to you all. Actually, it's very simple. This seat needs a successor, and you all also need to become this seat's successor. Back then, on the brink of this seat's demise, I predicted that several 100,000 years later, the 33 heavens will still have another calamity. This calamity will be even more terrifying than the Labyrinth Divine Palace. And you all need to accept this seat's legacy before you can make it through this calamity. This seat was unwilling to disappear from this heaven and earth, so I hid the Labyrinth Divine Palace in the Eternal River with a great divine ability. Now this seat has returned. Your chance has also come. Paas, sing through this Paas sageway, you all will be able to reach the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Then you all will go through layers of selection, entering the real Labyrinth Divine Palace. This seat will wait for you all here. Finished saying, Heavenless disappeared. These words sounded out in all planes of the 33 heavens at the same time. All the heavens were shocked. Without a doubt, this was an extremely terrifying existence. Becoming his successor, one would undoubtedly become a paramount existence of the 33 heavens. Even great beyond powerhouses would not be a match too. This temptation was really great. Furthermore, Heavenless even pointed out that he had long predicted the calamity of the blood race. This method was for the sake of dealing with the blood race. Pray tell, who would not be moved? Grand bright jade complete heaven, there were already many people who were raring for action, wanting to enter the Pa-S Sageway. What do you think, senior? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. Mi Tian smiled bitterly and said, Heavenless isn't someone loves who do philanthropic work. He must have other goals in doing so. However, if one can really obtain his inheritance, they might really have hopes of resolving the peril of the blood race. Yi Yuan said in surprise, He's so strong? Mi Tian nodded and said, Stronger than you imagine. The second door is a realm with a huge disparity. Each step taken is incredibly difficult. His strength back then was not beneath samsara's. Even Yi Yuan could not help drawing a breath of cold air too. He did not expect that this heavenless was actually strong until such an extent. Actually, you humans are the race with unlimited potential. You all don't have powerful innate conditions but can be on equal footing with the various races from all heavens. This already ill. You, Estrata's the problem. Your comprehension ability and disposition are unmatched by the other races. And Heavenless is the strongest genius born in these countless tens of thousands of years. If not for him being too radical back then, he might have long already transcended the great beyond. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, In that case, this is an openly done scheme? Even if you all, these old seniors are still around and know what he did back then, you're still going to enter it? Mi Tian nodded his head and did not deny it. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Then is he dead or not? Mi Tian thought about it and said, Back then, old man Samsara led 17 great beyond powerhouses and inflicted serious injuries on him, and surrounded him at the Sore of the Eternal River. He saw that the situation was beyond salvation, so he jumped into the Eternal River. No one can survive in the Eternal River. He did not answer Yi Yuan directly, but Yi Yuan discerned some uncertainty from his words. No one could survive in the Eternal River, but it did not mean that Heavenless could not either. Even so, this chance was very slim. Chapter 30-33 Vertical Heaven Stairs. Chapter 30-33 Vertical Heaven Stairs. Abyss Pa-S Origin Grotto Heaven, one of humanity's 3 great heavens. This place was humanity's world. It had the human race's top major powers. Of course, the geniuses here were also akin to schools of carps crossing the river, beyond counting. Above the void, several figures looked down, their faces full of pride. A group of ant-like things. Do they really think that there's something like a meat pie falling from the sky in this world? Even if they pass through this vertical heaven stairs, would this inheritance really fall on their heads? The one who spoke was a young master. He was called Zhuo Qingyang, the direct descendant of the Zhuo family that was the top family of Abyss Pa-S Origin Grotto Heaven. He and these few people around him were all the most talented juniors of Abyss Pa-S Origin Grotto Heaven. Their strength was unfathomable. These few people were, respectively, the Melody Nether Heavenly Sex Lu Haoran, the Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilions Wan Jiningen, and the Zhoutian Emperor Palaces Zhou Xianchen. These 4 great factions virtually represented the apex of the human race. Back then, the Labyrinth Divine Palace fell, but it pushed the human race to the apex of all the heavens. Abyss Pa-S Origin Grotto Heaven, Vast Court Firmament Limit Heaven, and Han Chong Miao Qing Heaven rose domineeringly and were called humanity's 3 supreme heavens. Humanity's 3 supreme heavens with 13 major factions and more than 10 great beyond realm mighty experts could even suppress Void Shrine illuminating heaven by a notch. Zhuo Qingyang, Lu Haoran, Wan Jiningen, and Zhou Xianchen, this batch of people, virtually represented the strongest standards in all the heavens for humanity's young generation. Each of these people had the strength to jump realms and fight. They were strong to the extreme. Please support our read novel full. Com. Therefore, the numerous living beings below them naturally could not enter their sight. Vertical heaven stairs was that Pa's sageway leading to the labyrinth divine palace. Only by Pa's sing through the Pa's sageway was it considered completing the first test. In every heaven and myriad worlds, how many did the human race numbered? Naturally, not everyone had the qualifications to enter the labyrinth divine palace. TCH said it like this: meat pie can smash on your head. Zhou Xianchen said with a disdainful look. Zhuo Qingyang was not angry either, saying coolly, who doesn't know how to brag? Actions speak louder than words. It's time to see what someone is worth in a while. Unparalleled beauty W. A.N. Jiningen, she was like her name, as if she was otherworldly. It seemed like glancing at her would blaspheme her sacred face. Only to see her slowly open her mouth and speak as beautifully as heavenly melody, brothers, will make sense. Actually, there's no need for this kind of selection at all. Disregarding the other races, just talking about humanity, those who break out in the end won't exceed the scope of 13 major factions. There's no need for those low-level planes at all. That Heavenless is amazingly talented. He can even predict the future. But, in my view, it's also nothing more than this. Zhou Xianchen and the rest nodded one after another. Actually, they were very much in agreement with this kind of view. It was just that these people were also secretly contending with each other and deliberately ridiculing the other party. That was all. Zhuo Qingyang said, "Can't be bothered to be long-winded with you guys here anymore. I'm going down first. It's time to let these ants feel ashamed of their unworthiness and beat a retreat in the face of difficulties." Finished talking, Zhuo Qingyang's figure moved and entered the vertical heaven stairs. Zhou Xianchen's mouth curled, and he said, "This guy is really someone who'll itch all over his body if he doesn't posture for one day." Sure enough, a series of exclamations came over from the vertical heaven stairs very quickly. So fast. Who is that, to actually be able to ignore the great Tao pressure? That's the Zhuo family's Zhuo Qingyang. Well deserving to be called the #1 young master across all the heavens. His strength is really too strong. With him around, so what even if we climb up the vertical heaven stairs? Sigh, the gap is too big. I knew that I was ting above my league. But I'm really unwilling. Everyone, don't give up. Even if you can't obtain the inheritance, as long as you can enter the labyrinth divine palace, the harvest will be huge too. Within the vertical heaven stairs, many people started to feel ashamed of their unworthiness. But some people were naturally stubborn and were not willing to give up easily. It was just that at this time, it was long already a blurry mess of flesh and blood within the vertical heaven stairs. Vertical heaven stairs, 99,999 step. The higher up, the greater the great Tao pressure. Some people could not withstand the great Tao pressure, and were directly crushed into minced meat. Just this difficulty was HELL level. Those who were not true geniuses could not climb these 100,000 step stairs at all. However, this great Tao pressure was very fair. It had no requirement on cultivation realm. What it tested was only understanding of Tao. Even if you were only lesser sublime heavenly stratum, if your understanding of Tao was very deep, there was hope to pass the test too. It was fine if cultivation realm was low, one could slowly comprehend. Suddenly, several more figures in the crowd went up quickly. It was precisely Lu Haoran and the rest. The three people turned into three afterimages, chasing right after Zhuo Qingyang, the speed swift until the fleshy eye could not see clearly. The three people's appearance naturally set off another wave in the vertical heaven stairs. These four people's strengths were seriously too strong. Others had difficulty moving their feet on the vertical heaven stairs, but they were akin to flat ground. They even displayed movement techniques, not affected in the slightest. This could not help making everyone sigh emotionally. The difference between people was really too great. The four people's movement techniques were extremely fast. The first 50,000 steps could not stop their footsteps at all. After 50,000, their speed gradually slowed down. But they were much stronger than the rest too. Regarding the steps in front, the great Tao pressure was negligible to them. Therefore, these few people were virtually running neck to neck. All the way until 70,000 steps later, some disparity finally gradually showed. He Zhuoqingyang, you're too slow. At this rate, you'll be caught up to by me. Lu Haoran said. Among the few people, he talked the least, but his strength was very strong. Of course, the few of their strengths were all almost on par. Even if they were worse, they were also not much worse. But, concerning this vertical heaven stairs, 99,999 steps could divide the strength clearly. Some things were obvious at a glance. Sure enough, Zhuoqingyang had a black face and did not say a word. However, Zhuoqingyang was not willing to easily admit defeat either and mustered up all of his strength. Swaz. H. Plus Zhuoqingyang's figure leaped, directly jumping onto the platform. He looked at the Lu Haoran behind him and ridiculed. Lu Haoran, Zhou Xianchen, you guys are merely thus. However, Fairy Ningyan being in the first place, this Zhuo is convinced. What this vertical heaven stairs competed in was time. He was the first to enter the vertical heaven stairs. That was why he was first to climb up to the platform. But at this time, the time that W. A.N. Ningyan used was the least. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus 3 figures virtually got on the platform right after another. And below them, people were still working hard to climb. These 4 people actually caught up from behind. The first batch climbed onto the platform. Lu Haoran said coolly, "What are you being smug for? I only used 80% of my strength. You've probably already used all of your strength, right?" Zhou Xianchen also said disdainfully, "I only used 80% of my strength too." This position of first place naturally has to be given to Fairy Ningyan. W. A.N. Ningyan's brows furrowed and he said, "Why? Could it be that my first place still needs to be handed out as charity by you guys?" Zhou Xianchen smiled and said, "Look at this mouth of mine. Fairy Ningyan is the number 1 fairy maiden across all the heavens. Why would she need others to give alms? I was only angering Zhuoqingyang earlier. Fairy Ningyan's first place is well deserved." W. A.N. Ningyan snorted coldly and said coolly, "Stop being talkative. Let's go take a look at the All Heavens list, and see who's number 1 on this vertical heaven stairs." Chapter 30-34. Compet.I. Tie-in between myriad races. Chapter 30-34. Compet. 1. Tie-in between myriad races. What's there to look at? The All Heavens list's number 1 is definitely Qin Baichuan, that dead person face. Zhuoqingyang said crossly. Qin Baichuan, vast court firmament limit heavens bright yellow heavenly sex number 1 person. Of course, he was also the strongest genius of humanity's 3 supreme heavens. Zhuoqingyang and the rest were peerlessly talented too, but compared to Qin Baichuan, they were still a notch worse. That might not be the case. Many years have already said since the 3 heavens compet. 1. Tie-in. I.W. A.N. Ningyan, don't feel like I'll lose to that dead person face. W. A.N. Ningyan said unconvincedly. Zhou Xianchen also said, "Right, I've always been unconvinced by that dead person face. These few years I've suffered a lot in order to defeat him. I don't believe that I, Zhou Xianchen, will be worse than others." These geniuses were all existences standing at the peak of all the heavens. They even had hope of stepping into the great beyond realm in the future. How could they submit to people easily? In their eyes, their opponents were always just themselves. A large rock was standing erect at a remote end of the platform. On the large rock, many names were engraved densely. This was the all-heavens stone that recorded the vertical heaven stairs results ranking. The top 10 names were especially eminent. The aura of great Tao emitted from the gilded large characters. Everyone looked over. W.A.N. Jininyan's name was shockingly ranked first. Haha, congratulations Fairningyan, for overpowering all the heavens, Zhuo Qingyang said with a loud laugh. W.A.N. Jininyan had a peerless apartment I-tude. These few people naturally had the heart to court her. Therefore, they were all showing it openly and covertly. Zhou Xianqian also said, Fairy Ningyan is impressive. Huang Zhen and Yang Daiyun have also lost to you this time. Fairy Maiden has gained face for our Abyss Pa's origin grotto heaven this time. W.A.N. Jininyan did not get carried away and said lightly, Qin Baichuan hasn't made a move. What's there to congratulate? Zhuo Qingyang said, Fairy's words are not right. Even if he makes his move, can he win Fairy with certainty? In my view, the odds of winning between you guys is merely 50-50. Zhou Xianqian nodded and said, I agree with this. It's really not flattering Fairy. Just now, the strength that Fairy exhibited, it is much stronger than during the last 3 heavens compet. 1. Tian. It can be seen that Fairy buried yourself in cultivation these few years, and also made tremendous improvements. This show examines my own conscience. I'm most likely not Fairy's match anymore. These words were half flattering, half sincere. Many years had passed, said, and everyone's strength all made tremendous improvements. If he really faced off against W.A.N. Jininyan, Zhou Xianqian touched his own heart and felt that he would not lose. But W.A.N. Jininyan's improvement was indeed huge. He did not dare to underestimate it too. This vertical heaven stairs was merely the preliminary test to them. They naturally would not bring out their full strength. No one would be silly enough to expose all of their trump cards here. Of course, they were not willing to be outdone by others. So 80% strength still had to be brought out. Indeed, as expected, the top 10 geniuses on the list, they're now all the 3 heavens geniuses. This all heavens list only recorded 1,000 names. Although the number was not little, looking across the 33 heavens, how many geniuses were there? Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all amazingly talented individuals. None of them were mediocre. However, the further behind the rankings, the greater the changes to the names. Many people had already been squeezed out of the top 1,000. Rather, it was the top 10 that stood firm. Finally, the top 10 names moved. W.A.N. Jininyan's name actually dropped by a place. The name that was ranked first was shockingly Qin Baichuan. This guy is really unwilling to be outdone by others, W.A.N. Jininyan said with a sigh. Everyone was not surprised by this scene. If Qin Baichuan faded into the crowd, that would be something that surprised people. Up to this point, the top geniuses of humanity's 3 supreme heavens finally all go onto the all heavens list. Everything was within expectations. First place, vast court firmament limit heaven, humanity's Qin Baichuan. Second place, abyss Pa's origin grotto heaven, humanity's W.A.N. Jininyan. Third place, Han Chong Miao Qing heaven, humanity's Lin Rua. Humanity's 3 supreme heavens each occupied a place. The others were also crisscrossed between the 3 heavens, pretty much the same. Alright, the die is cast. There's nothing to see anymore. What's left is just waiting for the labyrinth divine palace to open, W.A.N. Jininyan said coolly. Before her voice faded, the all heavens list had a new change again. Furthermore, this change was even the first place. Qin Baichuan's name was shockingly squeezed down by someone. Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Feng Qingxian? Why? The Vermilion Bird clan joined in too? W.A.N. Jininyan said very unhappily. Actually, the Partic 1P Asian of the other races was also something within expectations. After all, Heavenless' reputation was too resounding. Those old undyings who had experienced the chaos caused by war would definitely make their descendants come and give it a try. What W.A.N. Jiningen was unhappy about was that Feng Qingxian actually took the first place away. Fairy doesn't need to be like this. How can these true spirits have as great a potential as us humans? Moreover, Fairy had not used your full strength. Zhou Xianqian consoled her. Yeah, these guys deliberately used all of their strength in order to SNATCH first place. I reckon that Qin Baichuan didn't use his full strength too, Zhuo Qingyang said. W.A.N. Jiningen just gave a cold snort and did not speak. But her gaze never left the All Heavens list. The other few people also started paying attention to the All Heavens list. They all realized that the inheritance struggle this time would probably be unusually fierce. Very soon, a change happened to the All Heavens list again. The second place Qin Baichuan was squeezed to third place. The second name shockingly became Infinite Overcast Oath Heaven, Fiend Races Kong Tan. With this, everyone was no longer calm. Before long, changes happened to the All Heavens list again. The third place Qin Baichuan was squeezed to fourth place. The third place name became Thoughtless River Reason Heaven, Feather Races You Ran. Feather Race. The top three places were occupied by the Fire Phoenix Clan, Fiend Race, and Feather Race respectively. Humanity's geniuses were actually all suppressed. D.A.M. it. If I knew long ago, I should have gone all out. Now, it's really an utter loss of face. W.A.N. Jininyan's face revealed a hint of frostiness. She was already squeezed to fifth place. This ranking made her, a proud person, somewhat unable to accept it. Even Zhuo Qing and the rest had their intestines turn green with regret too. They felt very depressed, having a feeling like they were schemed against by someone. Heavenless' move was too ruthless. This was stewing the myriad races in all the heavens in one pot. This kind of Tian was too fierce. It was really a single misstep that would bring everlasting regret. Sigh, we'd have exerted our full strength if we knew earlier. With Fairy Ningyan's strength, overpowering that Fire Phoenix Clan's little wench is absolutely a sure deal. Zhuo Qingyang said. He was already squeezed to ninth place. Right at this time, a change happened to the ranking list again. This time, the change was the first place. Feng Qingxian was squeezed to second. First place, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Human Races Yang Qing. W.A.N. Jiningen and the rest exchanged glances with shock on their faces. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, what the H.E.L.L.? A human that came out of this kind of low-level plane actually overpowered the Vermilion Bird Clan, Fiend Race, and Feather Race? Where did this guy pop out from? These few human heavens chosen all had struck senseless faces. They were all regretting what happened but did not think that a nameless person who came out of a low-level plane actually suppressed the juniors of myriad races, becoming number 1. Chapter 30-35. First place, Lackle.U.S.Ter. Chapter 30-35. First place, Lackle. U.S. Ter. The first place is actually not Yi Yuan? Feng Qingxian stared at the All Heavens list, her brows slightly furrowed. In her view, Yi Yuan was the well-deserved number 1. What was with this Yang Qing? In my view, he shouldn't have climbed the vertical heaven stairs yet, right? He comprehended Chaos Great Tao and also fused with the 4 great true spirit bloodlines. It's impossible to be worse than us, Long, he said. His results were pretty good too, squeezing into the top 5. After losing to Yi Yuan, Long he also reflected on the bitter lesson, and he actually broke through to half Chaos Grade bloodline a few days ago. This time, the geniuses in all the heavens will definitely be making a move. The compet. 1. Tian will be extremely fierce. But, up until now, the vast majority of the geniuses have already made a move. Is this guy deliberately going to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the end? Feng Qingxian said unhappily. At this time, the compet. One Tian of the All Heavens list had already entered the white-hot stage. The top 10 names were constantly refreshed. Hi Plusing, W. An, Jiningyan, Zhua Qingyang, and the others were already squeezed out of the top 10. Even Feng Qingxian was squeezed to third place too. However, Yang Qing stood very firm and actually kept occupying the throne of first place. Along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, the geniuses from all the heavens became more and more shocked. They were curious, just where on earth did this guy called Yang Qing pop out from? Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was a low-level plane in the eyes of all the heavens' powerhouses. It should have been impossible for a true genius to appear here. But it was in such a plane that actually suppressed the 33 heavens' countless geniuses. They were not convinced. On the platform, Yang Qing looked at the All Heavens list with somewhat waned interest. His mouth curled and he said, "Yi Yuan, this guy is really lame. Without him, so what even if I suppress the geniuses of myriad worlds? Sigh, boring. Really boring. Those guys haven't come up yet?" At this time, human heads were moving on Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's vertical heaven stairs. A large group of young powerhouses was following behind Yi Yuan with no end in sight. What was different from other planes was that there were actually not many corpses on the vertical heaven stairs here. It was only to see Yi Yuan step on the highest step. He opened his mouth and said, "Everybody, watch closely." He held his palm out, a CLU, Estur of Chaos Divine Essence condensed. Then, chaos evolved, and myriad life was born. Yi Yuan seemed like a G-O-D who controlled the world. A lingering charm of Tao arose spontaneously. Yi Yuan put away the divine ability and said, "Understood." Some people's eyes were bright, clearly understanding fully. Some people's eyes were somewhat confused. Some people simply shook their heads. Yi Yuan said, "I'll demonstrate again. Everyone watch closely. If you still don't understand, just back out." Hence, Yi Yuan demonstrated the Tao just now again. Those hazy eyes previously also became bright at this time. "I got it. I got it too." Heavenly Saint Ye's Tao elucidation really goes from the easy to the difficult and complicated. What I originally didn't understand suddenly dawned upon me. Even if I can't climb up the vertical heaven stairs, this trip wasn't in vain too. Many thanks, Heavenly Saint Yi. We'll be leaving. In the back row, some people gave Yi Yuan a bow and withdrew from the vertical heaven stairs. In the vertical heaven stairs, one could choose to withdraw within a certain range. But, once you rushed onto the steps blindly and entered the scope of Great Tao where you were muddle-headed, it would be dangerous. Those people who were crushed to death by Great Tao were all like this. If there were geniuses from all the heavens here, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan actually controlled Great Tao in front of everyone. He was actually going to bring these people behind him and climb the vertical heaven stairs together. This was simply amazing. Originally, Yang Qing had also mustered all his strength, preparing to compete with Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of competing at all. Therefore, his first place was obtained boringly. The great Tao pressure on the vertical heaven stairs was very strong and also very abstruse. But, to the Yi Yuan who had already comprehended Chaos Great Tao, it was very easy to understand. This was heavenless Tao and not the true heavenly Tao. Furthermore, the great Tao pressure in the vertical heaven stairs was only targeted at those under Hegemon realm. Hegemon realms entering the vertical heaven stairs would make the vertical heaven stairs directly crumble. Therefore, in the inheritance battle this time, Hegemon realms were unable to enter. Yi Yuan evolved the great Tao in the vertical heaven stairs with the method of the Chaos Divine Essence. It was very intuitive and very easy to understand. To many people who had decent talent, they understood in a snap. And those people who could not understand, even if they climbed the vertical heaven stairs, it was useless too. Time slowly said, and the people behind Yi Yuan got fewer and fewer, but their strength got stronger and stronger. Going up the stairs, they had walked for half a year long. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan leaped and climbed onto the platform. Yang Qing had a look of excitement and could not resist posturing as he said, "Ha ha ha, you finally came up. Quickly come to the All Heavens list and take a look. I, Emperor Azure Sky, suppress myriad worlds, valiantly taking the All Heavens list's first place. Originally, if you competed with this emperor, you might have been able to through with a second place, but a pity. Before his voice faded, one figure after another flew out of the sageway and landed on the platform. At this time, the crowd was like a group of fish in the ocean currents, densely packed, making Yang Qing see things in a blur. Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised as he said, 33 heavens, the geniuses are as plentiful as oxen fur. You actually suppressed the geniuses of myriad races? He knew that Yang Qing was formidable, but did not expect that Yang Qing was actually so impressive. Disregarding other things, he knew that Feng Qingxuan's and Long He's talents both belonged to extremely strong existences. He did not expect that they were suppressed by Yang Qing too. Ha ha ha, that's of course. What kind of genius is this emperor? What do the geniuses of all the heavens and myriad races count for? Yang Qing showed off. Yi Yuan arrived at the All Heavens list and shockingly saw that Yang Qing's name was ranked first, and he could not help clicking his tongues in wonder. But very soon, Yang Qing could not laugh anymore. This was because he discovered that the people coming out of the sageway were seriously too many. Very soon, the platform became a little crowded. How many people did you freaking bring up? Yang Qing was speechless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, roughly 1 million people. Yang Qing drew a cold breath and said, a million? Yang Qing was clear in his heart about Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's strength. This vertical heaven stairs was absolutely not that easy to climb to. Otherwise, this would not be a selection of geniuses. It would be a sect assessment. According to Yang Qing's estimation, it would already be very impressive if Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven could have 3,000 people climb to the summit. After all, the quality of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's martial artists was placed there. Coupled with consecutive years of war and countless geniuses dying, 3,000 people were already the limit. But Yi Yuan actually brought 1 million people up. What kind of concept was this? He forcibly expanded this limit by more than 300 times. Was this fellow still human? Tao could be understood but not expressed with words. Unable to explain clearly with words. Those able to explain Tao were all immensely formidable individuals. But Yi Yuan was just Emperor Vast Heaven. Those who came up together with him, there were even quite a few who were Emperor Sacra Heaven, and even Origin Realm powerhouses. Did this still make any sense? Originally, he was still patting himself on the back for getting first place. But now, he felt that it was Lackle. Esther. Chapter 30-36. Thousand Souls Hall. Chapter 30-36. Thousand Souls Hall. Rumble. In all the heavens, the vertical heaven stairs sageways were closed. After a year, the vertical heaven stairs round was finally completely cleared. A distinction was also finally made among the geniuses from all heavens. The first place was shockingly Yang Qing. It was just that the current Yang Qing did not have any joyousness at all, looking at Yi Yuan somewhat resentfully. He had a feeling that if Yi Yuan cleared the stage properly, this first place would have nothing to do with him at all. In reality, Yang Qing understood that although he was in the first place, compared to the geniuses of other heavens, they were not much worse. The gaps between the top 30 could virtually be ignored. But once Yi Yuan challenged the round, he would have definitely shaken everyone off by a large margin. In Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Feng Qingxuan's brows furrowed slightly, and she said, Yi Yuan, this guy actually didn't even get on the list? This is impossible, right? Long, he said, this is illogical. No matter how weak he is, he wouldn't fail to even get into the top 1,000, right? Feng Qingxian said angrily, this boy really makes people worry. Right then, heavenless figure condensed and formed on the platform. The vertical heaven stairs round has already ended. It's just that the final result makes this ancestor a little disappointed. The number that Pa-S said this round is much fewer than this ancestor imagined. The results of you all Pa-S sing the vertical heaven stairs is also much worse compared to the labyrinth divine palace back then. Looks like each generation is really worse than the previous one. Heavenless said with vicissitudes of emotion. The moment these words came out, the geniuses from all heavens were immediately unwilling to concede. Being looked down upon. How strong are your labyrinth divine palace's geniuses? Isn't that based on your own words? Ancestor Heavenless, we admit that you're a peerless genius. But I, Kong Tan, absolutely won't be worse than your labyrinth divine palace's geniuses. If your labyrinth divine palace's geniuses were so strong, why did they get exterminated too? You've said it all. How proud were the geniuses of the heavens. Even if they were being despised by the number one genius since time immemorial, that would not do either. How do you know that I can't reach your height in the future? Before reaching the last step, these geniuses absolutely would not admit being worse than others. Heavenless was not angry either and said with a faint smile, back then, when my labyrinth divine palace opened up the vertical heaven stairs, I only took in humans. In one world there were 200,000 people that could Pa-S through. But now there's only at most 100,000 people from a single world. Doesn't this trait the problem? But, among you all, there are those who surprised this ancestor too. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually had 2 million people Pa-S through the vertical heaven stairs. This ancestor is somewhat looking forward to it. The moment these words came out, the geniuses of all heavens exploded. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven again. What? Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually had 2 million people Pa-S through the vertical heaven stairs? How is this possible? Our Abyss Pa-S Origin Grotto Heaven only had 90,000 people Pa-S. Jining Yang said in disbelief. Could it be that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually rose up in these few years? Not only that Yang Qing appear, but the number of their geniuses is also actually more than 10 times than ours. All the heavens were shocked. This number was seriously too frightening. A low-level plane, the number that Pa-S said the vertical heaven stairs was actually more than 10 times than theirs. If it were just numbers, they would not be so shocked either. After all, no matter how many they were, it did not mean anything either. Quality was the king's way. Yet, a Yang Qing appeared. Now, regardless of whether in terms of quantity or quality, the geniuses of all heavens were being suppressed mercilessly. This was a little demoralizing. You all don't need to be anxious. You guys will be able to witness my labyrinth divine palace's strength right away. The next round, 1,000 Souls Hall. Inside it is the strongest 1,000 people in my labyrinth divine palace's history. As long as you defeat 10 of them, you'll have the qualifications to enter the true labyrinth divine palace. Finished saying, Heavenless waved his sleeves. A stone bridge appeared on the platform. The stone bridge led to that illusory palace. But when Yi Yuan listened up to hear, his heart stirred. This 1,000 Souls Hall seemed to be somewhat similar to the training ground in the small labyrinth divine palace that he experienced in the past. Except, He did not know if the powerhouses in this Thousand Souls Hall were the same as back then. Rather, when many people heard that they only needed to win 10 people to enter the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they all revealed disdainful expressions. Strongest 1,000 people in history? Really scares people to death. Just 10 people, if I can't even defeat them, what the hell am I going to the Labyrinth Divine Palace for? This ancestor heavenless is also looking down on us too much. Many people who were confident in their strength had already stepped onto the stone bridge and entered the Thousand Souls Hall. Heavenless smiled and did not speak, his figure swaying, disappearing. When everyone arrived in the Thousand Souls Hall, there was a stone monument displayed in the Great Hall too. 1,000 names were engraved on the stone monument. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that the names on this stone monument were already very different from what he saw in the small Labyrinth Divine Palace. There were still some familiar names on it, but the majority were already unfamiliar names. Looks like the compet. One Tian in the Labyrinth Divine Palace is really fierce. It's just that I don't know how strong these people are. Yi Yuan became curious. He knew that after reaching Emperor Realm, it was totally different from Jade Sovereign Heaven. These Emperor Realm powerhouses were all Hegemon Realm reserves. Furthermore, those 1,000 people in this Thousand Souls Hall were powerhouses that the Labyrinth Divine Palace had accu mulat over many years. It was very likely that these 1,000 people were all Hegemon Realm powerhouses. Many people looked down on this round greatly. But he knew that this round was absolutely difficulty. Thousand Souls Hall, really scaring people to death. This emperor wants to see how strong these people are. Yang Qing had a disdainful look, directly picking the last name, and jumped into the battle formation. This battle formation clearly used a spatial divine ability. Yang Qing could have the movements of his hands and feet unfettered inside the battle formation, but he only occupied a small corner in the entire Thousand Souls Hall. Everyone could see the situation in the battle formation clearly. Many people were waiting to see it. 1,000th place, Ouyang Fangda. When Ouyang Fangda saw Yang Qing, his eyes could not help shrinking as he said, "You're very strong." Yang Qing grinned and said, "Doesn't that go without saying? This emperor is the #1 genius in the 33 heavens. Even Yi Yuan, that grandson, is my vanquished foe." Ouyang Fangda was taken aback. Who was Yi Yuan? However, he could feel Yang Qing's strength and was waiting in full battle array too. The great battle was at an explosive point. The moment they exchanged blows, Yang Qing's expression changed. He thought that dealing with the 1,000th place, he could absolutely instantly kill his opponent with one move. But he clearly thought wrongly. The two people fell into a fierce battle very quickly. So strong. This guy is just 1,000th place. He actually has such formidable strength? Furthermore, his cultivation realm is suppressed to the same as mine. This emperor has always jumped realms to battle. Yang Qing was going crazy. Even the 1,000th place was so strong, then what kind of terrifying existence was the first place? Inside the Thousand Souls Hall, Yi Yuan was shocked too. The strength of the 1,000th place had greatly exceeded his imagination. Compared to this Thousand Souls Hall, that training ground was simply like child's play. Boom! 100 moves later, Yang Qing's spear shot out and pierced through Ouyang Fangda's chest. Yang Qing was victorious. Chapter 30-37. A dead person swears at people too. Chapter 30-37. A dead person swears at people too. Yi Yuan, this guy is so strong. He's just ranked 1,000. If so, then how strong is the first place? Yang Qing said with a solemn expression. Yang Qing was proud. Especially these few years, he practically soared to the skies. But today, he really met his match. The powerhouses in this Thousand Souls Hall were really the utmost strongest 1,000 people in the long river of time. Is he strong? I don't think so, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Yang Qing rolled his eyes and said in depression, You tortoise grandson, I shouldn't have talked to you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You, this person, you need to grow while being knocked down. Comprehend it. You should have reaped a lot in the fight just now. Yang Qing nodded and went to one side to comprehend. The Thousand Souls Hall's opponents absolutely only occurred once in a lifetime to geniuses. Fighting with such opponents could improve oneself to the greatest extent. However, this did not hold much significance to Yi Yuan. He was indeed shocked by the strength of the powerhouses in the Thousand Souls Hall, but that was also just limited to shock. These people's strengths were indeed not on the same level at all when compared to the small labyrinth divine palace back then. But Yi Yuan's improvement was greater. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan could utilize Saint Force. Forget about being the same rank as him. Even if it was 1 or 2 minor realms higher than him, it was enough for Yi Yuan to sweep across too. Hence, that was why Yang Qing was depressed. Behind Yi Yuan, many people were itching to have a go. A handsome youth arrived in front of Yi Yuan, coming forward on his own accord as he said, Heavenly Saint Yi, I want to try. Yi Yuan recognized him. He was called Hu Gaoshan. On the vertical heaven stairs, Yi Yuan discovered some fine saplings. This Hu Gaoshan was one of them. Actually, in the sea of faces there would also be some people who had overlooked talents because of various reasons. This kind of person, as long as you gave them a chance, they would turn into dragons the moment they encountered the winds of change. Before entering the vertical heaven stairs, Hu Gaoshan was very ordinary. In fact, Yi Yuan did not see him at all in that initial group of people. But after going through the vertical heaven stairs, he was already ranked at the forefront of this 1 million people. Understanding in Tao determined the height of the ceiling. Yi Yuan explaining Tao on the vertical heaven stairs was equivalent to forcefully raising these people's ceiling. However, Yi Yuan did not agree with Hu Gaoshan. He smiled and said, I'll go first. You guys watch closely. However much you can comprehend will depend on yourselves. This round will probably eliminate more than half the people. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was Heavenly Saint Yi going to demonstrate for everyone again? Many thanks, Heavenly Saint Yi. Heavenly Saint Yi gives assistance to all life. We're grateful to the point of shedding tears. Heavenly Saint Yi is really a sage of ancient times. A dense crowd of people were extremely grateful to Yi Yuan. They all expressed that if it were not for Yi Yuan, they would not have made it through the vertical heaven stairs at all. Yi Yuan reached the status of Heavenly Saint. However, he did not forget to benefit the world. This kind of person was truly rare in the 33 heavens. They did not need to think, and also knew how proud the geniuses of other planes were. Why would they be associated with ants like them? But Heavenly Saint Yi did not give them the cold shoulder. He helped them to improve instead. In fact, he gave up on the title of all heavens list's first place for this. How could they not be moved? Everyone knew that if Yi Yuan really meant business, it would have nothing to do with Yang Qing anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You all don't have to be like this. These don't have much meaning to me. Rather than competing for these pointless things, it's better to let everyone's strength become a little stronger. After all, this kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. Alright, I'm going. All of you watch closely. Finished saying, Yi Yuan leaped and entered the battle formation. When Ouyang Fangda saw Yi Yuan, his pupils could not help constricting. The pressure that Yi Yuan gave him was practically suffocating him. Compared to Yi Yuan, Yang Qing was nothing at all. Were the youngsters now all so impressive? Randomly encountering one and he was formidable until like this? Against Yang Qing, he felt that he still had the strength to fight. But, facing Yi Yuan, he actually felt powerless to resist. This kind of feeling was too exaggerated. I, Ouyang Fangda, am a top disciple of the 33 Heavens number 1 sect, the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Make your move, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ouyang Fangda's face fell. This guy was so arrogant. Only to see that there was suddenly an additional judge pen in his hand, directly pointing toward Yi Yuan, the speed inconceivably fast. Pointing all life. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Ouyang Fangda executed move after move, instantly class. HI plus ing together with Yi Yuan. The two people were locked in a struggle. During the battle, Ouyang Fangda was somewhat dazed. Could it be that the feeling just now was wrong? This guy was actually not as strong as imagined at all? Exchanging more than 100 moves in a blink of an eye, Ouyang Fangda discovered that although Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, he was still much worse than Yang Qing. He could not help perspiring from embarrassment, wondering if he was overly sensitive? But he did not know that those grand bright jade complete heavens powerhouses outside were already completely boiling over with excitement. Ah! Turns out that this move can be broken like this. Heavenly Saint Ye's sword Dao is so profound. However, I seem to have understood a little. Ouyang Fangda's pointing all life has already been used many times. I think that I've already found the way to resolve it. After 1,000 moves, Ouyang Fangda's moves were basically squeezed dry by Yi Yuan. When a move became outdated, it naturally did not pose much threat anymore. Only then did Ouyang Fangda gradually discover that it did not seem to be the case at all. This guy was dismantling his moves? F***ck me. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. How can you do this? Ouyang Fangda seemingly woke up from a dream and berated Yi Yuan angrily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're merely a dead man condensed out of origin power. What individuality do you have? Using you to improve everyone's strength a little is also considered a great service to mankind." Ouyang Fangda said gloomily, "Bulls. HI plus T. This seat is the Labyrinth Divine Palace's Hegemon Realm Powerhouse, a paramount existence. You punk, you're courting death here." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Hegemon Realm expert can still be a dead person too. Could it be that you can still jump out of the grave to beat me?" Ouyang Fangda was speechless. Very sadly, he was just a tool. If Yi Yuan did not stop, he could only passively go along with Yi Yuan forever. All the way until Yi Yuan got bored of playing, and then he could kill him. By now, he already completely understood that the sensation earlier was completely right. This guy's strength was too terrifying. It was him who was too weak. That was why he did not feel Yi Yuan's power. Yi Yuan possessed the chaos divine essence. The power of every move and even his style were hair-raisingly strong. It was just that Yi Yuan suppressed his strength as much as possible in order to dismantle the moves and completely expose all of Ouyang Fangda's flaws. The same rank Ouyang Fangda was far too behind Yi Yuan, resulting in him not understanding Yi Yuan's intention at all in the beginning. By the time he understood, his weaknesses were already completely exposed. "All right, it should be about enough," Yi Yuan said coolly, a streak of sword light flash. HI plus ing passed. Ouyang Fangda was dead. Very soon, Ouyang Fangda's body condensed once more, looking at Yi Yuan as he shouted angrily, F***ck. This guy was bullying people too far. Ouyang Fangda seriously could not hold back and swore profanities. Chapter 30-38. You're cheating. Chapter 30-38. You're cheating. All understood? Yi Yuan asked. The group of people in a file all nodded their heads like chicks pecking for rice. Clearly, there were quite a few people who really understood. Yi Yuan and Ouyang Fangda fought for a day and a night with no less than 3,000 moves. Ouyang Fangda's moves were virtually crushed by Yi Yuan. If they still did not understand, then Yi Yuan was really going to beat people up. Of course, it was not all of them either. Ouyang Fangda was not really some rookie. Among these over 1 million people, it was already very impressive that some of them could understand it. There was still a large portion who could not crack it even if they were taught. Understood. Many thanks, Heavenly Saint Yi. Watch me pummel him. I understand too. What strongest 1,000 people in history. It's nothing more than this. Ha ha ha. You didn't see that Ouyang Fangda's expression. It's really hilarious. No rush. I feel that his expression will be even more depressed after a period of time. Very soon, Hu Gaoshan came forward on his own accord and was the first to enter the battle formation. Ouyang Fangda's expression was very unfriendly. He already understood that he was played like a monkey for a day by Yi Yuan. Yet, he could not do anything about it. That scoundrelly punk was dismantling moves for you all, right? Very good, you can suffer my wrath then. Ouyang Fangda said in a cold voice. Hu Gaoshan laughed and said, Ouyang Fangda, you're thinking too much. Next up, what you can do is to be trampled by us over and over again. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Fangda sneered and said, do you think that by dismantling the moves you can resolve it? You're too naive. Hu Gaoshan did not back down in the least bit and said, whether or not I'm being naive, you'll know in a while. Then let me see it. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. The judge pen danced like dragons and phoenixes, swift and fierce to the extreme. In a same-rank battle, this move practically had no solutions. But Hu Gaoshan's comprehension ability was high. He had long already seen through Ouyang Fangda's weakness. Compared to when he just entered the vertical heaven stairs, Hu Gaoshan could be considered to have been reborn anew. Although somewhat strained, he still barely managed to avoid Ouyang Fangda's pen, expressing dragons and snake. Ouyang Fangda's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Nearly succeeded. The strength of this guy opposite of him was really very weak. This kind of weakling was absolutely a target for being one-shot. Top 1,000 in history, this was really not randomly proclaimed. Yet, he could not do anything to Hu Gaoshan. His moves no longer had any secrets in front of Hu Gaoshan. Too much was exposed. In the beginning, Hu Gaoshan was still somewhat reserved. He knew that Ouyang Fangda was very strong. Ouyang Fangda and him were not on the same level at all. Fortunately, he knew his opponent's weaknesses very clearly. Hence, he narrowly avoided his opponent's attacks time and again. Until the back, Hu Gaoshan gradually got used to his opponent's tempo. Furthermore, he gradually improved in the midst of battle. Yi Yuan's explanation on Dao previously, coupled with the dismantling of moves in this round, made him achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. Hence, Ouyang Fangda was in tragedy. Every move, every style, he fought until he was extremely aggrieved. He felt boundless strength from head to toe but could not unleash it at all. Boom! Finally, after several hundred moves, Hu Gaoshan saw an opening and took his life in one move. Hu Gaoshan was victorious. I actually won. Ha ha! I won. In an instant, Hu Gaoshan fell into wild ecstasy. Although he knew that he could definitely win, but when it really arrived at this moment, he still had a feeling like he was dreaming. Not long ago, he was still an ant-like existence, but now, he clearly felt his power. Everything was bestowed by Heavenly Saint Yi. He only came to the Labyrinth Divine Palace to give it a try. He knew that he definitely could not even clear the vertical heaven stairs. But now, he beat the powerful Ouyang Fangda. He came before Yi Yuan and bowed respectfully as he said, "Many thanks for Heavenly Saint Ye's grace of guidance. Hu Gaoshan will engrave it in my heart." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Go to the side to comprehend. You should have reaped considerable harvests in this battle." Hu Gaoshan said respectfully, "Yes." Following that, Ouyang Fangda broke down. One after another entered the battle formation. Then, he was brutalized over and over again. He hated why Ancestor had to replicate even his emotions so perfectly. Wasn't I just a tool? Shouldn't I not have feelings? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ouyang Fangda started to doubt life, even though his life had already ended long ago. Yi Yuan, you're cheating. This is cheating. Ancestor, take me in. In the battle formation, Ouyang Fangda completely broke down. But he was still a tool. He still needed to repeat the battles. Then he was wrecked over and over again. Half a month later, the battle ended. There were a total of more than 300,000 people who said the first round assessment. This was also to say that Ouyang Fangda was abused more than 300,000 times. Those that remained were all those who could not understand. Yi Yuan did not let them partake. 1p8. Of course, there were also those who were not afraid of death and insisted on taking part, then were immediately one-shot by Ouyang Fangda. Later on, no one dared to do it anymore. Only then did they know that Ouyang Fangda was really very strong. If you did not understand the other party's moves, then you should not join in the fun. You would die. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and rolled his eyes, and he said, "You're really a demon. You look at how you've tormented him and turned him into that state." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're actually showing sympathy for a tool? Him alone going through hards. HI+PS to let everyone become strong, what's bad about this?" Yang Qing's mouth curled and he said, "I'm going." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Be careful." Yang Qing nodded slightly, directly entering the battle formation. In this half a month, he had already cleared 7 rounds. Now, he was going to challenge the 8th round. These 7 rounds similarly had considerable harvests to Yang Qing. His strength improved significantly. However, Yang Qing's path forward also became more and more difficult. After just 5 rounds, he discovered that his opponents got stronger and stronger. Originally, when he arrived at this round, he wanted to challenge these 1,000 people with a spear. In the end, he discovered that this was virtually something impossible. Yi Yuan did not stay idle either. He started challenging the 2nd round. Those 300,000 people did not move their gazes, staring at Yi Yuan's battle formation. A ravaging for several 100,000 was about to start again very soon. Abyss Pa's Origin Grotto Heaven, Jiningyang cleared 5 rounds. Her expression was very ugly. A series of wails came from inside the battle formations. Why is this and Ouyang Fangda so strong? Making it through 10 people, this is simply something impossible. Freak. This 1,000 Souls Hall is really too freakies. Plus no wonder the Labyrinth Divine Palace virtually annihilated the 33 heavens. The strengths of their disciples were really too strong. Different from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this place had long already become a scene of wails. Many people were directly finished off by Ouyang Fangda in the 1st round and did not even have time to escape. Jiningyang looked at the 1,000 souls list in the Great Hall, her expression solemn as she said, these guys are too strong. At this rate, we can't catch up to Yang Qing at all. Just what kind of monster did Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven produce? Chapter 3039. Pursue. Chapter 3039. Pursue. How many people from yours family made it through? Jiningyang asked. 459 people. Smugness was written all over Zhua Qingyang's face. TCH showing off for? A total of 512 people from our Zhoutian Emperor Palace made it. Zhou Xianxian said disdainfully. Our Melody Nether Heavenly Sect also had 491 people, that Paas said. Lu Haoran said. Jiningyang said, for our Abyss Pa's Origin Grotto Heaven, there are at least 3,000 people who said 10 rounds. I don't believe it. Those over 1 million people from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will probably all be eliminated in this round. It's impossible for that kind of plane to pass these 10 rounds. Zhou Xianxian also said. they definitely gained an advantage by trickery in the vertical heaven stairs. If those million over people all climbed the vertical heaven stairs by relying on their strength, then Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would have long surmounted above all the heavens. What does it still have to do with us? Zhuo Qingyang nodded and said, the few of us definitely can't lose to Yang Qing this time. The few people all had solemn expressions, soaring with fighting intent. Present, on the 1,000 souls list, Yang Qing had made it through 38 rounds, leaving people far behind in the dust. Furthermore, his speed got faster and faster. Of course, the geniuses in all heavens did not relax their vigilance either, all following closely behind. But Yang Qing's power was already exuded through the 1,000 souls list. The geniuses from all heavens felt tremendous pressure one after another. Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Feng Qingxuan's brows were tightly furrowed. She looked through the 1,000 souls list over and over again, and still did not see Yi Yuan's name. Could it be that this guy really didn't come? Such an opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime, it's impossible, right? Rather, how can this Yang Qing be so strong? Feng Qingxian said with a frown. She was currently ranked third, being suppressed firmly by Kong Tan. But what she hoped to see even more was Yi Yuan appearing on the 1,000 souls list. In the end, he still did not. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Yang Qing became more excited the more he fought. This 1,000 souls hall was simply a treasure vault to him. After crossing 38 rounds, his improvement became faster and faster. One had to know that these 1,000 people represented the pinnacle during that era. Fighting with such powerhouses really benefited a lot. Finally, Yang Qing, who was currently in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes one day, the aura on his body directly rising to the peak. At this moment, he appeared incredibly powerful. Yang Qing's domineeringness immediately attracted a series of exclamations. Emperor Azure Sky got stronger again. This place is an insurmountable high wall to us, but to Emperor Azure Sky, it's simply like a fantasy paradise. He has already cleared 100 rounds and occupies the first place on the 1,000 souls list firmly. It really gains face for our Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. He seems to be provoking Heavenly Saint Yi. Could it be? Before his voice faded, Yang Qing pointed at Yi Yuan with his long spear and shouted, Yi Yuan, come and battle. Yi Yuan was not surprised. Yang Qing's strength had improved greatly. It would be weird if he did not find Yi Yuan. These few days, he watched Yang Qing grow stronger with his own eyes. The 1,000 Souls Hall was the best piece of sharpening stone. Those geniuses could really be described with the following statement, improving at a tremendous pace here. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're confident. Yang Qing grinned and said, That's right, I'm confident. I feel that I can break that punch of yours. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Okay, bring it on. Yang Qing put away the long spear, a destructive intent that dominated the world spread out immediately. Those who were weak in strength actually could not stand firm under Yang Qing's imposing momentum. It was still the Myriad Dao Annihilation Spear. But the power of the current Myriad Dao Annihilation Spear was on a completely different level than when competing with Yi Yuan back then. Yang Qing had already tread out his own Dao. The so-called Myriad Dao Annihilation was shattering Myriad Dao with Spear Dao. Compared to Yi Yuan's divine sense turning into Myriad and Hegemon Samsara's experience of reincarnation, it all arrived at the same destination via different means. Clearing 100 rounds consecutively, Yang Qing's move became even more perfect and even stronger. Strong until it made people despair. Feeling this terrifying power, everyone's faces changed one after another. So strong, can Heavenly Saint Yi block this spear? This isn't fair. Yang Qing is only half a step away from grand completion Emperor Vast Heaven. Yang Qing can probably contend with Emperor Sakra Heavens by relying on this move, right? They could not help birthing a trace of doubt as to whether or not Yi Yuan could block this spear. Bang! Before his voice faded, Yang Qing flew out. His imposing momentum was broken by Yi Yuan with a punch. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. How could this be? Such a formidable spear actually could not even block a punch from Yi Yuan? Bah! You freak! Yang Qing gritted his teeth, picked up his spear, and directly entered the battle formation. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not say anything. Yang Qing was different from the others. He was very clear about what he was doing. If it were others, they would definitely yell at Yi Yuan, saying that he was not allowed to use Saint Force, and that it's winning unscrupulously. But Yang Qing would not. He knew that to defeat Yi Yuan, he would have to defeat his Saint Force. A loss was a loss, he would never make excuses. To Yang Qing, defeating these people was not the goal. His final goal was to defeat Yi Yuan. If he could not win Yi Yuan, then even if he cleared 1,000 rounds, it made no difference too. Time flew by rapidly. The geniuses from all heavens were still continuing to challenge the rounds. Of course, those who could continue to challenge them were all the top geniuses from all heavens. Yang Qing had already become everyone's benchmark. The various races in all heavens, all of the geniuses were chasing after Yang Qing frenziedly. But the gap between them grew bigger and bigger. Yang Qing's might virtually seeped out of the 1,000 Souls list. 1,000 Souls list, the higher up, the more powerful the opponent. Even Kong Tan, this kind of peerless genius, also gradually felt that his ability was somewhat falling short of his wishes. From the relentlessness at the beginning, to gradually falling behind by 3 rounds later on, then 5 rounds, then 10 rounds. The gap between the first place and the second place grew bigger and bigger. Yang Qing was like a lone wolf that never knew fatigue, fighting frenziedly and advancing crazily. The scariest thing was that he could always defeat his opponent every time. Just what kind of medicine did Yang Qing this fellow eat? Could it be that this guy never gets tired? Kong Tan looked at the 1,000 Souls list and could not resist cursing. Damn it! The gap is widening. Could it be that this Yang Qing is more powerful than Yi Yuan? Feng Qingxian also said. Jining Yan had already given up on chasing. She was currently in 10th place and seriously could not move up anymore. The 9 people in front were all like madmen. Originally, she felt that she was peerlessly elegant and talented, enough to suppress all geniuses. Even if she could not suppress them, she could also advance at an equal pace. But now, she knew that she was wrong. She was somewhat doubting her life. Except, these geniuses who were chasing after Yang Qing did not know that Yang Qing was being trampled by another person all along. Every 100 rounds that he cleared, Yang Qing would take the initiative to challenge Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan only had one move. No matter how strong he was unable to surpass Yi Yuan's punch. With Yi Yuan, this insurmountable high wall around, Yang Qing was full of vigor. Hence, he became even crazier. He placed all of his combat strength on the Labyrinth Divine Palace's 1,000 geniuses. Chapter 30-40 True Labyrinth Divine Palace. Chapter 30-40 True Labyrinth Divine Palace. C cleared the stage. Jining Yan looked at the 1,000 Souls list and felt blown away. Yang Qing defeated the 1,000 Souls Hall's 1,000 people and cleared the stage. This battle result seriously made people too proud. The second place Kong Tan fell in the 934th round. The third place Feng Qingxian fell in the 933rd round. The fourth place Qin Baichuan fell in the 930th round. The battle results at the back were all very close. Only Yang Qing's battle results swept everyone away. If one still could not tell the difference at the vertical heaven stairs, then in this stage, the gap had already been widened. After 900 rounds, those people were all powerful to the extreme. Each round was deadly. How can this guy possibly make it through 1,000 rounds? Zhuo Qingyang's face was full of disbelief. He also made it to the 913th round, ranking at the 12th place. But he felt that clearing the stage was an impossible mission. However, Yang Qing completed it. Only at this point did these geniuses experience the might of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Those who entered the Thousand Souls Hall were all the top geniuses of all the heavens. Each one was an exceptional powerhouse, but none of them could make it to the top 60 of the Thousand Souls Hall. This was also to say that even if they were in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they did not count as top-notch too. The combat power list ACCU Mulat over the years was indeed not for show. But there was one exception. Yang Qing. This guy actually defeated everyone and left people far behind in the dust. This result made everyone feel awful to the extreme. On what basis? Based on what that Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven, this kind of trashy plane, can clear the stage? Even if it was Qin Baichuan, he was also full of unwillingness to submit at this time. At this time, Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven's Thousand Souls Hall. Yang Qing, who had already been viewed as the chosen rival of the geniuses in all heavens, was currently fired up with boundless enthusiasm. He used his spear to point at Yi Yuan from afar and said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, Emperor Azure Sky, I have finally cleared the stage. Come, fight with me." Bang! Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, taking several steps back in the row. Yang Qing's spear light was directly shattered, being sent flying out. Yang Qing was defeated. Yi Yuan said with a sigh of admiration, "You're really amazing. Right now, if the geniuses of all the heavens meet you in the same rank, they will probably be directly one-shot by you." Yang Qing jumped up and said with a black face, "You're really despicable. You want to say that you're more formidable than the other geniuses, is that it?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yeah. Who asked me to grasp Saint Force in Emperor Vast Heaven? This thing is really useful." Yang Qing was speechless. At this time, Yang Qing's myriad Dao Annihilation Spear was more than 10 times stronger than before. Even if Yi Yuan used Saint Force, it was not as effortless as before anymore too. But Yang Qing was still not a match. The methods of great beyond powerhouses were really too strong. If the geniuses from all the heavens were here, their jaws would definitely hit the ground from shock. This Yang Qing who swept them away was actually being crushed underfoot by another guy. A figure condensed in the Thousand Souls Hall. Heavenless appeared again. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Looks like you guys have a clear understanding of my Labyrinth Divine Palace's might. Of course, you all don't need to belittle your own capabilities either. Your talents are indeed pretty good. It's just a shame that you weren't born in my Labyrinth Divine Palace. The Thousand Souls Hall stage. It's still Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven that won the top spot. They have a total of 55,621 people that PAS said the Thousand Souls Hall's assessment." "What? This is impossible." Jining cried out in surprise. "This is impossible. How can Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven possibly be more than 10 times of us?" Kong Tan did not believe it either. Someone said, "Ancestor Heavenless, did you make a mistake? Or maybe Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven cheated." Thousand Souls Hall. This stage was much harder than the vertical heaven stairs. Even if it was just defeating 10 people, it was also not what the average genius could accomplish. Each round guardian of the Thousand Souls Hall, even if it was Ouyang Fangda, their strength was powerful to the extreme too. Wanting to win them was easier said than done. But, a puny little Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven, the number that PAS said was actually more than 10 times than theirs. This number was too scary. Heavenless said coolly, "This ancestor doesn't look at the process. I only look at the results. If you guys aren't convinced, you'll naturally have a chance to meet them after entering the true Labyrinth Divine Palace. At that time, you all can even have a showdown." But Feng Qingshuan's gaze gradually became bright. "It must be that guy. Apart from Yi Yuan and Oh, body can accomplish this. This guy is always able to create miracles. By the side, Long he deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, apart from him, there should be no one else. He's probably unranked on the lists in order to bring these people into the labyrinth divine palace. All right. You all don't need to guess. You'll be able to meet after entering the Sageway at the end of the Thousand Souls Hall. Heavenless said coolly. At this time, there was already an additional transmission door since G.O.D. knows when in the corner of the Thousand Souls Hall. This transmission door was naturally the Sageway to enter the true labyrinth divine palace. Everyone's breathing became ragged. The true treasure was still in the labyrinth divine palace. So what if they fell behind a little in the Thousand Souls Hall? Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus one figure after another move. They were too impatient to wait, entering the Sageway. That's divine citron fruit. Swallowing one is equal to 3,000 years of bitter cultivation. That's mystic sand 9 sunweed, the core ingredient for the great trichiliocosm heavenly fate pill. It already can't be found at all in the outside world. That is, a series of exclamations came from the crowd. It was simply a land of treasures under this sky. Many heavenly medicines and precious treasures that could not be seen in the outside world could be seen everywhere here. When the geniuses from all the heavens saw these, each and every one of their eyes turned red. Ha ha! The Labyrinth Divine Palace is indeed well deserving of being the #1 sect. This place is simply paradise. Cultivating here, why worry about not being able to reach Hegemon realm? This trip indeed wasn't in vain. Rich. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. Many people directly rushed towards those treasures. Boom. Those who charged right at the front were directly killed. Kong Tan's gaze swept across everyone's faces and he said coldly, "This fiend hasn't even opened my mouth. When is it your turn?" Kong Tan naturally did not come alone. The fiend race powerhouses behind him reached as many as 1,000 people. When the others saw the situation, they immediately withered up. Kong Tan laughed coldly and said, "Go. Collect all the heavenly medicines in this area." With so many heavenly medicines, it's enough to even cultivate to supreme Hegemon. Kong Tan, aren't you too greedy? A peerlessly beautiful figure appeared. Who could it be if not Feng Qingxian? There were similarly 1 to 2,000 true spirits following behind her. Long He and the rest were shockingly in the rank. Kong Tan said coolly, "Feng Qingxian, my fiend race has always been overbearing. We'll be taking these heavenly medicines. If you're not convinced, talk again after fighting." Feng Qingxian sneered and said, "Kong Tan, do you think that you're invincible because you're second on the 1,000 souls list?" Kong Tan smiled and said, "At least I'm a little stronger than you, this #3. Feng Qingxian smiled and said, "We're about on par. But you probably don't know that my relations, Hi+P with Yang Qing isn't ordinary." Kong Tan's pupils constricted, revealing a look of vigilance. Chapter 3041. Yang Qing's Highlight Moment. Chapter 3041. Yang Qing's Highlight Moment. Kong Tan's gaze turned cold. He said, "Do you think that this fiend would be scared of a human?" It was only to see fiendish qi surging on his body, already summing a posture like he was going to start a killing spree. Feng Qingxuan's expression turned dark and she said, "Kong Tan, don't you be arrogant. When my man arrives, you'll suffer." Kong Tan's eyes shrunk once again and he said, "You're saying that Yang Qing is your man?" Feng Qingxian, do you take this fiend to be a fool?" Feng Qingxian smiled and said, "You can try starting a fight." Kong Tan said disdainfully, "No matter how formidable Yang Qing is, he's also just one person. Feng Qingxian, it looks like you're refusing face when it's given. Kill for me." In the end, Feng Qingxian still failed to intimidate Kong Tan. The fiend race was bloodthirsty by nature, and would not reason things out at all. If you were stronger than them, only then could you intimidate them. Boom. In a blink, the two races clashed. Kong Tan's true fiend Dharma body was impervious to swords and spears, and invulnerable to water and fire. Feng Qingxuan's strength was not weak either, but it was still not enough to suppress Kong Tan. Moreover, the fiend race had many experts. Kong Tan brought quite a few powerhouses this time. The true spirit race fell into a disadvantageous situation very soon. Yo, how lively! So many natural treasures, why isn't there a share for my human race? Zhou Qingyang said with a light laugh. Brother Kong Tan, we'll lend you guys a helping hand. Give us a share of these natural treasures, all right? W.A.N. Jininyan said. Kong Tan laughed loudly and said, That's good. I'll have to trouble Fairy Ningyan. Feng Qingxuan's face turned black, and she gritted her teeth and said, W.A.N. Jininyan, you dare. W.A.N. Jininyan smiled and said, Why wouldn't I not dare? Haven't your true spirit clan always looked down on the human race? We have no need to help you all deal with Brother Kong Tan, right? Actually, in the 33 heavens, all the races had enmity toward the true spirit race. No reason other than they were too strong. Back then, the true spirit race was like the noonday sun. One void shrine illuminating heaven had 5 mighty great beyond powerhouses. If all the races did not join hands, they would not be the true spirit race's match at all. Meanwhile, the human race sought survival between the crevices. Later, the labyrinth divine palace rose up. Humanity attained unprecedented glory. Only then were they on par with all the races. How clever was W.A.N. Jininyan. She determined the situation on the field in an instant and decided to join Kong Tan's side. The moment W.A.N. Jininyan and the rest made a move, it instantly formed a creuse. HI plus ing advantage. Feng Qingxian was teetering on her feet under the pincer attacks of several great experts. Very soon, she could not quite hold out anymore. Right then, another group of people came over. But it was the feather race that arrived. Yuran smiled and said, Big brother Kong Tan, do you need Yuran's assistance? Kong Tan smiled and said, It's naturally for the best if younger sister Yuran takes action. Yuran nodded and said, All right, the dragon race this bunch of people, leave them to me. Finished saying, Yuran brought the feather race and joined the battle too. All at once, the true spirit race was attacked in front and from the rear, suffering a heavy blow. Many true spirits died under the powerful attacks of the few races. Feng Qingxian was going crazy. She did not expect that such a situation would actually occur. Why isn't that D.A.M. and fellow here yet? Feng Qingxian gnashed her teeth in hatred as she said. She knew that the only one who could save her now was only Yi Yuan. Otherwise, these elites from the true spirit race would all have to die here. As if hearing her summoning, a large group of people came from the distance in a dense crowd, immediately applying tremendous pressure on all the races. At times, numbers could crush everything. Finally see people. These people will all have to submit under the foot of me, Emperor Azure Sky. Yang Qing immediately became excited. The destination that this group of people was transported to was a little off. Hence, they came late. Yang Qing took first place. With his temperament, he naturally could not refrain from posturing. Yi Yuan had sharp eyes. He saw several races besieging the true spirit race with one glance, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. However, Yang Qing already rushed out without waiting for him to speak. Hoi! All Heavens list, Thousand Souls list, Dual lists number 1, Exalt Azure Sky is here. You trash actually dare to bully my Yang Qing's friends? Why haven't you quickly stopped? Yang Qing pointed with his long spear and shouted angrily. Yi Yuan covered his face with his hand and seriously could not quite continue watching anymore. This guy liked to show off too much. Of course, although flamboyant, Yang Qing could still gauge things clearly. Back then, the true spirit race was the main force that saved the grand bright jade complete heaven. Feng Qingxian was also present back then. Yang Qing recognized Feng Qingxian at a glance and naturally knew who he should help. Moreover, he also knew that Yi Yuan belonged to half a true spirit. This sentence from him immediately attracted everyone's attention. In reality, all of the geniuses right now were full of curiosity toward Yang Qing. Everyone wanted to know just what this genius who suppressed all the heavens looked like. But, with one look, they were quite disappointed. This guy really did not have the air of an expert at all. Shouldn't the genius who swept across all the heavens be low profile and humble and unparalleledly domineering? This fellow looked like a living treasure no matter how one looked at him. However, Yang Qing was the peerless genius who cleared the Thousand Souls Hall stage in the end. His face still had to be given. W.A.N. Jining Yan was the first to stop, shouting, "Okay, I'll give Brother Yang face. Our purple extreme heaven pavilion will stop." Finished saying, the people that she brought all stopped. Yuran also smiled, jumping out of the battlefield as she said, "Brother Yang's face has to be given. My feather race withdraws." The feather race powerhouses stopped respectively too. When Kong Tan saw the situation, he knew that this fight could not carry on. Snorting coldly, he ceased fighting too. Only then did the true spirit race powerhouses feel akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. However, each of them currently had wounds on their bodies. They also lost quite a number of elites that they brought. W.A.N. Jining Yan arrived in front of Yang Qing and greeted with folded hands on the lower right side of her body as she said smilingly, "With the labyrinth divine palace opening this time, Brother Yang's prestige has awed all the heavens. Since Brother Yang is a human, why not join my Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion? Our Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion will definitely do our utmost to help Brother Yang step into the great beyond realm." W.A.N. Jining Yan had always been proud and cold. Even when facing Zhou Qingyang, the few of them, she spoke bluntly too. But today, she smiled at Yang Qing. This smile was akin to spring wind blowing for 10 miles, intoxicating people. Even a boar like Kong Tan was also besotted from looking. In an instant, the air teemed with a strong smell of vinegar. But, right at this time, Yuran smiled sweetly and directly grabbed Yang Qing's hand, saying coquettishly, "Big brother Yang Qing, Yuran idolizes geniuses the most. Why not Yuran become your Dao companions? Yuran is the holy daughter of the feather race. As long as big brother Yang Qing becomes my Dao companion, there will be countless resources. Also, my ancestor is a great beyond powerhouse. If you become my Dao companion, ancestor will definitely give you guidance." Yang Qing instantly became full of himself. The jealousy grew stronger. At this time, there were 3 peerless beauties on the open field. W.A.N. Jining, Yuran, and Feng Qingxian. These 3 people had unparalleled beauty and apparent. Right now, 2 out of the 3 were actually casting an olive branch to Yang Qing. Also, Feng Qingxian, Yang Qing personally admitted that he was friends with her. This kind of treatment really envied bystanders to the max. Kong Tan looked toward Feng Qingxian and ridiculed her. He said, "Feng Qingxian, your man came. Why don't you have him take revenge for you?" He had long seen through. Yang Qing did not have that kind of feelings for Feng Qingxian at all. Chapter 3042. The Blind Ones Are You All? Chapter 3042. The Blind Ones Are You All? Goodness me! 2 great beauties inviting, it really puts this Yang in a dilemma. Yang Qing said with a smug look. Yuran directly cuddled against his body and said with a smile, "What dilemma is there? It's merely one sect behind this woman. But, behind Yuran, it's the power of a race. One will also know who to choose without needing to think, right?" W.A.N. Jining Yan said coldly, shameless. Yuran smiled and said, Younger sister Ningyan, you want to rope big brother Yang Qing in, and you still want to put on airs? What kind of heaven's chosen is big brother Yang Qing? Could it be that he can't match up to you? Ji Ningyan's brows furrowed slightly, but she felt that Yu Rant's words made sense. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, it could be said that there was no man that could enter her eyes. Even Kong Tan was not enough to make her view him in a different light too. But Yang Qing was an exception. After experiencing the Thousand Souls Hall, they were all too clear how strong those 1,000 people were. Especially the top 100, they were really strong to the extreme. To be able to clear the Thousand Souls Hall stage, these geniuses all knew what that meant. Yang Qing's potential was immeasurable. Otherwise, why would someone as cold and proud as Ji Ningyan welcome warmly with a smiling face? However, compared to Yu Ran, Ji Ningyan had indeed fallen to a disadvantage again. If one were to consider who in this world could match up to her, Ji Ningyan, it was only Yang Qing. Seeing how Yang Qing looked, Kong Tan was even more certain that he and Feng Qingxian were just ordinary friends. Your man seems to have already forgotten your existence. Feng Qingxian, you have peerless looks too. Why are you so shameless? Randomly grabbing a guy and saying that he's your man? Kong Tan snickered. Feng Qingxian looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Who told you that my man is Yang Qing?" Kong Tan could not help laughing and said, "Isn't that what you said?" Feng Qingxuan's figure moved, arriving next to Yi Yuan. Grabbing Yi Yuan's arm, she said, "Look closely, this is my man." Yi Yuan was stupefied. "When did I freaking become your man?" Feng Qingxuan's action made everyone's jaws hit the ground in shock. This is Fairy Feng abandoning herself to despair? Who is this kid? He didn't even get on the All Heavens list and Thousand Souls list, right? Fairy Feng is actually throwing herself at him? Fairy Feng must be blind. Yang Qing is a peerless heaven's chosen. She didn't take a fancy on him and actually took a fancy on an unknown trash? Compared to the current Yang Qing, Yi Yuan was indeed trash. Yang Qing was too dazzling. In the 33 heavens, the heavens chosen were plentiful like oxen fur. But he suppressed everybody. It was impossible to not be dazzling even if he did not want to. Being grabbed by Feng Qingxian, Yi Yuan was a little embarrassed, as said. But, in front of the geniuses from all the heavens, he really could not brush her face aside. Upon denying it, Feng Qingxian probably could not even lift her head in the future. After all, he owed Feng Qingxian a debt of gratitude. Yi Yuan heard Long Jian say before that when he went to the Vermilion Bird clan back then, Luan Qinghe actually had some qualms against him. It was Feng Qingxian who advocated strongly until Luan Qinghe agreed to take action. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not deny it, Feng Qingxian also let out a long sigh of relief. She naturally knew that Yi Yuan was not interested in her. But, no idea since when, she was already unable to extricate herself. "Yi Yuan, help me take revenge," Feng Qingxian said. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and nodded his head and said, "Okay." Feng Qingxian, are you blind? You're not chasing the All Heavens list and Thousand Souls list, dual lists #1 genius, and actually went to pursue a good-for-nothing? Yu Yen said with a charming laugh. Not far away, Ji Ningyan also had a mocking look. Clearly, she was very disdainful with Feng Qingxuan's way of doing things. The moment Kong Tan heard, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha boy, have you gotten bewitched by Feng Qingxian and don't know who you are anymore? You said that you're going to take revenge for her?" A hint of coldness flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes and he said, "That's right. You killed many true spirit. You have to pay the price." Kong Tan laughed loudly and said, "Then, this fiend wants to see how you, a puny little lower emperor vast heaven, take revenge. This fiend is waiting for you right here." Yi Yuan said coolly, You kowtow to the true spirit race and apologize. Otherwise, these fiends that you brought, none of them will be spared. Kong Tan laughed. Yuran also laughed. A brat actually boasted so shamelessly. Yuran laughed herself into fits and said, Feng Qingxian, what kind of hothead did you find? He really dares to say anything. Kong Tan laughed and said, There's no word called sorry in this fiend's dictionary. Come, let me take a look at how you'll spare none of us. Bang! Right at this time, Yang Qing pushed Yuran away. The latter had a blank look, not knowing what had happened. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had many people. They all knew about this. But regardless of whether it was Kong Tan, Yuran, or Wan, Jiningen, or the rest, they all did not think that these people would listen to a lower Emperor Vast Heaven's orders. Yi Yuan's strength was at the bottom of the barrel among this group of people. How could these people, be convinced by Yi Yuan? Big brother Yang Qing, you've hurt me. How can you do this to a girl? Yuran said in a spoiled manner. At this time, Yang Qing already put away his flippant expression and said with a cold smile, Scram to one side. How can I, Emperor Azure Sky, be someone that you can match up to? Also, the blind ones are you guys. Fairy Feng is the only one who can see what others cannot. TSK, Fairy Feng, you really have foresight. Yi Yuan, this punk is just a little bit worse than me, Emperor Azure Sky. As he said, Yang Qing gave Feng Qingxian a thumbs up. The latter also had a proud look. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan felt a headache come on. Yang Qing's words made everyone dumbfounded. What was this guy talking about? Yang Qing said that Jiningen and Yuran are blind. Isn't that scolding himself? This guy is really a living treasure. However, what background does that boy have? To actually only be a little bit worse than Yang Qing? Got to be kidding. All Heaven's list and Thousand Souls list. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven only has Yang Qing alone. This boy is simply body. I understand. This boy is definitely some human major power's descendant. You make a lot of sense. Everyone was at a loss. Yang Qing actually even scolded himself in order to prop Yi Yuan up. Just what was this Yi Yuan's ident? One Tai. Hence, people started speculating about Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. Yang Qing scolded himself but was completely oblivious to it. Looking at Kong Tan, he sneered and said, You're the second place Kong Tan, right? I advise that you'd better kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you all will really be wiped out. Yi Yuan never bluffs people when talking. You'll really die. Yang Qing said it solemnly. Kong Tan's heart became somewhat uncertain. But he could not discern, no matter what Yi Yuan had to back him up. Yang Qing, who the hell do you think you are, to also dare talk nonsense to this fiend? This fiend is genuinely enraged this time. Don't need you all to make a move. This fiend will kill you all first. Everyone, kill for me. Kong Tan shouted angrily. Moron! Yang Qing's mouth curled as he scolded. Yi Yuan said coolly, The fiend race members, leave none behind. Chapter 3043. It's a waste even if it's placed with you. Chapter 3043. It's a waste even if it's placed with you, who does he think he is? These 50,000 over people will all listen to him? This boy is clearly a fool. I know about Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. That place is simply a masterless land, with sects standing in great numbers, neither convinced by the others. With a beauty accompanying, he probably doesn't know his surname anymore, right? The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, mocking voices immediately came from all around. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even Kong Tan, Yuran, these people, it was impossible to make 50,000 geniuses of a race listen to one person too. However, before his voice faded, the 50,000 people behind Yi Yuan attacked simultaneously. Kong Tan's eyes popped out. In terms of strength, the fiend race was definitely stronger than Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. But with more than 50,000 people versus 2,000 people, this was complete devastation. No matter how strong you were, it was useless too. Let alone that ever since entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, these people's strength had already made great progress. Kong Tan finally understood what Yang Qing's words meant. These 2,000 fiends were instantly drowned by the sea of people. In an instant, a large group of fiends died. Enough. I apologize. I apologize. Kong Tan shouted. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he said, "Stop." The 50,000 people executed the order without fail. They immediately stopped and returned. This scene made everyone draw a breath of cold air. They could not help becoming curious about Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. Who could make 50,000 people be so obedient? In one exchange, the fiend race had several hundred people dead. Kong Tan had a black face as he came before Yi Yuan and said, "I can apologize, but kneeling is absolutely impossible." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Sure." Kong Tan gave a bow to Feng Qingxian and said, "Fairy Feng, Kong Tan was wrong. I apologize to you." Feng Qingxian gave a cold snort and said, "I warned you before. My man isn't to be trifled with." Yi Yuan had black lines on his head. Kong Tan had black lines on his head too. But at this time, everyone's focus S.H.I. feeded to Yi Yuan all at once. Just where did this enigmatic young man pop out from? All of them thought that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's leader was Yang Qing. But looking at it now, it was not. Yang Qing said unhappily, "Why didn't you wipe them, you? This isn't your style." He knew that Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill. With Kong Tan's words and actions earlier, exterminating the fiend race was also not impossible. Yi Yuan said meaningfully, "A rabbit will bite if cornered. Now isn't the time to show your cards. This place has the rules here. Once we cross it, the consequences will be very severe." Yang Qing felt at a loss, uncertain what it meant. Although he did not kill Kong Tan, suppressing the fiend race's young patriarch to lower his head to admit his fault, this was already shocking enough. One had to know that Kong Tan was not only the fiend race's young patriarch. He was even number 2 in the ranking here after Yang Qing. If not for Yang Qing, this freak, he would have been number 1. How proud was such a genius! Yi Yuan looked toward Yu Ran, W.A.N., Jiningen, and the rest. He then said coolly, "Also you all." Yu Ran's expression changed and she said, "Goodness, this big brother is so fierce. I'm a weak girl. How can you be like this?" W.A.N. Jiningen's pupils constricted and she said coldly, "You're a human. You should know humanity's 3 supreme heavens. My purple extreme heaven pavilion isn't what you can afford to provoke." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "In that case, you want me to make a move?" W.A.N. Jiningen's expression turned dark. This guy really did not know how to cherish beauties. She gritted her teeth, and also apologized to Feng Qingxian. Although Yu Ran was reluctant, she also knew that circumstances were stronger than people. These people added up, were not a match for Yi Yuan's army too. Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said unhappily, "This tortoise grandson stole this emperor's limelight again." Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, "Do you still want to break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven or not?" Yang Qing immediately switched expressions and said fawningly, I want. Her, Heavenly Saint Yi is the best." When everyone saw this scene, they were even more shocked. Even Yang Qing was actually so obsequious in front of Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan ignored everyone's shock and said coolly, "These natural treasures, I'm taking half. You all don't have objections, right?" "We do. But was there a use?" Clearly, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting them answer either. Russ. H.I. plusing straight into this large-scale medicine garden. Actually, reaching Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Sakra Heaven realm, it was already very difficult to find some heavenly medicines. Sometimes, one could run across more than half of the 33 heavens in order to refine a grade 8 heavenly pill or a grade 9 heavenly pill. But there was everything here. Some of the precious heavenly medicines in the 100 Herbs Il.U.'s Trotted Handbook could all be found here. To heavenly alchemists, this place was simply paradise. The Labyrinth Divine Palace was well deserving of being the #1 great sect of all the heavens. They had practically collected the most precious heavenly medicines in all heavens, and these heavenly medicines were seemingly free, scattered in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's outer periphery medicine garden. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous. He took all of the heavenly medicines that he needed away. When the others saw this scene, their hearts dripped blood. At this time, the people around the medicine garden became more and more. The geniuses from all heavens had all gathered here. The medicine garden's heavenly medicines got lesser and lesser. Very soon, Yi Yuan had collected half. When Yi Yuan went out of the medicine garden, he immediately had his path blocked by several figures. He raised his brows and said, "Why? Does everyone want to rob me?" Zhou Xianqian had a haughty look as he said with a cold smile, "Kid, you seize so many heavenly medicines, but you can't refine high-quality heavenly pills. Isn't it a wanton waste of God's good gifts?" Yi Yuan was greatly interested and said with a smile, "Oh? You mean that you can refine it?" Zhou Xianqian said proudly, "Of course. 33 heavens, the peak of alchemy Tao is in humanity's 3 supreme heavens. An abyss Pa's origin grotto heaven's strongest is our Jotian Emperor Palace's progenitor endless." Another person said, "Vast court firmament limit heaven, our Lin Yuan Pavilion is the outstanding one." The third person said, "Han Chong Miao Qing heaven, our Emperor One sect is the well-deserved #1. These two people, one was the Lin Yuan Pavilion's #1 genius, Chu Fang, and the other was the Emperor One sect's Dizzy Jinan. Seeing Yi Yuan HOARD so many heavenly medicines, the three of them naturally had ideas. Zhou Xianqian said, "If I didn't remember wrongly, in your grand bright jade complete heaven, the strongest in alchemy Tao is Cloudmount, right? Back then, he even came to my Jotian Emperor Palace to ask Ancestor Endless for guidance. When he sees Ancestor Endless again, he'll have to carry out the etiquette of a disciple too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So, what's the meaning of you guys stopping me?" Zhou Xianqian said, "Very simple. These precious heavenly medicines are a waste to be placed with you too. Whatever heavenly pills you need, we can help you refine. But, as compensation, you need to share some heavenly medicines with us." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed. It had really been very long since anyone dared to posture in front of him with alchemy Tao. Even if it was Cloudmount, he did not dare to casually posture in front of him too. One had to know, when Yi Yuan had not entered profound grade back then, Cloudmount was already beyond shock. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Cloudmount. But, in terms of talent, he shook Cloudmount off by too much. I appreciate your good intentions. But, even if I waste these heavenly medicines, I won't do it through others too," Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Chapter 3044. Grand Display of Skill. Chapter 3044. Grand Display of Skill. How aggravating. This was like, "I have good stuff to eat, but if I can't finish eating, I rather throw it away than let you eat." The three geniuses were furious. Zhou Xianqian's face fell, but he turned to Yang Qing and said, "Yang Qing, you have to know, if the quality of the heavenly pill is a fraction better, your hope of breaking through to Emperor Sakra heaven will be a fraction higher. Are you sure that you want this guy to refine pills for you, right now?" They had basically already confirmed that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was a heavenly alchemist. Only like this could he have such great rallying power. Except, what did heavenly alchemists count for in front of them? Zhou Xianqian thought that Yang Qing knew how serious this was. Their three great factions represented the pinnacle of the 33 heavens alchemy Tao. Who would have thought that Yang Qing said without even thinking, "Yeah, of course I want Yi Yuan to help me refine pills. What kind of good heavenly pills can trash like you guys refine?" Poochie. The moment these words came out, it immediately caused loud laughter. Zhoutian Emperor Palace, Emperor One Sect, Lin Yuan Pavilion, these three great forces are called TRAs. Plus this really broadened my knowledge. This Yang Qing is probably out of his mind too, right? Refining pills, who can compare to them? I know he Gemin Cloudmount. Even if he comes, he also won't dare to posture in front of these three major forces, right? With regards to Yang Qing's choice, everyone turned their noses up in disdain. Especially the human race, these three great forces were paramount existences in their hearts. Many forces, including factions like the Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion and Zhou family, all did not dare to offend them too much. Yet, Yang Qing did not take them seriously and would rather believe in an emperor vast heaven than trust Zhou Xianqian they all. Zhou Xianqian was angered until his face turned green. He originally wanted to use heavenly pills to sow discord between the two. He did not expect that he would get slapped in the face in a blink of an eye. Very good. In the 33 heavens, no one has dared to speak to my Zhoutian Emperor Palace like this yet. Yang Qing, you chose the path yourself. When the time comes, don't regret it. Zhou Xianqian said with a sneer. Yang Qing snickered and said, Regret? You conceited morons better don't regret it when the time comes. Finished speaking, he thickened his skin and said to Yi Yuan, How is it? Start refining pills now? I already can't wait and want to see the expressions of these idiots eating SHI+T. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, No rush, let me think about it again. Yi Yuan had refined grade 8 heavenly pills before, but it was very few. Grade 8 heavenly pills, each kind was incomparably precious. Even if it was the dragon race, they did not have such a well-stocked reserve of heavenly medicines too. Furthermore, ever since Yi Yuan comprehended chaos divine essence, he had a new understanding of alchemy Tao again. He still needed to work out how to piece these things perfectly together. Yang Qing said excitedly, Okay. He knew that since Yi Yuan was so solemn, then it must be something extraordinary. If it could be casually refined, he would not behave like this. But this scene was different when it landed in the eyes of Zhou Xianqian and the others. Putting on an appearance, pretending to be profound. Just watch, you guys will regret it. Zhou Xianqian said with a cold smile. After a bout of fierce dispute, each side divided up the remaining half of the natural treasures. The human forces had the most numbers. When they joined hands, they obtained the largest share. Apart from this, the fiend race, the feather race, as well as the true spirit race, these powerful races also obtained a considerable share. Those that remained could only drink soup. After dividing the loot, what remained was naturally pill refinement. Swallowing natural treasures whole could naturally increase one's strength too. But the effect of heavenly pills could undoubtedly maximize the medicinal effect. Therefore, Zhoutian Emperor Palace, Emperor One Sect, and Lin Yuan Pavilion, three great forces, immediately became hot pastries. The various factions went to find them one after another. One had to know that those who came this time were all the elite disciples of these three great forces. There were even Origin Realm powerhouses among them. Some had even already reached the Origin Grade realm. Above Profound Grade was Origin Grade. Origin Grade was a vague realm. Stepping into Origin Grade was equivalent to comprehending the source of alchemy Tao. Apart from chaos heavenly pills, there was nothing that they could not refine. This way they naturally became hot commodities. Such an opportunity was truly hard to come across. It would not be easy to run into so many heavenly medicines again after going out of the labyrinth divine palace. Young Master Zhou, I'm willing to offer 3 grade 9 heavenly medicines to request your Zhoutian Emperor Palace to take action and help me refine a heaven il us trias pill. Emperor Jinan, I'm willing to give you guys all of the other heavenly medicines. I only seek a grade 8 heavenly pill, Chaos Heaven Edict True Pill. Young Master Chu, Zhou Xianchen and the rest were immediately surrounded until not even water could seep through. Everyone was fighting for them to refine heavenly pills. Even the likes of W.A.N., Jining and Qin Baichuan were no exception too. In the Thousand Souls Hall, their comprehensions were tremendous. Now they just so happened to need some heavenly pills to unleash the comprehensions. At this time, the three great factions naturally became hot commodities. Yang Qing's posturing would not change other people's inherent ideas. These three great forces represented the pinnacle of alchemy Dao. Not looking for them, but looking for an unknown brat? You have got be kidding. Only two sides were unmoving like a mountain. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and the True Spirit Race. Yi Yuan found a secluded place and closed his eyes to contemplate, carefully understanding the medicinal properties of these heavenly pills. And he deduced how to refine these heavenly pills using Chaos Divine Essence. While on the other side, the pill refinement had already begun. Cries of wonder rose and ebbed. As the current era's number one person, Zhou Xianchen's alchemy path strength was unfathomable. He, this grade 9 heavenly alchemist, was extremely popular. Impressive. Truly impressive. Although young Master Zhou's martial strength isn't the strongest, his alchemy technique really leaves everyone behind until they can only see the dust ahead. That's right. Ancestor Endless is called Alchemy Dao's number one person. He's the only person who entered Great Beyond with Alchemy Dao. The successor that he groomed is indeed extraordinary. Emperor Jinan and young Master Chu can't be underestimated either. Their strength is also not at all inferior to young Master Zhou. We're blessed this time. As long as we get the heavenly pill, our strength will surely improve further. Ancestor Endless was the one and only powerhouse in the 33 heavens who stepped into Great Beyond Realm with Alchemy Dao. His existence represented the apex of Alchemy Dao. Zhou Xianchen was clearly a distinguished talent in Zhoutian Emperor Palace too. Although he had not reached Origin Realm yet, his alchemy path strength had already stepped into Origin grade. Comprehending Origin was also just within reach. When had the various forces seen before such breathtaking pill refinement? Each and every one of them felt like their horizons were broadened. The heavenly medicines taken out were also flowing continuously. As for Yi Yuan, he had long already been forgotten by them. Over here, the pill refinement was being carried out like a raging fire. But over at Yi Yuan's side, there was not the slightest activity. In a blink of an eye, 3 months said. The efficiencies of Zhou Xianchen and the others were still extremely high. All of the heavenly pills had already been finished refining. Their three forces also reaped huge harvests because of the pill refinement this time. Although it could not compare to Yi Yuan, it was also considered a huge profit. And over at Yi Yuan there was nothing happening. Yi Yuan was still in a closed seclusion. Zhou Xianchen said mockingly, Master Yi, why haven't you refined pills? Could it be that you want to pocket all those heavenly medicines? Chapter 3045, Pig Teammate. Chapter 3045, Pig Teammate Grand Bright Jade Complete Heavens. Over 50,000 people were expressionless. Zhou Xianchen originally had the intention of sowing discord. He believed that no one would not be tempted in front of benefit. Even if it was their Zhoutian Emperor Palace, these heavenly medicines were not his alone too. Benefits had to be balanced out. But very sadly these 50,000 people seemed to be indifferent. Not one person expressed doubt with regards to Yi Yuan's action. So awkward! The stomach full of words that Zhou Xianchen prepared could not be used anymore. If Heavenly Saint Yi needs it, so what even if he takes these heavenly medicines? Don't you all agree? Gao Hushan suddenly said. Yes. We have no objections. Our lives are all Heavenly Saint Yi's. Some heavenly medicines are not worth mentioning. Everyone immediately answered without hesitation. It was not just Zhou Xianchen, Kong Tan, and W.A.N. Jining who were shocked. They were all shocked. Were these people idiots? Or was it that these over 50,000 people were all controlled by Yi Yuan? But was this possible? They were naturally unable to understand how great Yi Yuan's prestige in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was. These people's lives were all saved by Yi Yuan. It was also all Yi Yuan's credit that they could stand here. Could these not be more valuable than a few heavenly medicines? Moreover, Yi Yuan was famous for being selfless. Back then, when he entered the extreme medicine sect, he presented all of his precious alchemy path records to the sect. Later, he also advocated for releasing resources and benefiting everyone. Would such a person covet some heavenly medicines? Even if he did, that had a reason too. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said loudly, "Everyone, I'll pick 2,000 Emperor Vast Heavens out of you all and refine the 8 Universe Seal-breaking pill for you all, and help you all break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven. Also, I'll refine 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill for 300 Emperor Sakra Heavens and help you all comprehend Origin. Apart from this, another portion of heavenly medicines is prepared for those mutated bloodline warriors that follow me." Although the heavenly pills here were abundant, being able to support 200 to 300 people was already the limit. After all, no matter how many the grade 8 heavenly medicines, they were not cabbages too. An 8 universe seal-breaking pill was the best heavenly pill to assault Emperor Sakra Heaven. It was just that the heavenly medicines that this pill required were extremely seldom seen in the outside world. Hence, it was very precious too. Previously, those Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses were also mostly requesting Zhou Xianchen they all to refine this pill. But the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill was a grade 8 imperial pill. It could help martial artists attain clarity of mind and increase the chances of comprehending Origin. To an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse, it was an extremely precious grade 8 heavenly imperial pill. Of course, the difficulty was also HELL level. 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill? Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this sort of place. There's someone who can refine the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill too? Kid, bragging isn't done like this, Chu Fong said with a disdainful look. Even if he refines it, it will most likely be a useless pill too. Yi Yuan, I'll give you one last chance. 2,000 stalks of heavenly medicines. This 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill, I'll refine to Origin grade for you. Zhou Xianchen also said. The refining difficulty of the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill was extremely high. Even Origin grade powerhouses would find it very hard to refine into Origin grade 2. In Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, only Cloudmount Master and disciples, 3 people, were able to refine this pill. The others, even if they were Origin Realm Grade 9 Heavenly Alchemists, they could not refine it at all either. Because this heavenly pill already touched upon the secrets of Hegemon. Without reaching Hegemon Realm, how could one pry into Hegemon Realm and attain clarity of mind? Among Zhou Xianchen, Chu Fan, and Jin Nan, 3 people, only Zhou Xianchen had the confidence to refine it to Origin grade smoothly. This was because there was a great beyond powerhouse standing behind Zhou Xianchen. In terms of foundation, his was even deeper than the other 2. Young Master Zhou can actually refine the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill. If I had long known this, I'd have spent a huge price just now to find him to refine. A miscalculation. Origin grade 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill is even 100 times better than my Zhoutian Brightheart pill. That boy didn't even dare to take action for 3 months. He clearly doesn't have the confidence. With just his bit of strength, he also dares to pick a fight with young Master Zhou? The moment Zhou Xianchen opened his mouth, everyone yelled out their regrets. Those Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouses also did not expect that Zhou Xianchen could actually refine such a heaven-defying grade 8 heavenly imperial pill. Zhou Xianchen was very pleased with himself. The 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill should be the peak of Alchemy Dao below 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. In martial Dao, he was worse than Yang Qing, Kong Tan, and the rest. But regarding Alchemy Dao, he was absolutely the most high-profile focal point. Moron! What answered him was Yang Qing's nonchalant words. Zhou Xianchen's gaze turned cold, and he said, "What did you say?" Yang Qing smiled and said, "I said you're a moron. What does Yi Yuan refining pills have to do with you? Don't you find it funny that you're jumping up and down here?" Zhou Xianchen smiled coldly and said, "Yang Qing, do you really think that you're impressive? You have to know, the consequences of offending a great beyond powerhouse are very serious." Yang Qing said disdainfully, "Screw off. You can't do it. So you'll be bringing out your ancestor? How old are you? Aren't you ashamed?" In terms of Reb. Ting, Yang Qing did not lose to anyone. Zhou Xianchen was angered until his face flushed red, and he shouted angrily, "I can't do it? In terms of martial arts, maybe I'm inferior to you. But in alchemy Dao, who dares to fight with me?" Yang Qing said coolly, "Stop bragging. Let's make a bet. If Yi Yuan loses to you, our heavenly medicines will all be yours. However, if Yi Yuan wins against you, your Zhoutian Emperor Palace's heavenly medicines will all be ours. Calculating it, it's definitely you who's in an advantageous position. Do you dare to bet or not?" Finished speaking, Yang Qing even winked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled. He naturally welcomed free heavenly medicines. The reason why he shared the heavenly medicines with the other forces was also due to circumstances. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not be so generous either. It was not that Zhou Xianchen could not stand being provoked. It was that he was too confident in himself. There was a saying that was circulated in the 33 heavens. Alchemy Dao in the world originated from the Emperor Palace. It could be seen how strong Zhoutian Emperor Palace's alchemy path strength was. As the new generation's outstanding talent, how could Zhou Xianchen possibly lose to others? After Yang Qing said this, Zhou Xianchen calmed down instead and said with a sneer, "In alchemy Dao, there hasn't been an opponent that I, Zhou Xianchen, don't dare to compete against. However, since you want to compete, then we naturally have to compete in medicinal effects. How about this? We'll send out 2,300 people to and compare the effects of the medicinal pills that we each refined. We'll see which of us has more breakthroughs in the end. Speaking of which, this is still you all getting off cheap. The medicinal effects of the heavenly pills that I refine aren't as good as the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. Do you all dare?" Although he said so, actually, the apartment etudes of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's martial artists were far worse than the other few factions. Humanity's 3 supreme heavens, this was not said for fun. Even if it was the other races, those who came were top geniuses too. In contrast, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's so-called geniuses were simply not enough to look at. With Zhou Xianchen saying so, Yang Qing hesitated instead. He naturally knew the quality of those who came from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Seeing Yang Qing's expression, Zhou Xianchen smiled coldly and said, "Why? Don't dare?" "Not at all. I agree," Yi Yuan said coolly. A hint of cunningness flashed across Zhou Xianchen's face, and he said with a smile, "Good, gutsy enough. This Zhou will kindly accept your heavenly medicines." He felt that Yang Qing was really a pig teammate, putting Yi Yuan on the fire to roast. Now, in Zhou Xianchen's mind, Yi Yuan had lost for sure. Chapter 3046. Grade 8 Comprehending Origin. Chapter 3046. Grade 8 Comprehending Origin. "Master Yi, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and show your skills. Let rookies like us broaden our knowledge," Zhou Xianchen said with a cold smile. Master Yi can even refine the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill with ease. We really feel ashamed of our unworthiness. Hurry up and show your abilities. Let us take a look. We really didn't expect that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually produced a genius such as yourself. Those watching the show did not mind if matters blew up. Chu Feng and Jinan also kicked up a fuss. Either way, the one betting with Yi Yuan was Zhou Xianchen. Even if Yi Yuan really won, they would not suffer any losses either. Of course, they did not think that Yi Yuan could beat Zhou Xianchen. In alchemy, they were not convinced by anyone but Zhou Xianchen. The various forces were all waiting to see the joke. Yi Yuan's palm moved, nirvanic rebirth fire leaping up, directly enveloping the 8 universe seal-breaking pills, heavenly medicines. Ever since Yi Yuan fused the 4 great true spirit bloodlines, the power of this nirvanic rebirth fire also rose several levels. Refining heavenly pills became even more accomplished with high proficiency. However, this move garnered waves of ridicule in the eyes of Zhou Xianchen and the others. I was wondering how impressive Master Yi was. After messing around for half a day, you're only refining an 8-universe seal-breaking pill. This kind of heavenly pill, I could refine 30 at the same time when I was Emperor Vast Heaven. If it's now, refining 300 at the same time is a cinch to me. Zhou Xianchen could not help laughing as he said. Chu Feng laughed and said, Brother Zhou is skilled. This Chu can only refine around 230 pills currently. Jinan nodded and said, being able to refine 300, Brother Zhou's strength is indeed formidable. The more heavenly pills that you refined at the same time, naturally the higher the requirements on the heavenly alchemist. Regarding the control of fire and the amalgamation of heavenly medicines, all required a huge expenditure of energy. To some extent, the greater the number when refining at the same time, naturally, the stronger the heavenly alchemist's strength. The refining difficulty of the 8-universe seal-breaking pill naturally could not compare to the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. Like when Zhou Xianchen, this kind of expert, was refining, it was normally refining many at the same time. Who knew that Yi Yuan was just refining one at a time? Hence, it ended up as a laughingstock. But very soon, they could not laugh anymore. This was because Yi Yuan was really very strong. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Zhou Xianchen and a few others could be said to be grandmasters in alchemy. They could naturally tell with one glance whether or not Yi Yuan had skills. Origin Grade Realm. This boy actually entered Origin Grade Realm too. Jinan cried out in surprise. In their view, if someone that came out of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven could enter Profound Grade at this cultivation realm, it was already very good. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually entered Origin Grade. The talents of Zhou Xianchen and the rest were even stronger than Yi Yuan's senior apprentice brother, Zhou Pinespring. Zhou Pinespring only stepped into Origin Grade after Emperor Sakura Heaven too. But Zhou Xianchen entered Origin Grade when he was Upper Emperor Vast Heaven. Meanwhile, Jinan two people were a level worse, only entering Origin Grade at Grand Completion Emperor Vast Heaven. However, this was already very strong. The vast majority of heavenly alchemists were stuck in Profound Grade and were unable to break through. But who could that thought that Yi Yuan, this rookie who came from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, actually entered Origin Grade at Lower Emperor Vast Heaven Realm? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's talent was even greater than theirs? Zhou Xianchen smiled coldly and said, I was wondering why this punk was so C.O.C. Kentucky. It turns out that he entered Origin Grade. But so what if he entered Origin Grade? This young master has already pried into the origin of alchemy Dao. He could overpower Chu Feng and Jinan because he comprehended origin. This was also what he was proudest of. He was just Lower Emperor Sakura Heaven but already comprehended origin. In the future, when he reached Grand Completion Emperor Sakura Heaven, it would be much easier to step into the realm of hegemon. The path of cultivation, ahead by a step, it meant being ahead at every step. This was not said for fun. But, as if getting slapped, a surge of origin power was released from Yi Yuan's body, integrating into the nirvanic rebirth fire. Alchemy Dao Origin. Actually, Yi Yuan had already understood Alchemy Dao Origin when searching for the way out for those bloodline warriors in the Dragon Clan. There were 1,000,000 origin seeds in Yi Yuan's body. Cultivating yielded twice the results with half the effort. No matter how he cultivated, Yi Yuan's Alchemy Dao was always at the forefront. Yi Yuan relied on his powerful alchemy path talent and forcibly broke through the limitations of cultivation realm, comprehending Alchemy Dao Origin. But, when this scene appeared before everyone's eyes, it was seriously too shocking. Zhou Xianqian's face burned fiery hot, Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to swallow the words earlier back into his stomach. But the bystanders did not care about his regret anymore. Grade 8 comprehending origin? This is also too fake, right? Jinan said with a look of disbelief. Alchemy Dao Origin, the difficulty of comprehending is no less than spatial origin, these top origins. How can he possibly comprehend Alchemy Dao Origin in Emperor Vast Heaven? Chu Feng said in horror. The path of alchemy was far too difficult. Putting aside that the path of alchemy was complicated to the extreme, even during the cultivation journey, the countless resources that one needed were also not what the average person could afford to consume. The few of them were able to have a strength that far exceeded their peers at this realm because they had powerful backing. But even so, they were flung far behind by Yi Yuan too. Zhou Xianqian was still fine, but Jinan and Chu Feng were far too lacking. Even Kong Tan also had a look of shock and said, "Where did this boy pop out from? When did the puny little grand bright jade complete heaven produce such a monster?" Disregarding Yang Qing, a monster that suppressed all the heavens in Alchemy Dao actually appeared too. Yu Ran said, "No wonder this kid behaves so arrogantly. It turns out that he really has some ability. But, even if he comprehended origin, it's very hard to beat Zhou Xianqian too, right?" Kong Tan nodded and said, "That's of course." Similarly, having comprehended origin, Zhou Xianqian is a grade 9 heavenly alchemist after all. Furthermore, there's even a great beyond realm alchemy path overlord standing behind him. It's impossible to lose to that kid no matter what. Yu Ran said, "Then I'm relieved. If this kid wins, I'll be angered to death." While Yang Qing laughed loudly and said, "This guy is always so trustworthy. Even I also didn't think that he comprehended origin in Emperor Vast Heaven." Time trickled by. 3 days said in a blink of an eye. Only to hear Yi Yuan yell, "Go!" A scarlet-red heavenly pill flew straight for Yang Qing. "This is yours," Yi Yuan said. "All right." Yang Qing caught the heavenly pill and directly swallowed it without another word. Then he felt a vast power opening up his 4 limbs and bones. Behind Yang Qing, the door of eternal life appeared on its own accord. The power of this medicinal pill directly called forth the door of eternal life. Yang Qing was shocked. "My God, the power of this heavenly pill is also a little too terrifying, right?" Yang Qing could not resist complaining. He felt that this heavenly pill seemed to be very different from the heavenly pills that Yi Yuan refined in the past. But, in what way was it different, he could not pinpoint it to. All in all, it was ridiculously strong. Only to see Yang Qing brandish his long spear, his figure fusing into one with the spear body, turning into a rainbow as he rushed toward the second seal. In fact, he did not even make preparations. Boom! The second seal opened in response. Chapter 3047. Thread Control Pill Refinement. Chapter 3047. Thread Control Pill Refinement. So strong. Accomplished in one stroke. Is Emperor Sakra Heaven so easy? This is the power of the 8 Universe Seal Breaking Pill. 8 Universe Seal Breaking Pill can increase 30% strength in an instant, helping to break through the seal. But, looking at this power, it's probably far more than 30%. From swallowing the heavenly pill to breaking the seal with one spear, it was merely a short 10 breaths of time. This process was too short. For ordinary martial artists, even if it was a same-rank powerhouse like Kong Tan, breaking open the second seal would need several hours to accu. Mulate power too. But Yang Qing did it too effortlessly. Such a great bottleneck was completely no bottleneck to him at all. Ha ha ha, satisfying. What's this heavenly pill of yours called? Yang Qing said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan said, let's call it Chaos Element Heavenly Pill then. Yang Qing contemplated and said with a nod, fitting. Chaos Element Heavenly Pill. Very good. Zhou Xianchen, are you convinced? Zhou Xianchen was somewhat jealous. He knew that Yi Yuan's heavenly pill was not simple. This was because Yang Qing had not reached the peak of Emperor Vast Heaven at all. It was not time to break through his realm yet, but his breakthrough had an unstoppable momentum. This heavenly pill was naturally incredible. At least, it was not worse than the quality he refined. You, Yang Qing, are number 1 on the All Heavens list and Thousand Souls list, dual lists. If you can't even break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven, you can go and kill yourself. This heavenly pill is merely adding flowers to embroidery. Just this, and you even specially gave a name. How shameless! Zhou Xianchen said with a sneer. In reality, this was also what most people thought. Yang Qing's strength was formidable, overwhelming all heroes. It was not as hard as imagined for him to break through to Emperor Vast Heaven. The 8-universe seal-breaking pill was merely superfluous. Such a shocking breakthrough, it was still mainly because of Yang Qing himself. That's right. What you guys are competing in is the result based on 2,300 people, and not one person. Among the 2,000 Emperor Vast Heavens that Brother Zhou picked, there are already 80% who succeeded in breaking through. Can you do it, Yi Yuan? Jinan said. Before Yi Yuan spoke, Zhou Xianchen satirized him to his face again, saying, Master Yi, you wouldn't be refining one by one like this, right? By the time you finish refining, wouldn't we have to wait until D knows when? How do we still explore the labyrinth divine palace? Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, not to that extent. That one earlier was just a warm-up. Now it officially begins. Boom. Before his voice faded, a CLU's tur of nirvanic rebirth fire instantly burst out. This CLU's tur of nirvanic rebirth fire was hundreds of feet in diameter. Then a large pile of heavenly medicines was directly thrown into the nirvanic rebirth fire by Yi Yuan. Zhou Xianchen saw it easily. That large pile of heavenly medicines had sufficient quant. 1 ties for 2,000 people. This guy was actually going to refine 2,008 universe seal-breaking pills at once? Is there a mistake? Young Master Zhou can only refine 300 at a time, but Yi Yuan is going to refine 2,000 in one go? This guy is too capable at posturing, right? Who does he think he is? A Chaos Heavenly Master? When everyone saw this scene, they instantly blew up, mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability one after another. Refining 2,000 grade 8 heavenly pills at the same time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still just Emperor Vast Heaven Realm. Could he hold out? If his divine essence got exhausted halfway through the refinement, that would be fun. Furthermore, refining 2,000 grade 8 heavenly pills at the same time, this requirement of the origin divinity was simply hair-raisingly harsh. What rights did a mere grade 8 heavenly alchemist have? Even some laymen were also mocking Yi Yuan's ignorance. The refinement previously had indeed stunned everyone. But, refining 2,000 in one go, everyone had to admit that posturing too hard would sprain your waist. Although the 8-universe seal-breaking pill isn't a very difficult grade 8 heavenly pill to us, it can't be randomly refined too. Refining 2,000 of this kind of heavenly pill at the same time, it's absolutely impossible under chaos, Heavenly Master. This boy is probably being funny, right? Chu Feng could not help laughing when he saw the situation. Jinan clasped his hands to Zhou Xianqin and said with a smile, "Looks like we have to congratulate Brother Zhou in advance for returning fully loaded." Zhou Xianqin also felt that his victory was certain and said smilingly, "This boy has talent. It's just a pity that he postures too much. Otherwise, even if he isn't my match, he wouldn't lose too terribly either. But now, Yuran also smiled and said, "I don't know pill refinement, but refining 2008 universe seal-breaking pills, this divine essence consumption is far from what Emperor Vast Heavens can bear, right?" Zhou Xianqin nodded and said, "For 2008 universe seal-breaking pills, it needs at least the divine essence reserve of grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm before one can barely manage to refine it. But this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that this is a huge burden on the origin divinity. Even if he has this strength, his origin divinity will be overwhelmed too. A single misstep and he'll even hurt himself. Let's just wait and see the show." Zhou Xianqin's analysis was already quite on point. Everyone understood it. Yi Yuan was very amazing. In the end, he could only amaze himself to death. Disregarding other things, just the grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven Divine Essence Reserve would be too much for Yi Yuan to bear. Hence, everyone settled down and waited to watch the show. Even when Yang Qing heard it, he also wondered if Yi Yuan went overboard. He was originally BRIMMING with confidence in Yi Yuan, but now, he had some doubts. Otherwise, refining 500 at a time should not be that much of a burden, right? Just 500 was enough to suppress Zhou Xianqin. This guy was really keen to steal the limelight. Yang Qing hoped that he wouldn't mess it up. Except, everyone could not detect that Heavenless was currently spying on every movement and action here. Seeing Yi Yuan refine pills, Heavenless chuckled and said to himself, "This boy, what a stonies. Plus in control. Condensing essence as threads, controlling 2,000 heavenly pills at the same time, not a single bit of divine essence is wasted. This skill, even this ancestor's breath is taken away in astonishment too." He had long been paying close attention to Yi Yuan. The others, even if it was Yang Qing, in Heavenless eyes, it was nothing more than this. One had to know, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's most stunning genius was not those in the Thousand Souls Hall, but he, Heavenless, himself. He was the #1 rare talent since time immemorial. But Yi Yuan's appearance made his eyes light up. This guy actually brought 1,000,000 people and cleared the vertical heaven stairs. Being able to deduce his Tao so thoroughly was not what the average Emperor Vast Heaven could accomplish. Later, Yi Yuan even ravaged the Thousand Souls Hall, bringing more than 50,000 people into the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Each step was stunning to the extreme. He examined his own conscience and felt that even if it was him, he could not do better than Yi Yuan too. What he did not expect even more was that Yi Yuan was actually also a very powerful heavenly alchemist. This divine essence control made him click his tongue in wonder. Outsiders could not see it, but inside the nirvanic rebirth fire, 2 fine threads spread out, linking up 2,000 medicinal embryos. 2 fine threads, one was chaos divine essence, the second was origin divinity. Yi Yuan relied on these 2 fine threads to control the refinement of 2,000 heavenly pills. This kind of refinement, the utilization of divine essence and origin divinity, was delicate to a hair-raising extent. Regardless of whether it was divine essence or origin divinity, it was all employed where they were needed the most without any wastage. Heavenless discerned that compared to Yi Yuan, Zhou Xianqin was nothing at all.